Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground here in Taunton.
wonderful, wasn't it?
Good morning, Jack.
Hello.
196.
A very warm welcome from all of us at Somerset County Cricket Club to the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's the start of the 2024 season and day one of our Vitality County Championship Division 1 match against Nottinghamshire. We welcome all the players, officials and supporters from Trent Bridge and hope you enjoy your time with us in the West Country. We'll have the result of the toss shortly after 10:30 and confirmation of the two teams. Today's match sponsor is NHS Somerset. NHS Somerset, together with Somerset Council's public health team, have launched their Take the Pressure Off campaign, which aims to test the blood pressure of thousands of Somerset residents and increase awareness and early detection of high blood pressure. High blood pressure is responsible for more than half of all strokes and heart attacks in the UK and often presents as a silent sign of these potentially life-threatening conditions. So the importance of regular checks has never been more important. The Take the Pressure Off campaign is designed to encourage residents, particularly men, to regularly check their blood pressure and take necessary steps towards managing their health. NHS Somerset will be joining us at the Cooper Associates County Ground on the first 3 days of this match to offer free blood pressure tests to members and spectators in the stragglers from 10 AM. The news from the toss is that Nottinghamshire have won the toss and have elected to bat first. Team news today is as followed. For Nottinghamshire, they are led by number 99, Hasib Hamid. 33, Joe Clark will keep wicket. 19, Luke Fletcher. 31, Calvin Harrison. 30, Jack Haynes. 16, Brett Hutton. 8, Lyndon James. 14, Matt Montgomery. 2, Dane Patterson. 26, Ben Slater. And 32, Will Young. For Somerset, they are led by number 24, Lewis Gregory, 58, Sean Dixon, 77, Matt Renshaw, 15, Tom Lammonby, 18, Tom Banton, 55, James Rue, 44, Lewis Goldsworthy, 7, Craig Overton, 38, Josh Davey, 27, Miguel Pretorius, and 13, Shoaib Bashir. Scorecards for today are available from reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Members have been emailed a free copy of the scorecard for this match. And a reminder that the Cooper Associates County Ground is now a cashless venue. We are certain that the introduction of cashless payment will see improvements in respect of reduced queuing times and improving customer service on busy match days. Don't forget that our ground-wide Wi-Fi is fully operational. Wi-Fi is completely free of charge, and to connect all you have to do is to select the option _We Are Somerset in your settings and enter a valid email address. A wide selection of hot and cold food and drinks will be available today from the following outlets: Stragglers Coffee House, the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion Lower Concession, Great Catch Fish and Chip Bar, and the Botham Bar. Each concession is fully stocked with a range of hot and cold options to suit all tastes. Please remember that members receive a 10% discount on concessions in the Cooper Associates County Ground. Matchday dining is also available in the county room. We offer breakfast, a carvery lunch and afternoon tea. A reminder of the news that Nottinghamshire have won the toss and decided to bat here on day one of this county championship fixture.
Good morning and welcome to the first day of the County Championship here at Taunton. Somerset take on Nottinghamshire. I'm here this morning with Vic Marks, I'm Pete Trigo, and here is our team for the week. Opening the batting, overseas player Matt Renshaw. Joining him, Sean Dixon, Tom Lammonby, Lewis Goldsworthy, Tom Banton, James Rue, Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton. Josh Davey comes in for Casey Aldridge. We have Miguel Pretorius and fresh from international duty this winter, Shoaib Bashir. What do you think about that then, Vic?
Well, the only change from the Oval is the absence of Casey Aldridge, who had a fantastic game at the Oval. So I'm sort of assuming he's been rotated rather than he's injured. I don't think there was any sign of any injury at the end of the Oval. They're obviously very conscious that there's a lot of championship cricket. It's slightly frustrating because he plays so well. He's played so well in the two games that he's had, both with bat and ball. But I guess that's the answer. We'll let you know if there's something more mysterious, like a nasty little injury cropping up. But it's a slight surprise to see him not playing because he's been in such good nick.
Well, the way he was warming up in the football match, I would say that it's definitely not an injury, and it's purely down to a loads and rotation thing, which is a phrase you won't be familiar with.
No, we didn't have rotation in my day.
No such thing as rotation. Everyone was on the bus from April to the end of September, but this is the modern game. It is a shame. Yeah, he was in great form, bowling well, got a fifer. Also, very very steady in the lower order. But Josh Davey is equally as capable. The return of the Duke ball as well, which I suppose is going to be certainly something that I will keep an eye on. Yeah. See if there's that extra bit of movement. I'm not predicting multiple double hundreds in this game like there have been the last couple of weeks.
No. You've obviously been out there and had a look at the pitch. I mean, I've seen greener pitches at this time of year at Taunton. This it's a pale green hue. It doesn't look too frightening because Notts have won the toss and have decided to bat. You've been closer than that.
I've been out there.
You've put your key in.
Been
on your knees, checking the temperature.
Well, I don't know. You get cards these days for modern cars, Vic. I think you need to upgrade. But I went out there. I tried to slide my car card into the wicket.
Thanks.
And my impression was I actually said to the groundsman, I said, a beautiful, perfect-looking cricket pitch. It's got a hint of live grass on it, rock hard to the touch. So I think it's going to be a real intriguing first session here at Taunton.
Yeah, and it'll be fascinating, as you've pointed out, to see whether the Duke ball makes much of a difference. Now, here's the Notts side, which looks strong. Even though they're the one side in the First Division who's lost a game. The only side in the First Division who lost a game to Essex. But it's Hamid, who's captain now. Your mate, isn't he? Ben Slater.
Ben Slater, yeah, good left-handed player. You have Will Young, played with Will Young at Central Districts many years ago. The smiling,
taught him all he knew.
The smiling figure. No, I absolutely didn't, which is why he's still playing very successfully. Wicket keeper Joe Clark, who's in fantastic form. He's already got a couple of hundreds under his belt. Matthew Montgomery, Jack Haynes. You have James, Harrison, Hutton, Fletcher and Patterson, so a very experienced battery of seamers there on show.
Yeah, and you'll know them all intimately, more or less. I don't suppose Jack Haynes was there because he's obviously just moved from Worcestershire, but you will have been alongside the majority of them, so you can give us the inside track. It
does depend on what your interpretation of intimate, but yeah, they are good mates of mine. I had a couple of years, as many people will know, up at Trent Bridge. Most of those players, in fact, all of them, bar Haynes, I think, were there. So, I think over a long period of time, Nottinghamshire have always been a very strong team. In the last 15 years,
they've been big recruiters. It's a slight puzzle that they haven't been able. I mean, most of those guys, a lot have come from Worcester in their squad. They don't seem to be able to breed their own very easily.
Yeah, well, I think in geographical terms, I think it's pretty clear that the two Midlands powerhouses are Warwickshire and Trent Bridge test grounds. I suppose that will fit the narrative you hear of the superpowers of cricket, if you like. There's always that sort of jokey phrase that Worcester, Leicestershire, Derbyshire are the academy for Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire, but I suppose there are some truths in that. But there, I think most sports teams now in the modern era, moving used to be a big deal back in the day, didn't it, Vic? But now I think
it's much more fluid,
very fluid.
And also, what you're pointing out is becoming more and more frequent, which is there are clubs that are attractive because they can pay a bit more. They're hosting the 100. They might be hosting test matches. If you're a really good player, that's probably the place to go, isn't it?
Yeah, that's certainly an element. The 100-ball franchises, I think, and coaches that are attached to 100-ball teams. I think in time, you'll see the best players in the country gravitate to those opportunities,
which is something that causes a certain anxiety down here, obviously.
Yeah, it certainly does. It definitely does. But Somerset have a great trend of holding on to their players. Treated well. I think one of the real USPs, to use management speak at Somerset, is the crowd. It's always a magnificent place to play. It's got that intimate feel. We get good crowds for championship games. We sell out for one-day games. So when you actually play your cricket here, I think it's a very enjoyable experience.
And just looking at Notts side, Calvin Harrison, who actually went to school in Taunton, didn't he? And ended up at Notts. I don't know whether he played any cricket here at all, but
yeah,
he's an interesting character. He plays as the spinner, doesn't he, rather than the orthodox left armour.
Yeah, he's had an interesting pathway. I played against him years ago. He was playing for Taunton St Andrews. He played a lot of second-team cricket here at Somerset, and probably as a developing spinner as well, wasn't showing the abilities, or I suppose, to sign him at the time. He went off to university. When I was at Nottinghamshire, we played against his university. I think it was Loughborough. And he bowled beautifully. He bowled really, really well. Might be in Oxford. Could be corrected there. And we took him on board. I captained him in the second 11 that season, and he was very much a batter that bowled. But over that period and his first NatWest Blast, he bowled really well. We lost Imad Wasim, the Pakistani left-arm spinner. Calvin Harrison came in and was Notts' leading wicket taker, I think, for that T20 period. So he did really well. He's going to be very exciting. I'm not sure he'll get a great deal out of this pitch, but he's a handy all-rounder as the teams make it out into the middle. Umpires Russell Warren and David Milnes out in the middle. It looks like Craig Overton, wearing the number 7 shirt, is going to take the new ball from the River End.
It's a great sight. It's looking a bit better than it did this time last year, the county ground, when we were fretting about the puddles in front of the Atkinson Pavilion that wouldn't go away, and a bit of a sand pit in front of the Truscothic stand. But it's looking much, much better this year. It's a slightly later start for cricket at Taunton. We can see the Quantox, there's blue sky. Too much blue sky for Craig Overton and co probably at the moment.
Yeah, it's a bit chilly, a little bit windy as well. I'm not sure the ball, it doesn't look like it'd be amazing conditions for swinging the ball, but like I said, it'd be interesting to see how the Duke ball behaves. I know the seam bowlers all around the country will be licking their lips having a new Duke and Sons purple shade of red ball in their hands.
Well, let's see. It'll be fascinating because I've seen a little bit on stream, and that Kookaburra, which is supposed to swing early on, didn't seem to even oblige there very often.
Yeah, I have to admit, I never felt like the Kookaburra was a good fit for English conditions, having played with it in different parts of the world.
Well, we played a few fixtures with it last year, and they weren't so obviously run-fill. But anyway, here we go.
Craig Overton to Nottinghamshire captain Hasim Hamid. Oh, a big uncharacteristic flash outside off stump there from Hass. The beans are going, as they say. The adrenaline is certainly up. Ball one.
That was a strange shot, wasn't it?
A little bit of swing, though, Vic, it looked.
Maybe, yeah. But it was a waft from an ex-England opening batsman.
Well, we all know what it takes to become an England
opener. Yeah, he's tried to...
Leaves don't get you in the team, Vic. Beautiful line and length there from Overton. Definitely a little bit of a way swing on show. And a more Hass Hamid-like stroke or lack of.
So I've just realised that obviously Ben Duckett's not playing because he played the first two games without much success, actually.
A couple of low scores.
But he's not here.
Yeah, I don't know for what particular reason. Might have picked up a niggle or needed a bit of a rest.
He's got it.
Hamid, a big wide slash, and he's dragged it on to off stump. The Somerset boys around Craig Overton, they'll be absolutely buzzing with that. Somerset strike early.
Well, it just had enough way on it to remove one bail, that's all. It was another sort of airy-fairy drive early on in the first over.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic start from Hass Hamid. That first shot definitely showed that the tension, the adrenaline was maybe too high, and I think we'll see again on that replay, that was a very wide delivery that he slashed at and has dragged that onto off stump. Craig Overton and Somerset will care not. A wicket is a wicket. One thing you do know is there's a bit of softness underneath that pitch because that stump has not moved.
No, it hasn't. But he was driving it square of the wicket. It was full in length, but it was quite wide, and he didn't quite get there. Big gap between the inside edge and his pad, obviously. And it just dribbled with sufficient pace to remove that bail. So there's a great start for Overton, who didn't look particularly enamoured with the Kookaburra ball in the game at the Oval. But he's off and running again. I mean, it was last year when he had Matt Henry here that they turned the game on its head in a session. No Matt Henry now, of course.
Yeah, well, those first couple of games, I think I had a look at the averages today. I think Craig Overton's bowling average was 140, which is very, very unusual. He's normally in the low 20s.
Well, I think it's easy to work out because he'd take one wicket. See?
Correct. There was
even I can work that out.
Even my Wyvern Comprehensive School maths D grade can work that one out, Vic. But Will Young strides to the crease, and he's got a bit of work on his hands here. Like I said, 3 games in, Vic, you've kind of got accustomed to the Kookaburra ball not really doing a great deal. All of a sudden, you've got a hooping Duke. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge, but a great start from Somerset and Craig Overton.
Yeah, but a self-inflicted blow in many ways. I mean, that was, unless it was a full volley, I mean, you'd expect him to leave that, but he didn't.
Yeah, Hass will be disappointed. 4 slips waiting. Lovely line and length there. Very watchful Will Young watching that go past the outside edge. Yeah, I think thinking broadly as you can do sat up here in the commentary box, it must be a difficult position to be in as a aspiring international cricketer, opening the batting. What is required of you? Is it runs and performances, or is it a certain way to play? speak to a number of batters that are maybe caught in two minds in some
Yeah,
ways.
well,
That's very unlike Hamid, that first
it is.
3 balls.
I mean, I think he has opened out a bit as a player since he last played for England. Remember, he went on the Ashes tour, the most demanding possible, and he was sort of totally stagnant at the crease. He might have batted for quite a long time, but there were no runs coming, you know. And he played a conservative game against quality opposition. I think there is a trap there for young batsmen.
Oh, Overton, soft hands from Will Young, played with a thick outside edge. Half stopped at 4th slip by, I believe, Matt Renshaw.
Well, I'm not sure, actually.
I think you're right, it is Matt Renshaw. He's calling for the physio to go off. Unlike Matt Renshaw to make a great big song and dance over nothing.
Were you here? I can't remember. You played with him here.
Yeah, I was. He was like a whirlwind coming into the dressing room, the environment, and I tell you what, he was an absolute nuisance on the team bus.
Right.
And yeah, I was getting to that age in my career where I was getting a little bit cantankerous and grumpy, Vic, and I had this young Australian bouncing off the walls.
Bowling from the
Not that you'd have behaved like that in your younger days.
Oh, of course
Number 38, Josh Davey, sponsored
But getting
by
back, I think there is a
Holiday
dynamic. I think there's a trap. I think the young player trying to make a name, priority 1 definitely is to get a boatload of runs. And then if you're not getting picked, you might start to think, well, perhaps I've got to sort of expand my game a bit just to keep them happy there. But runs is what counts. They'll be looking at. They'll have noted that, you know, in 2 games, Tom Lammonby, who scored at a good lick, has suddenly started playing some quality innings against the Kookaburra. Here's Davey.
Josh Davey partnering Craig Overton. I think they'll have similar styles. They'll go to the around the wicket tactic quite early to the left-hander. Josh Davey isn't as big a swinger of the ball as Craig Overton. He's more of a what I'd call a nip bowler.
Yeah.
Hits a good channel, and like I said, he's one of those bowlers that can get on a spell, get hot with the wickets. So I'm sure he'll be hoping to do that. He's always a glass half empty character, but he runs in and runs in, does Josh Davey. He's in the Angus Fraser mould as that runs off the outside edge of Ben Slater, and he's going to pick up his first boundary and Nottinghamshire's first boundary of the morning.
Yeah, well, that's sped away. It was full in length. He was only really defending that with sort of an educated edge, really. It went all along the ground. But it sped away, didn't it? Short boundary down there, too.
Yeah, as you said, the outfield's looking immaculate compared to what it did last year. I can remember driving in, and I thought I'd driven the car onto Western Beach at one stage. It was pretty sandy, but the curators have done a great job. Davey in again, a little bit of movement in towards Ben Slater, watchfully played. Really impressive young left-handed batter. Goes a little bit unnoticed, Ben Slater, but he's got a fantastic record, in particular in 50 over cricket. He's a very, very fine player.
And a sort of, not exactly an old-fashioned player, but someone who's not a blaster, plays it on merit, essentially. Is that right?
Yeah,
orthodox, if you like.
Is it too broad a term to say just good player?
Yeah, yeah. Ooh.
Absolute beauty there, same as the ball before, but just that little bit of nip away. He's a real exponent of what you'd call the wobble seam ball that's been made famous by Broad and Anderson, I suppose. Yeah, he doesn't present a true seam, so he gets a little bit of nibble either way. It can be very difficult to line up. Josh Davey, very good bowler. Like I said, when he gets on a roll, he can pick up 2-3 in a spell. Almost a slightly surprising decision at the toss, I've got to say, when I was out there with the conditions and the pitch looking nice and fresh. I kind of thought that Big Fletch and Dane Patterson would have liked to have a go on this, and Brett Hutton, they'd have been perfect for this sort of pitch.
Yeah. I mean, it's pale green rather than emerald green, and the sun is shining. But you also have to factor in, I suppose, that historically wickets at Taunton don't deteriorate much. So possibly your best chance of getting the 20 wickets is to get the first 10. You might, get them on the first day when it's a bit likelier.
Oh, that's close. That's close. The umpire's unmoved. Ben Slater, I think, does set up quite a long way across the stumps as we see there, but this is going to be very tight. It's darted back in.
I tell you what,
Josh Davey can be very, very disappointed with that decision. That looked like it's hit him on middle and off. Looks very, very straight, that. I think Ben Slater's got away with one there. Would you concur with that, Vic?
Well, and we can't actually assess whether there's any inside edge from here, but it looks straight. And he was back. I mean, quite often when the blokes ran the wicket, you're thinking that the pad's going to be outside the line or something, but he was right back on his stumps there. I think they may have escaped there, Ben Slater, or he may have escaped.
Yeah, you kind of think that one thing that you can't pick up here is an inside edge. You kind of think it had to have been an inside edge.
Well,
didn't look like it though. Anyway, Overton following up his successful first over, Nottinghamshire. 6 for the loss of opening batter and captain Azib Hamid.
A great start, wasn't it? 2 down, but still. So you're our expert in many fields, but for our listener, if there is one, a quick contrast between the two types of ball, because we'll be talking about it a bit, especially if we suddenly see a lot of wickets falling, between Duke and, I mean, I played with the Kookaburra, it was about 40 years ago. So you're the more up-to-date version. Just tell them.
So the Kookaburra, I think they're machine-made, first and foremost. If you had them side by side, that might be really good, actually. In my time off, I'm going to whip down to the Somerset dressing room and maybe grab a new one of each, and at the earliest possible we could maybe get it on the camera here, which would be really useful. But they've got noticeably different seams. I would say that the Kookaburra seam would be about a quarter of the depth of a Duke seam. It is that extreme. Also, the Kookaburra leather quality doesn't shine very well, so you don't get that, swing for as long as you would with a Duke ball. Whereas, it's obviously been hammered on the media what teams have done with, sugar-coated sweets or whatever it is to keep the Duke ball nice and shiny, and using saliva, sweat off the back of the neck, which is the modern way now. But to shine and prepare a Duke ball to swing for longer is a lot easier. I would say that you would associate reverse swing a lot more with the Kookaburra ball, because the leather scuffs a lot easier than a Duke ball. I think I'm right in saying that a Duke ball's leather is a lot waxier, got more moisture content in it.
Yeah, you might have. I don't know. And my recollection is the Kookaburra just feels a little smaller in your hand. Did you find that on it?
Yeah, I think with its
partly because the seam is a little not so proud, I guess.
That little idiosyncrasy of cricket when you get the box, 2 boxes of balls, a dozen balls into your dressing room. The opening bowler,
picks one.
In my day would have been Caddick. Would select a ball, and because they are man-made, hand-stitched, the Duke ball, they do have some sort of tolerance to them, and I think that's probably the argument the powers that be will go down, is that because a Kookaburra is machine-made, there's a uniformity to it, but I'm not sure they're great in terms of from a bowling point of view of extracting anything out of an English pitch, which would be slightly softer than a South African pitch, an Indian pitch, an Australian pitch, with guaranteed weather, a lot more time rolling the pitches. So for me, it was never a particular fit, and I think the obvious thing to do is have a look at one-day cricket that have always used Kookaburra balls, and bat dominates ball, and quite considerably. I think it's only fair to assume that that's going to happen in 4-day cricket. Nobody wants that. I think it's one of the great, one of the beautiful things about English cricket as well. The Duke ball. Yes, we are the only ones that use them. Well, I think the West Indies might do now, but predominantly, the Duke ball is a fabulous part of English cricket, and I personally think it should be protected.
There speaks an old swing bowler.
Yeah, and I would have been almost certainly, not that there's anything wrong with this, but I would have almost certainly been a dustbin man if it wasn't for the Duke ball. So
well, no,
thank you, Mr. Duke.
Just think of the runs you'd have scored against Kookaburra. I mean, I suppose one argument is that everyone wants more spin bowling. If it's not doing anything for the seamers, you're going to get more bowlers bowling spin. But you need a bit of help on the surface then.
Of course. Educated inside edge there from Will Young down to fine leg. But I don't, with the whole go to Kookaburra encouraging spin bowling, I don't see the end game here, because do we want to turn English cricket into subcontinent cricket? What are we trying to say by encouraging?
Well, I think I mean, I'm not necessarily agreeing, but I think the argument is that we're thinking international cricket here, England producing players suitable for India, Australia, who are the big opponents, South Africa, I suppose. They are trying to pair or enable more cricketers who can cope without the swing and assistance you get from a Duke ball, who are therefore more able to cope with conditions overseas. I think that must be the argument. And I did hear Rob Key. I was surprised at the enthusiasm he was expressing. So he was fantastic.
15 draws out of 18 games.
Yeah, no, I couldn't get that, because cricket is a game of balance.
One would suggest it might be his idea. Davey into Slater, just down the leg side. You notice one of the great things about Ben Slater being a very good opening batter, plays at a ground that the bowlers do like going to. He plays with very tight hands, doesn't he? Even there, down the leg side, his hands are very, very compact. He's got very, very nice technique against the moving ball. Saying that now, he'll probably make a mistake, but I'm sure the Somerset fans won't mind that. 8 for 1 here in the 4th over. Early days, and there's definitely movement both ways. Swing and seam here, so Somerset bowlers will certainly have reason to feel pretty happy about life at the moment. Davey in, and just a bit of nibble away again. Lovely line. But I think the long game is that Josh Davies just wouldn't survive, and I think there's almost this. I made I put a fun sort of tweet out there. A picture of, after seeing countless hundreds and double hundreds and drawn games, a picture of a box of Duke balls, and I just tweeted, "Can we have our balls back, please?" And I had this majority of what I would say cricket fans agreeing with that sentiment, but then obviously the Twitter terrorists out there with, just because you were a not very good medium-paced bowler and da-da-da. Yeah, Vernon, he's trying to eradicate the 75, 78 mile bowler.
Flanders the interesting.
WPA Health Insurance, based only a few miles from the Cooper Associates county ground. WPA look after the healthcare of hundreds of thousands of people across the UK.
So his
families to some of the UK's most well-known companies.
He hit the seam, and it nibbled, and he's got a remarkable test record. So it is possible, but it's unusual.
But there seems to be I feel like the reason for doing it is to create, and I understand, high quality international bowlers that bowl fast and spin the ball hard. And I get that in principle. But what you'll end up with is you're not going to have, and in some ways, incredibly fast bowlers like Pat Cummins and amazing spin bowlers like the late great Shane Warne. They're relative unicorns. So it would just mean you'll have a domestic structure where you're not going to suddenly in 5 years' time have a battery of 95-mile-an-hour bowlers and great spin bowlers, what you'll end up with is batters just absolutely plundering. I just can't see any other end result than that.
No. Well, it's a question of balance, isn't it? Your ideal outcome is that you have a surface and a ball. It's a mixture of surfaces and balls, isn't it? That gets you a natural result, if you're talking championship cricket, sometime after lunch on the 4th day. I mean, my big gripe would also be that even this age where you can control just about everything, it seems, technically, scientifically.
Nice shot from Ben Slater off the back foot. Poor delivery there from Craig Overton. He's going to pick up at least 3. Oh, reeled in there, mid off by Matt Renshaw. Goldsworthy doing the cleaning up.
Just to finish, is that you'd think in this day and age when everything is possible, you would be able to conjure up a surface which starts, if you like, a bit like this, but by 3 or 4 days is a bit crumbly and turns and gives, you know, another facet of the game a good chance of dominating. You'd think that would be possible. It doesn't seem to happen very well.
Well,
pitches don't disintegrate, do they? Pitches do not disintegrate.
I think it's just the moisture content in our soils, I guess, as opposed to India. What a lovely shot there from Will Young. A little bit uppish. He's going to pick up 4 runs. I think that's one of the dangers of having a ball that's moving a little bit. Is you get a little bit greedy. But I think in the grand scheme of things, Craig Overton will prefer the batter driving. It brings in the 4 slips that are waiting. You've got Renshaw, Gregory, Lammonby and Dixon there waiting with wicketkeeper James Rue.
And even with the Duke ball, you've got to make use of it early on, because it will calm down, if you like, you know, as it gets a little bit softer as the innings goes on. Which is why we often see now, I mean, I saw it in the Oval game when I was popping in and out of it, is that you start off with about 4 slips, because that's when you are likely to get the edges, and the edges are likely to carry. And then you turn on for 3 or 4 hours later, there's no slips to be seen at all.
Yeah, I think even though the Duke ball does go soft, it does maintain some sort of swing, lateral movement, but that's a fine finish to the over. 5 overs gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Nottinghamshire 16 for 1, potentially 2. Be really interesting if the team next door can get us another replay of that Slater LBW. That was mighty close. I'd love to.
You feel
zoom in. We need a snicker or a hotspot or something to see if there was a inside edge. If not, that looked really adjacent.
Yeah.
Feeding the demons of Josh Davey of him being the unluckiest bowler that's ever bowled.
Does he think that?
In a very humorous way, and I mean that. Genuinely. He's a really, really good county bowler. So yes, had some great success with Scotland as well when he's played in the World Cups. And
well,
he says it in complete jest. He's a funny
self-mockery.
Self-mockery,
yeah.
The best kind.
Well, he is I mean, we talked about Philander. He doesn't swing the ball quite so like Philander, but he is a bit of a throwback in the sense that he's got no great pace. He's probably just below 80, isn't he? But he has a lovely smooth action, and he hits the seam, and he gets early movement. They always want to bowl round the wicket for left-handers now, don't they?
Yeah, I think
we go through that every year, don't we?
We've overused that one. It was the I think last 2023 with me and you, Vic, was the lack of a point, and right armers going round the wicket almost completely 100% to left-handers. We'll try and find something new for this year. I'm sure something will pop up. We've got Shoaib Bashir on the field. Obviously had a pretty successful start to his international career. No real first-class record up behind him. A surprise addition in some ways to the Test squad, and he did himself absolutely no harm whatsoever. Did really well.
Absolutely, a terrific performance. That when you think, you know, he played six games for Somerset with no great success, but showing promise. It's an amazing selection, but one that was justified. Next minute, he's up against, well, he wasn't up against Kohli, but he was up against Rohit, Sharma, and the rest of them. And very quickly, he looked like he belonged. It's amazing, that.
Yeah, I think about that period of time where we had a wicket here at Taunton that really did fit the spinner's eye, and the emergence of Leach and Bess. Leach is obviously a quality bowler, but you know, Bessie wasn't really showing any sort of international pedigree until that, you know, 18 months where he got to bowl on a wicket that suited him. The confidence came up. He had some really good performances with England, and now all of a sudden, I think I saw last week he was playing in the second 11 at Headingley against Somerset. So that's he must be a bit frustrated with his move away from here and how that's gone, as Ben Slater slashes a rare loose delivery from Josh Davey. Maybe a bit of a speculative wide delivery from Davey, trying to bring those slips in, but Slater has not missed out on that. Slashed it through backward point for 4.
Yeah, I think it looks a pretty true surface. There was width, and he felt confident in the bats. Amazing career he's had, Don Bess, it is. He's played 15 tests for England, I think, roughly, and never let them down. Never let him down. I did see him very briefly bowling in the second team. He got 530 against our second team on a flat pitch. Don't know if they were using kookaburras, probably were. He had absolute white to blonde hair.
Yes, he's definitely got the old buy one get one free peroxide from Superdrug. He looks very smart though.
But it is an amazing career. He's played extremely well in 15 tests for England, helped win several of them, and now he's, without having done anything obviously wrong, I don't think, but he's now sort of in the second team at Yorkshire, not in their first 11, playing in the second team. It's quite, you know, a yo-yo career, and quite hard to comprehend. And by the same token, is Shoaib, who's played three tests for England, and this is probably his 8th game for Somerset. Yeah, got a far better record for England than Somerset so far.
Yeah, as you say, a great eye. I mean, you know, credit. You know, we are slightly unsure about the ball decision from the ECB and the powers that be, but they certainly made the right call there, purely based on attributes. Craig Overton into Will Young, who's playing with very soft hands. Exactly the right way to play against a moving ball.
Well, his attributes, he was chosen partly because they were playing in India. The ball didn't turn prodigiously there, but it did offer some assistance. And they have the theory, and it's a good one, that in India, when the ball does turn a bit, the quicker you can bowl it accurately, and as long as you spin it, the better.
Yeah, he always, you know, from first time I saw him bowl, actually, you could see he had all those attributes. He's got, you know, he's a very tall lad, long arms, long fingers.
Easy action, easy repeatable action, isn't it?
Yeah, you're far more qualified to talk about off spin than I am, but I think, you know, it was a great decision. And you look back to the selection of Vaughan and Trescothick, averaging barely 30 in first class cricket, and look how they performed, you know, in Test cricket, and then for the rest of their years. You know, that was Duncan Fletcher, just seeing an attribute and a quality in a player. So congratulations for that decision, and hopefully that confidence of the winter can bleed into his bowling here for Somerset.
Yeah, but you had to understand that he won't have surfaces that offer him quite so much assistance. And he played at the Oval, and by all accounts, on a very flat pitch, he bowled 30 odd overs, 1 for 70, which doesn't sound great in terms of your averages, but he's clearly done a good job. And he's sort of learning very quickly.
Yeah, what a final session that turned out to be. God, what a delivery that was from Craig Overton there. Looked everything but the nick, a wicket. Yeah, I think all Somerset fans that have been watching could be relatively buoyed by the first couple of games. I know the Surrey game got a little bit tight at the end,
well,
but they've played some good cricket.
I think it was a big draw, you know, a good result, because they sacrificed their situation on the first day. Oh, you know, they were 190 for one, Somerset. You'd think 400 was, you know, inevitable, and then they contrived to be bowled out, conceded a big lead, lots of time left. So to come away with a draw, it might be an ugly draw in some ways, was some big achievement, because they were odds-on defeated after 3 days.
That Lewis-Aldridge partnership was absolutely vital, wasn't it? Like I said, it was a shame. I was looking forward to watching Casey bat and bowl this week. Another over gone by, 7 overs gone, 22 for 1. Not showing some good resolve here in some challenging conditions.
Yeah, the ball has beaten the bat with good deliveries. Overton is not quite metronomic yet, but he's got enough balls in the right place to beat the bat, giving away a couple of boundaries. And he might have had a few little nibbles, and we were saying, well, Davey could easily have had an LBW, but that hasn't come to pass. And he's beaten the bat a few times. You've got to strike with this new ball, because it gets easier here, as you know.
Yeah, you certainly do. We've got Miguel Pretorius. I'm not familiar with him as a bowler. I haven't seen him.
Well, I've only seen him briefly on the stream, and he didn't look too bad. It wasn't easy to bowl, I think, at the Oval.
There aren't many South African seam bowlers with his similar sort of background and record that don't have success in England. Dane Patterson being one of them, obviously playing this week as well. So, be interested to see him bowl here at Taunton.
Played at Durham last summer for a while, but I didn't catch him.
No.
But he had a sort of challenging debut at the Oval, I think. But he's got his first wicket.
Well, he's fielding at mid-off at the moment. Looking at him, he looks like he's got some broad shoulders on him. Looks a strong lad, as you expect from a South African born and raised seam bowler. Big, strong, athletic guys. Plenty of steak in the old diet, no doubt.
Well, you used to say that about Aussies, but we had Peter Siddle here for years, and he was a vegan.
Yeah, but not always.
No, but by the time he came to Somerset, he was, wasn't he?
I mean, what an athlete he's become as well. You know, lean, mean bowling machine is Sid's. He's really good for the group in his time here. Davey into Slater. A little bit too greedy down that leg side. Again, just trying to. Probably he's into that area of the spell now where he's bowled really well, hasn't picked up a wicket. He's going to start trying the magic ball, the pitch leg, hit the top of off. That certainly looked like one of those. Yeah. Just needs to be patient here. There's a little bit of a stalemate here, and I suppose in the grand scheme of things, not so winning this little period, bar the Hamid dismissal. I think Notts have played, the Notts batters have played well. Will Young noticeably playing very late with his hands. Ben Slater very, very tight. A good example of a pretty solid backward defensive there. No, I think the Somerset squad, I think they're all getting to that sort of high performing age. I think that's fair to say. You know, the last couple of years, guys coming into first class cricket, finding their feet. Lammonby, Rue, Goldsworthy in particular, Bashir, young cricketers that will now want to kick on and certainly put their heads above the parapet for the next levels, and franchise cricket and 100 ball and all those things that you can attract these days as a modern cricketer.
It's more complicated, isn't it, being a modern pro now? You were just born about 10 years too early, weren't you?
Well, you say that, Vic, but I've just played 4 competitions at 40. I'm nearly 43 now, and there are no. It's effectively like in golf, the seniors tour that I'm playing on, and there's just cricket day and night in all
so you've
corners of the globe.
You've got to talk us briefly through your win. You're playing for the 11's called the Legends 11.
Well, I played in a competition called the Legends League. They're running multiple different franchises.
So who are you playing? England Legends?
No. Just it's franchise like the 100 ball. So this winter I have played for the New Jersey Tritons in Miami. I have played for the Urban Rise Hyderabad. I have played for the Mumbai Champions, and I have recently come back with some silverware playing for the Rajasthan Kings in Sri Lanka. So when you're in the subcontinent, for those that have travelled there, you can't have enough live TV, cricket on TV. So the thirst for watching the game is unbelievable. But some great experiences. Our Mumbai champions captain, Virender Sehwag, so getting some time around him.
Yeah.
And
well, that's what I was going to ask. Who are you playing with and against?
Overton into Will Young, another. Just all three of those just look like he's edged them. Overton getting visibly a little bit frustrated now. That wind coming over his left shoulder, just helping the ball angle towards the slips.
Yeah, well, it's just a question of patience. If he keeps it there, they're surely going to make one.
Got a lovely replay here. Angle in, and it straightens. That is an absolute beauty.
And it hasn't gone too far. You'd have thought you'd have got a nick. It's just straight. Anyway.
Well, he must be out of form if he's not nicking that.
So I want to know who you've been playing with and against. I mean, for Sehwags, that's not a bad start.
Yeah, our captain for the New Jersey Tritons was Gautam Gambhir. I played with Albie Morkel, Somerset, ex-Somerset all-rounder. I'm just going to miss out some real big names. Craig McMillan was in that team. Jesse Ryder.
All right.
So, in fairness, if you've watched cricket for the last, I suppose, 25 years, the real cream of the crop, to be fair, Hyderabad, Urban Rise Hyderabad was Suresh Raina, who's nicknamed Mr. IPL, played all those games for Chennai Super Kings. Overton is absolutely all over Will Young here, the Cooper Associates County Ground. You don't get green nippers like this in Hyderabad, that's for sure.
Do you get many people watching out of interest? I mean, you might get a big television audience, but perhaps not such a big live audience.
The one played in Miami was one man and his dog,
right.
And they were lost. They come to watch baseball. Overton will be sniffing out wicket. 3 in a row. Dressing room cricket. You're out, Will Young. Replaced by another batter. Overton is bowling an absolute spell here. He could easily have 3 or 4. Will Young's just going to have to battle. Really interesting that Ben Slater coming down, having a chat with his mate, trying to give him a bit of help.
Yeah.
There's some serious deliveries flying around here from Craig Overton, one of the next cabs off the rank for the England seam attack. Oh, down the wicket. A bit of proactive batting there from Will Young. Clips it down to fine leg. Very, very good piece of batting there under a lot of pressure. Yeah, so from a crowd point of view, any of them played in India. I mean, it was quite remarkable, actually. The Legends League I played in, I would say, was between 6,000 and 20,000 people live for every game. It was unbelievable. But they weren't coming to watch Peter Trigo. They wanted to see Mr. IPL, Sri Santh, Harbhajan, all the great players. But it just so happened the old the pirate from Weston-super-Mare came up trumps and had a couple of good tournaments.
You got your quota of runs. You'll be invited back.
Yeah, I think I've done all right, Vic. Done all right.
Well,
we're going to change of bowling here at the Marcus Trescothick stand end. We have Miguel Pretorius. I think that's pronounced right. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, there's more on offer, I think, than at the Oval, partly because the Duke's ball has gone past that outside edge. a lot of times, especially when Overton's been bowling too young. Let's see how Pretorius can use it.
Change of bowling for Somerset from the
6-2,
Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, sponsored by Correas Group, number 27, Miguel Pretorius.
Strong breeze, ruffling his shirt, trousers. 4 slips of weight.
Okay, a little bit of a loosener. Interesting. That's a slightly angled run up. He's got a big sort of load. Left side goes away a little bit earlier. Big, strong right arm shoulder slinging the ball down. I think he could bowl when he gets into rhythm. Some heavy deliveries. He does look a big, strong lad, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Slamming the ball into the pitch. Yeah, I like him, Vic.
You've only seen 2 balls.
Yeah, no, that's enough. I've seen enough. I like him. He's going to do well. He keeps bowling that area there, gets a little bit of nibble.
He's never been a cautious man. He can make up his mind. I bet if you walk into a room, you've never met anyone before, you've made up your mind about most of them within about 2 minutes.
I'm happy to also admit when I'm wrong.
Are you?
No, absolutely not. I also think that there is a little bit of background. I see that he's got a very low average, bowling average.
We've done some research.
So I think there's a fair chance.
He's got a reasonably good batting average, actually. You wouldn't have thought so, seeing his shot at the Oval, but that's by the by. you'd have written him off as a batsman at the Oval, I think.
Well, yeah, that's one of the that's one of the other strings of the bow at the moment. I'm batting coach at the moment at the Western Storm, which has been
Tier 1.
Been amazing. Do you know what? It's amazing how much defensive shot coaching I've been doing recently.
Really?
I don't know what's happened.
You've become like Pete Robinson.
It's amazing how many Pete Robinson anecdotes I've told as well. I think there's a keeping the tradition in the southwest.
Well, good.
Going.
It's good to keep them going.
Robbo's one-liners, the girls are
getting used to them.
They're getting used to them. I get the occasional chuckle, not many.
Wow. Well, good luck with that. I mean, we're all looking forward to the Western Storm season, which hasn't started yet, has it? But it's coming up.
Tomorrow I'm here for days 1, 3 and 4 because the Western Storm's first game is at Sapphire Gardens on Saturday, which I know everyone in that camp is really excited. And I think great news as well that Somerset have won the bid to take the Tier 1 team forward in the future. So Somerset putting their hand in the ring and supporting the growth of the women's game. So that's also fantastic news.
Yeah. And Sophie Luff is still captain, I presume.
Yeah, fellow co-commentator Sophie Luff. I think there's a potential where you could get some very quiet commentary spells between me and Soph if things aren't going so well. So. But we'll see. We'll see. She's playing beautifully. I tell you what. One thing that I did notice in my first couple of weeks. They're only year 1, year 2 into their professional journey as cricketers. I'm hoping for some big things. I think there's a lot of
talent there.
A lot of talent, some really nice ball striking. It's just about that confidence now, bringing out the confidence. And
they need to play lots more games, don't they?
Yeah,
and play some proper games as well.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how that goes. Craig Overton continuing his spell, 5 overs, 1 for 12 at the moment. Could be 3 for 12 in fairness. He's got to remain patient. Goes round the wicket to Ben Slater. Vic's going to take a little bit of a break, and replacing Vic is going to be Sam Dalling for the first time this year. Looking forward to having some time with Sam. It's been a long winter. He was down the road watching Taunton Town. There's an edge. He's just dropped short of Sean Dixon there at third slip, sorry. didn't look like it carried, diving with one hand. I'm assuming it didn't carry because Craig Overton just turned round and clapped the seam bowler, so I don't know if I missed that replay.
It might have just, but he was stretching forward at third slip, Sean Dixon.
One of those 1 out of 100 efforts. Good morning, Sam. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. You? Sounds like you've wintered well, actually.
Yeah, not too bad. Well, didn't really have much of a winter. I was just about to say, you were up the road, Weston-super-Mare Football Club versus Taunton Town. Weston got up, Taunton got relegated.
Yeah, they did. They did. They had a tough year, I think, Taunton, financially as well. There were various different winding up petitions, but it's always good fun to watch local football.
Well, it's not cheap running a non-league football club, so I'm involved with Weston-super-Mare and enjoy that process. Another outside edge from Ben Slater, playing with that tight soft hand technique that I mentioned a while ago. Riding out the storm here, and it certainly is a storm from Craig Overton. He's bowled a real high number of wicket-taking deliveries that have unfortunately not caught the outside edge. But the Nottinghamshire pair are staying tight with their techniques and battling through.
He goes under the radar a bit, Slater, doesn't he? He's not missed a game, I don't think, in the Championship for the last 3 summers.
Yeah, he's an impressive player, really good team man as well, good fielder.
Was it the COVID summer? He went out and got a double 100 on loan somewhere, didn't he? Did he get on loan to Derbyshire or Leicestershire? Went and got a double 100 and then came back and has been in the side ever since. Just a solid county championship player, isn't he? He must be early 30s now, Ben Slater. But
yeah, I think I probably described him as, he just looks fresh, doesn't he, I suppose? Yeah, he probably would be around about that sort of age. But yeah, he does fly under the radar. I think it's, and you can see why you've got, Duckett, Joe Clark in particular in the lineup. Him and Has Hamid are very more, you say, sort of technical batters that you're going to, rely on more often than not to get you through sessions, tough periods like this. Lots of stroke players that probably catch the eye. But he's got an exceptional one-day batting record, I know, Ben Slater.
I'm quite looking forward to seeing Matt Montgomery at some point. He's a bit more in the traditional 4-day batter mould, isn't he?
Yeah, very much so. Plays actually, I think if you, he's almost bats in a very similar way to Will Young as well.
Somerset County
Strong,
Cricket Club
middle and off stance, plays with soft hands, feeds off bad ball, and he won't sort of over-attack.
To order from the Somerset County Sports, which is located next to the Somerset Cricket Museum, and from the SCCC shop
Insurance,
behind
keeping
the
things
stand.
ticking here and looking after everyone's health in the country. So
I'm a bit surprised
Thanks
you're
to
not
them.
in that advert yet. The one on the beach. I thought that'd be right up your street, the Trigo family.
We're actually going to collaborate at some stage when I need my hip replacement or something like that. I think there's something big coming around the corner for my body and WPA health insurance. That's for sure.
It sounds like you could extend your career another decade if you get into bed with them.
Let's hope not, Sam. Pretorius into Slater. That slinging action. He'll be looking to target that LBW, swinging one back with the odd one going across. Slightly different challenge than the around the wicket tactic. This is what you'd say more of an old school start to a spell against a left-hander. Overton and Davey have almost exclusively, I think maybe even exclusively, gone round the wicket to Slater, so a bit of a change of angle here might bring in that outer edge.
Is he in the Marchant DeLange style camp then? Maybe not quite as big as Marchant, but that sort of slingy action.
Yeah, I think DeLange is very over the top, belts it into the pitch, definitely got more pace. I think Pretorius here, looking at him, looks more slingy, could shape the ball. I think slightly different, doesn't look quite as big as Marchant DeLange. He's
hard to be as big as him.
He's a mountain of a man.
Great to see him fit this year as again. He had such a bad time last year, but back playing for Gloucestershire.
Certainly bowling those South African lengths, that's for sure. Slightly back of a length. Probably need to go a tiny bit fuller here in England to force those wickets, force those edges.
Yeah, he played a couple of games up at Durham last year. That was his first time playing county cricket over here. Didn't go that well for Durham. Yeah, you can never tell in a couple of games, really. It's not enough. He is going around the wicket now, though.
That experiment didn't last long, and the open point costs a run.
What do you think Slater's preference would be in that situation? Does he want the bowler over or around?
It's difficult to say, really. I know bowling to Ben Slater, as I did quite a lot in the nets, he does line up the ball swinging back into him very well, and you have a real short or small margin for error from a line perspective. So I don't necessarily dislike the round the wicket option, but I've always felt that you need the ball to move quite a lot from round the wicket to bring the outside edge in. But then, you know, the whole, as we've spoke about a few times, the Broad Warner matchup seemed to expose left-handers quite a lot.
There's Casey Aldridge on screen.
Having a chat to Matty Renshaw down there. Matty Renshaw looks a little bit chilly there. It's probably a little bit colder than it would be in his country of birth.
Not technically correct.
Oh, you've done me there.
Done yourself. He's a Yorkshire boy, isn't he? One of those.
Was he born
Yeah.
in Yorkshire, was he? Oh, my correction. Tell you what, he should be basking in the sunshine then, shouldn't he?
I'm sure he is. He loves it, doesn't he? He loves coming back. It's brilliant to have overseas players like that. 27 for 1 at the end of 12 that are just desperate to come back. The whole place would have got a bit of a buzz. Presumably he'd have been out of the WhatsApp group when he left last time, and the moment he came back into the Somerset WhatsApp group, it must have just exploded, probably by with him. Thousands of messages.
Waffle, a lot of waffle.
I've got an evening with him coming up, actually. I'm taking his Newcastle United fan. So
Born in Middlesbrough, I just saw.
Is it Middlesbrough? Isn't he? North Yorkshire. Taking him to Newcastle away at Crystal Palace next week. He's going to be talking away throughout the entirety.
Are you driving together?
I'm not driving now. I'm meeting him in London. I've offered him a ticket.
That's wise. No, he's a great lad, Radez. He's an absolute character. Just not when you're in a confined space. Lewis Gregory coming on to bowl at the Ian Botham stand end or river end. Seen much of anyone bowl this summer actually, so looking forward to watching Lewis. Straight on the spot there.
Batted really well last week, Lewis. It was a captain's innings. Well, in both innings, actually, but the second innings one. Said innings about 5 times in 4 seconds there. Made 80 off nearly 200 balls. Un-Lewis Gregory-like, but he did exactly what his team needed him to.
Yeah, he's always had an awful lot of ability with the bat. I've always felt like he underscores for how good he plays, but I know with a heavy bowling load, it's hard to get the practice in and sometimes the energy levels up to do justice to your talents as a batter. But hopefully taking over the captaincy and bowling in a team with a battery of 4-day bowlers, that might help him, might help his batting out. That's for sure. It was a magnificent spell that we've just witnessed from Craig Overton. Quite remarkable how he's only ended up with the solitary wicket. Knots 27 for 1 in the 13th over here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. That looks like it's a little bit high. Lewis, he certainly liked it.
You can tell when he likes it because he ends up down on one knee.
Oh wow, that's close as well. Gee whiz.
Must have said it hit him outside the line. It's not height that's been turned down. Slater maybe gets over one, half a life there.
He's already had that half of one off Jet Davey, isn't he? He's had a couple of real close LBW shouts there, turned down. And fraction 2 straight. Slater doesn't miss out on that, clips it through. The diving Shoaib Bashir at forward square leg. Casey Aldridge does the fielding. And as he's got a hoodie on, that means it's 4. That is the way that cricket seems to go. It's remarkable how many times that happens. You get an LBW that's very close, if not probably out. The next ball disappears for 4.
Lewis Gregory taking over the captaincy of Somerset. Notts have got a new skipper this year as well. Hasib Hamid has, I was going to say, taken the armband. It's not really an armband, is it? But a decent cricket brain on him.
Yeah, from my experiences, Haas, he's a good guy within the group. Yeah, I suppose when I think it was his first year at Nottinghamshire when I was there, so he's always a good talker about the game, knows the game pretty well, especially with the style of player he is, so a real natural fit for captaincy.
I know he hasn't got many today, and over 31 for one way, hasn't got any at all. But when he first came across to Nottinghamshire a couple of years ago, he was in a bit of a rut with his batting. He'd had that amazing start to his career, hadn't quite gone so well, but he scored pretty heavily for Nottinghamshire, found his kind of role in the side again, found a home.
Yeah, I think on the whole it's been a positive move for him. He will obviously certainly have aspirations to get back into the England fold, but that's a tough nut to crack, and there's a lot of good players out there that will also be vying for that position. I think it's just important when you're in that position that you have the joy in what you're doing outside of your aspirations. Nottinghamshire is, and I'm sure he does, I have no reason to suspect he doesn't. Maybe that captaincy role is something that will inspire him on to some great knocks. He's certainly a fine player. He's never let himself down when he's pulled on the 3 lions as well, so he's got a lot to be proud of. Casey Aldridge on the field for Craig Overton, possibly. No, not Craig Overton. Oh, a lovely shot there from Will Young. Slightly over pitch from Pretorius, and Will Young doesn't miss out on that. Another 4.
Good player, Will Young, good signing. Played a couple of games for them last season, big 100 down at the Oval. Only played 2 or 3 games. He's had a couple of county stints at Northants, Durham. So you played with him when you went over to New Zealand and played over there?
Yeah, he was fresh when I played for Central Districts for a couple of years. I think it was his first couple of years on the staff. So I've always kept an eye on how he goes about his business. Played a bit of league cricket, believe it or not, in the Bristol area.
Did he?
I think he was currently in the New Zealand national setup, or had a Black Caps contract, and was playing club cricket in England, which is remarkable, really, if you think about it. But
I remember chatting to Azhar Ali, and I think he had a test match for Pakistan at Lords against Australia, and then went up and played for a club in Aberdeen the following week. Loved it.
Pretorius into that danger area there. Ball's not darting around as much as it was early on. The ball's now, 13 and a bit overs old, 35 for 1 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
What point do we see Bashir, do you reckon? Before lunch, presumably?
Well, I suppose the natural end of a spell. Everyone's going to want to bowl 6 to 8 overs. Whether that fits in with one of those sort of token couple of overs before lunch, that might potentially be the case. Another lovely straight drive. Beats Casey Aldridge, but he's going to reel it in before the line. Nice bit of fielding there from Casey. Will Young picks up another couple.
Moves on to 17. Slater at the other end on 20. We'll take you around the grounds shortly. Welcome to everyone on YouTube. Good 2,500 of you in there watching. Keep an eye on the comments all day as well. I can see a lot of the usual names from previous seasons. Welcome back. Welcome to the new names.
Yeah, what's happening on the old comments page? We got any questions to answer, or are we accountable for anything? I know I've got to apologise for a
mishap,
slight Freudian slip with a swear.
I didn't hear it, but I saw Twitter then went, oh, first swear word on a county stream, tick word, and someone went, was it Trigo by any chance? 37 for 1.
You know, it's also, you know, it's early season for us commentators as well, isn't
Bit
it?
ring rusty, yeah.
There's Vic laughing. He's made a few mistakes in his time on air, no doubt. No, he's perfect, Vic Marks, isn't he? Never makes a mistake.
I think an impactful swear word can work. Nothing worse than going to see a comedian who just swears every other word, but if they just drop it in once in a while. I'm not sure Ben Warren would see it that way on the live stream. Probably less is more.
I think if we stop talking about it, everyone will forget as well. So we move on as a team.
As a team, right. When we make mistakes, we move on as a team. It's good to know that.
My
swear
season is your swear. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Proper coach these days, aren't you?
Lewis Gregory charging in. I like it when he's running in with a good amount of gusto. Just got a little bit too straight to Ben Slater. I think the difference is, you know, the ones that he's clipping towards mid-on are sort of pitching on and around middle, whereas the one that trapped him with that close LBW shape was more, you know, 4th, 5th stump and nipped back towards off stump. That's the real danger channel there from round the wicket. Even a decent swinger of the ball like Lewis has gone straight to round the wicket, as the left-hander is, which is a little bit of a surprise, but in fairness, it did nearly bring a wicket. Just starting to shape a little bit, and I think that is another characteristic of the Duke ball. You get swing early on with the lacquer on. The lacquer comes off and it takes a while for the slips to shine the ball up, get some heat into the ball as well with the friction of rubbing it. You sometimes get a period where it doesn't do a great deal, and then sort of 18, 20, 25 overs it will just start swinging again once the buffing of the ball has been done. Sometimes the ball does flatten out a little bit. Definitely a little bit of swing on show there for Lewis. Once you can start to trust that as a bowler, you can tighten your line up towards middle stump and guarantee that it's going to shape towards that channel of 4th, 5th stump, which is what you want, where those edges come from. Beautiful morning here though, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah, I've got one question, is how many people are in the ground? I don't know the exact number, but quite a lot. It was nice to see when I turned up about 9 o'clock, there were queues outside the ground, people back together for the first time. Many won't have seen each other all winter, like us.
It's more exciting than Christmas morning. First day of the championship season down here at Taunton. Yeah, I'd say we got a couple of thousand in, quite comfortably.
James Hildreth stand over there, all the members. I like to squeeze in close together in the sunshine. It looks glorious. There is quite a wind out there. It's warm when you can get away from the wind.
I'm assuming we still have do the earpieces still have charge?
Yeah, we do. I think Colin said, hello Pete and Sam, listening along in the ground on my earpiece. Yes, as long as you turned it off over the winter, you probably still got some charge this morning. Virtue Motors continuing to provide those this summer as well, available downstairs from reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion, available online as well. You get to listen to even more of us. There is the great man on screen. Oh, it's a beauty from Lewis Gregory. Just left Will Young. I think he pulled his hands away from it at the very last second end of the over. 38 for 1, 15 gone. Glorious sight there, Triggs.
Isn't it just? Isn't it just? Lovely to be back as we have a look at the bowling figures there. Unbelievable spell from Craig Overton. Real unlucky 1 for 13 if there's such a thing. Davey also, I think he's pretty hard done by with an LBW to Slater. No wickets for 11. Pretorius, 3 overs for 9. And Gregory, another one that's maybe lucky not to have picked up an LBW too. 5 overs, sorry, 2 overs for 5. So Somerset will be starting to panic a little bit. Talking to the great man, Marcus Trescothick, I saw on his his daughter's social media page, who works here at the ground, Ellie Trez, posting pictures of him picking up his upgrade from the King. I think it was Princess Anne who awarded him with his OBE. So congratulations to Marcus and all the Trescothick family. A great honour and a much deserved one.
I think you have to give the previous one back, don't you? I can never remember the order. I think you basically have to trade in your medal. It's like going to like cash for gold.
I was hoping to grab that second hand.
To pass it down.
Yeah. I'll give Charles a ring later, see if we can do a deal. Sorry, King Charles. Oh, over pitch there. Greedy ball from Pretorius, and Ben Slater has smeared that through. Extra cover for 4. Beautiful shot. The fielders didn't move. The only person to move was Jake Ball, former Nottinghamshire player, now Somerset player in the dugout. But he didn't think he'd be doing any fielding this morning. Missing out on today's game. I'm assuming that he's fit. I haven't heard to the contrary. I wonder what that would he have wanted to have played against his previous team. You know, it's a difficult thing, isn't it?
He was a bit unlucky at the start of last season not to play more for Nottinghamshire. I remember chatting to Kevin Shine, and they call themselves the bowling cartel, and they've got a fair few of them involved in it. People like Fletcher, Dane Patterson, what a signing! And hopefully we'll see him soon at some point in this game. Fletcher's a brilliant bowler. Brett Hutton.
Yeah, Brett Hutton had a prolific season as well, didn't he? He took a lot of wickets, especially in the early part of the season. Fletch does what Fletch has done for many years, and Dane Patterson, you're exactly right there, Sam. He had a magnificent season.
He took 5 in the opening game at Trent Bridge. I think he walked off a plane about 24 hours earlier with the Kookaburra, went out and took 5. Always smiling whenever he's being interviewed.
Good line and length there from Pretorius. The batters are just taking charge here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, 42 for 1, and after the first 3 balls this innings, they had a feel of a little bit of a spurt of wickets from Somerset, especially the way that Craig Overton was bowling. But the Notts batters, Will Young and Ben Slater, have played very watchfully, and they've picked off the occasional bad ball and got themselves into a really good position here in the first hour. Well, we've just ticked over the first hour. I'd say it was almost a 60-40 win for the batting side, wouldn't you, Sam?
Yeah, what would you have said this morning when you had a look at the pitch? What would you have fancied as a decent score out there today? Well,
first and foremost, I probably would have bowled.
Yeah.
Just because of it was fresh, it was firm, there was a little bit of live grass on it. But then I suppose the brain fade's not there. It is Taunton. It's always a great place to bat first. But I just think early season, the Duke ball as well, being a little bit different to the previous couple of games. I'd have said the bowlers would have dominated this morning, so I'm a little bit surprised. And to be fair, if Craig Overton would have caught the outside edge, which, let's face it, could have easily happened 3 or 4 times, it would be a different story. But we are where we are.
And as this game proved last year, this fixture, things can change quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, in round 1, you know, really uncharacteristic folding of the cards from Nottinghamshire against Essex, bowled out very cheaply to lose that first championship game. And I think it was Sam Cook and Jamie Porter that did all the damage there.
So Sam Cook must be very close to that test side as well.
No, he doesn't bowl 95 miles an hour. Yeah, I mean, his record's scary, really, isn't it? He's got a lot of wickets at about 19. It's almost, you can't ignore someone who gets that many wickets. I think it's really tough to not give him a crack, especially, you know, I always think one of my favourite afternoons of watching cricket on the TV was watching Tim Murtagh terrorise the England batters and pick up that 5 for Ireland.
Until Jack Leach got to the crease.
Just proving that, you know, it is a game of skill as well as physicality.
Also with Cook, the thing is, he's 26, but he's a serial winner. Like, he's won the championship a couple of times, Bob Willis Trophy, won the Blast, won overseas T20 tournaments, so he knows how to win. He's got that mentality. Keeps a little notebook, I heard on a podcast. He's got a little black book, basically, where he writes down the names of every wicket he's ever taken.
That only makes me dislike him slightly.
I thought it might.
I really
Do you not have one of those?
I really liked him until I heard that. I thought every time I've been around him and in his company, he's been a great lad. But that's just, it's gone down 5% there. You can just Google that sort of stuff these days, can't you? No, that was. there is no black book of runs and wickets in the Trigo house. That's for sure.
They've got a couple of seamers that we're trying to push for international honours, though. Nottinghamshire. I saw Josh Tongue was up there working in the gym last week. I was at the first game of the season. Signed him from Worcestershire. Jim, you probably know well that one in the Redcliffe Road end.
Yeah, yes. All the gyms around the country, I've noticed. I was in Somerset the other day while I was with the Storm, and that's had a little bit of an upgrade. And Andy Hurry must have very begrudgingly put a bit of budget to a few bits of kit. And I know they've done the same at Trent Bridge. It's part of the game now. You want to be a 3-format player and a robust player to play 50, 60 games a season. You've got to keep yourself in good order these days. Much like our co-commentator Vic Marks did throughout his career, he was always a prime athlete.
There's a hand on it, Gregory. And they'll pick up one. Matthew Renshaw will trot round, and it is a trot round. Into the over. 43 for one. That's going to tick up 2. They haven't started yet at Chelmsford. It's been raining. They are due to start imminently, though. Durham are playing Worcestershire at Kidderminster. We've all seen how the floods have affected
would like to thank our
Durham,
partners for
having elected to bat actually
season.
R22
Cooper Associates Group,
for 2 out of these.
WPA
Scott
Health
Borthwick opening the
Insurance,
batting for
Trade
Durham.
Nation,
Both gone.
Higgos Insurance Services, and Virtue Motors.
I don't think it's going to be long until we are going to see a bit of spin. I've got a feeling that they might have a little go at some stage, especially with the left-hander being in there. The runs are starting to flow a little bit here for Nottinghamshire. I don't think Craig will want another spell, but then again, he does often like bowling from this top end, doesn't he? So wouldn't surprise me if Craig switches round, but maybe following Lewis, Bashir might get a little bit of a go.
No surprise, the off-spinner in the back of the box is pushing for the off-spinner. That could have gone anywhere. It's going to go for 4. It's a false shot from Will Young. His eye sort of lit up. It was over pitch from Pretorius, but inside edge. A little bit of luck. Same kind of luck that Hamid didn't get early on.
Yes, a game of fine margins, that's for sure.
Couple of runs out towards backward point. Young moves on to 24, Slater 25, 49 for 1.
For those with a keen eye, Craig Overton's wearing a black armband in remembrance for his grandfather, who sadly and recently passed away. So our best wishes to the Overton family. From everyone at Somerset County Cricket Club. Pretorius just getting one to nibble back through the gate there, straight through to James Rue. A couple of nearly moments, and Vic Marks will be seeing a very exciting sight at mid-wicket. Shoaib Bashir mimicking his bowling action, swinging the arms. He's obviously been given the wink from Lewis Gregory that he's had enough of running into that breeze. Will Young trying to pull there, just kept a bit low and nipped back and into that midriff.
Didn't really get up at all, did it? It looked like it hit the pitch and then stopped, and Young was through the shot too early.
Yeah, it looked like it just decked back at him a tiny little bit as he tried to swivel pull. He's a very, very good player of the pull and cut shot, as most players are from that part of the world. So he's over pitches, bit of an overcorrection, good bit of fielding there.
clearly wanting him to drive, though, aren't they? That 3 slips in. Tom Banton's a sort of short mid-off. Catcher at short mid-wicket. It's largely going to be pitched up. Good to see Tom Banton playing some 4-day cricket. I think if he's given a run in the side, he'll come good. Kohler Cadmore still in the IPL.
Yeah, nice to see him play. He's going to be quite quickly under a bit of pressure to perform, though. He hasn't really got going in his 4-day career. He's won a couple of scores of note, but for a player of his talent, hasn't really kicked on, which has been a bit of a surprise for most people in cricket. In fact,
a reminder that membership of Somerset
get an opportunity while the IPL's on, and
season is still on sale and can be purchased via our
Lovely little look down the camera by Matt Renshaw there.
Marcus Trescothick Pavilion.
It looks like it is going to be a change. Or is it not? Not quite yet.
Lewis Gregory having one more. A bit of a correction. He said into the wind. He's actually got a nice wind for an away swing bowler over his right shoulder. Helping that bit of swing, but he's persevering with the round the wicket tactic. I think it's fair to say that Slater's probably quite lucky to still be there on 25. 2 incredibly close LBWs. 1 off Davey early on that if he hadn't hit it was absolutely stone dead. I'm sure at some stage in the lunch interval we'll see those 2 replays. And he's got him around the wicket. A little bit of an away swinger. He's nicked it through to James Rew. And I think Somerset have deserved that. Ben Slater has to go for 25. Somerset pick up their second.
See his frustration, Slater himself, for just poking at that one, but it was in an area he felt he had to play at it. He could have left it alone. Done all the hard work, survived those LBW shouts, but Lewis Gregory gives himself an extra over, and it's turned out to be a pretty good decision.
That's a magnificent piece of bowling there. I know Ben Slater will be disappointed, but he's been undone by a pretty good ball there on a line that if it nips in, it's going to be challenging the stumps. So he had to play at it, and it's just offered away towards the slips, and no mistake from James Rew. As we see a great angle here from our replay camera. Angled in, and it's just straightened enough. That's an absolute beauty from Lewis Gregory. All credit to the Somerset captain. He picks up Somerset second. Notts are 49 for 2 in the 19th over.
Joe Clark in at 4 in good nick this season. Couple of hundreds already. The wicket-keeper as well, and left out Tom Moore from the start. He's been playing 2s. I saw he scored big runs yesterday for the 2s, actually. Joe Clark keeping wicket for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, interesting call. Tommy Moores is a real X-factor player. He's got that innings in him. Maybe not as consistent as I think he will be in time, but they've decided to give the gloves to another player, and actually it's a pretty tricky place to be. It's one of the rare counties where being the wicket keeper doesn't guarantee you a position, because you've got Duckett and Clark that are both more than competent with the wicket keeping gloves as well. So with that you can play an extra bowler, which it looks like Nottinghamshire have, with playing four seamers and Calvin Harrison, and having a batter of Joe Clark's quality that can take the gloves. It does give you that extra option, a batter or a bowler. Must be a nice place to be. Joe Clark, a couple of hundreds under his belt in the first couple of games. He's been under pressure and he scored. They've been important hundreds as well. Lewis Gregory into his 4th over, 1 for 6. I think Somerset as a bowling unit have certainly deserved that breakthrough. We're starting to really wait towards a successful Nottinghamshire session, but that just pulls it back into fair game at the moment. So have you been had a very football, soccer heavy winter, Sam?
Yeah, I've done a lot of football a lot of football, which I do enjoy. Got a couple of nice trips coming up actually out in Como next week, which will be quite good fun. Cesc Fabregas's team. I got an invite this morning to go out to Pakistan for a football trip in mid-May, which I'm contemplating. Yeah, Como will be nice. Lovely ground right by the lake. Being put up there by the club as well for 4 days in the hotel. Taking my fiance with me, why not?
Why wouldn't you do that? You must be writing some very flattering articles about them.
I think I will have to write a very flattering article, yes. They could get promoted the day I'm out there, though, so that makes it easier to be flattering about them.
Definitely. There's the Somerset bench there. Tom Banton just being off the field.
Probably getting a bit
getting some running repairs. Fletcher giving him a bit of grief, no doubt. What a great character of county cricket Luke Fletcher is. A nick! That's off the back inside thigh. By the looks of it, didn't carry. David Mills intimated that was a little bit high. Yeah, and he's right. We'll give the umpire that one for sure. Outside the line and a bit high.
He's got a book out, hasn't he, Luke Fletcher? I think co-written with the man next door, Dave Bracegirdle, or the BBC Radio Nottingham.
God, they must have gone through some. They must have gone through some crayons writing that. Fletchy in his book. It's definitely colour by numbers, that one. Now that'd be a great read.
There's a few tales in there.
What a character. Bit of a legend across the road as well when he goes to watch his beloved Forest.
Beauty, Lewis Gregory, absolute beauty. It's the outside edge on the over.
Love watching Lewis Gregory when he's running like this, that extra bit of zip on the ball. He gets his tail up. The batters generally have a torrid time. He's a real sort of streak bowler. He gets onto a run, gets into a rhythm. He can be one of the best in the country. Bowls with a good bit of pace, but great skills.
Josh Davey back into the attack. By the looks of it, Miguel Pretorius taking a rest. And Josh Davey comes back for a second spell of the morning. Good to see him back out there. Had a bit of a stop-start season last year. Play as much.
Sponsored by Holiday Cottages, number 38.
It's in a great spot, that Nottinghamshire ground, though, isn't it? I've got friends who live on the Radcliffe Road, and you walk out of their house and you've got Trent Bridge, Nottingham Forest, there's the rugby club, which is always underwater, and then Notts County just over the water. It's a lovely place to, if you love your sport.
Yeah, there's not too many better areas in the country than West Bridgeford.
Peter Siddle liked it up there. He's got a favourite coffee shop. It's quite a trendy little place, West Bridgeford, isn't it? It's the kind of nice little hipster area. Siddle loved his morning coffee. Were you there in lockdown though? Was it?
One of my years was very locked down, very, very depressing, as everyone suffered in that period. Musters Road, right opposite the ground. I used to walk from where I was staying past this little sandwich shop. 9 times out of 10, Samit Patel would be in there getting his sausage sandwich in the morning and then coming into the ground for his second breakfast.
There's a lovely kebab shop there, Eva's Grill, just opposite on Radcliffe Road.
Yeah, that's the football ground side.
Yeah.
Very nice indeed. Yeah, not massively known to frequent the kebab shops.
No, probably not
personally, but
bit of lean chicken.
Yeah, I did have a couple of mixed grills from there. Davey into Will Young, starting to use his feet, which is a real positive way of going about it, trying to negate the lateral movement that Davey's getting out of the pitch. Shows that he's in a confident frame of mind. On to 24, Will Young. He's had an aborted landing there. He's going back down the runway. I think just looked like his wind must have just got up as he was on his way into bowl. rubbing the top of his head. Maybe he's a bit concerned he might lose a little bit more of that fringe. Lovely shot there from Will Young on the up through the covers. Bit of a race to the boundary there. He's going to reel that in just short. Is Matt Ranshaw? Will Young going to pick up 3 points.
Still good
50
number.
up. 50 up for Nottinghamshire.
Still a good number of you on the stream. Get any comments or questions in for Triggs? I'm sure he's keen to answer them. Anyone know when Tom Abel's back? I think they're going to be careful with his hamstring, aren't they? There's no need to take any risks.
I saw him doing some rehabilitation, I suppose I'd probably put it at 50% running in the indoor school the other day, which was nice to see. But yeah, I think it was from that previous hamstring tear. There's still a little bit of scar tissue in there that they're trying to get rid of. Massage and ultrasound, stretching, loading it on the old what do they call them? RDLs, Romanian deadlifts, the old straight leg deadlifts, warming up all the hamstrings, elongating the muscle, all this stuff that Vic Marks behind me now is just nodding in agreeance and approval. You'd have done a fair few RDLs in your time, wouldn't you, Vic? Unbeknowingly to him. Every time you bend down with a straight leg to pick up the 12 pack of Buckham, that's an RDL. Well bowled, Josh Davey, probing around that off stump.
Clark using his feet to Davey as well from early on.
Later on this afternoon, we've got sadly outgoing Chief Executive Gordon Hollins coming in, talking about the Tier 1 status of the women's cricket. That successful bid from Somerset County Cricket Club shows a lot about what's going on here down at Somerset. Financially stable, you know, club looking to the future, so that'd be a really interesting conversation. I think that's due for the tea break. So that'd be interesting to get his insight as Western Storm's batting coach. I might just slide in a little application to reapply for my job while I'm there.
That's true, isn't it?
See how we get on.
Everyone's technically out of contract, aren't they?
No, but before he leaves, just make sure I can can secure my batting position. But I think that's going to probably depend on how the girls go. So that's starting tomorrow. For those who want to tune in and follow that game, I'm sure that's on a live stream.
Rare short ball for Lewis Gregory. Just took Young by surprise. He did try and pull it, but he was through the shot too quickly again. And we saw the Pretorius bouncer that jagged in and didn't quite get up. And that one didn't get up as quickly as Will Young. Thought it was going to hit him in the midriff. Yeah, I spoke to Luffy in the week. She was very excited about that first game. Big appeal from Lewis Gregory. He likes it, and it's for good reason. It's been given. He wasn't down on one knee, but he was asking the question. And Will Young has to go for 27. Somerset have their third wicket in the morning. 52 for free Triggs. Thoughts on that one?
Well, one thing you can't see or hear up here is any sort of inside edge, but if he has an inside edge, that is salmon and trout, in my opinion. That's hit him on a roundabout off stump, clattering into a worse middle and off middle stump. I think that's a pretty fair decision there from umpire Milnes.
You can see Will Young's head goes back as soon as he knows there that it's going.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call. No, didn't really intimate that there's any bat involved. I think that was more a disappointment of probably going back to a ball that he should have gone forward to. That would be my suggestion. Matthew Montgomery, I believe, is striding it to the middle.
The incoming batter for Nottinghamshire is number 14,
very
Matt Montgomery.
Prolific in the second 11 into 2021, I think, when I was there. Very, very good young player. Interesting to see how he's developed. I know he's had a spattering of good performances for Nottinghamshire, and I think fairness, to get into the 11, you've got to be deemed a pretty good player.
Yeah, played 11 games last year. He averaged 26.94. As Triggs is going to take a break, and Vic Marks is going to come back in alongside me. 52 for free. Triggs with us for 3 out of the 4 days. He's on coaching duties tomorrow in Cardiff. Montgomery to face his first ball. We talked about Lewis Gregory taking wickets in clusters. He's got a couple inside 2 overs. They're going to put a full slip, I think. Matt Renshaw is jogging across to join the trio of Somerset. Those are already there. Lewis Gregory was ready to go. Matt Renshaw wasn't exactly moving quickly into the wind, was he?
Well, if the captain's ready, full slip should be ready. Anyway, Gregory's hungry for more.
Short leg in as well. I think it's Tom Banton under the helmet there. As Renshaw's coming in at first slip. The plan was for him to come in at first slip, but he was so slow getting over there. He had to do a ball at 4th. I think he's getting a bit of stick from James Rowe and Craig Overton. Lamb will be there at 3rd now. Is it Sean Dixon at 4th slip?
I think so, yeah. Time to put a bit of pressure on 2 batsmen on Nord. Gregory, he's had a great start to the season with the ball, and indeed with the bat. Captaincy sometimes does that to you, until you get utterly exhausted. But he's performing well, and in a captaincy, I think it is true that it can't. I mean, not that he needed any other spur, but it sort of takes you out of yourself. You're not worried about personal performances anymore. You're just desperate for the team to do well, and that sometimes kind of releases you to just say, I've got to get some runs because I'm in charge here, rather than thinking, I've got to get some runs because I'm going to get dropped, otherwise you're going to get dropped.
Yeah, which he did last week up at Surrey, and he's not a man I don't think that would overthink it either.
No, well, he was terrific, wasn't he, in the Blast last year as a captain at Leeds player. Sure, that carried, but and he is, as you were saying, I think, he's a streaky ball, but when it all clicks, stuff happens, and that I just don't think carried to Renshaw at first slip, but it's a false shot again, just found the edge. You've got 2 batsmen to keep that pressure on. Both looking tentative. Clark's the big wicket, you think?
He's been brilliant, Nick, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's always been a gifted player, and if he gets going, quite a destructive one too. So not surprising that there's a pretty attacking field for Davey as well. 3 slips forward, short leg. That's a shot of a man in form too. Shimmy down the pitch and then a clip straight to the fielder, but right out of the middle.
Straight away from ball 1 against Davey. Clark was happy to do that. He's a couple of steps down the pitch by the time he's meeting that ball.
I mean, there's almost a case, but he may not, for Rowe to stand up, actually. Both Young, before he got out, and Clark are kind of using the crease, or coming out of the crease, to play against Davey. The downside of doing that is, of course, that the nicks, and the ball is moving, the nicks are so much harder to catch when you're standing up. So on balance, he's probably right to stay where he is for the moment.
Who were some of the best keepers you played with up to the stumps?
Well, oddly, the first keeper at Somerset when I played here was a chap called Derek Taylor.
Yeah.
Derek, probably John Somerset Taylor, who was from Surrey, playing. and he was terrific at standing up to seamers, and he would have done that to Tom Cara, who barely bowled a bad ball, so that made it a bit easier, but nonetheless there'll be the next. And he also did it. There's a few stumped tailor bowled Burgess, Graham Burgess, who would swing the ball, and sometimes, you know, he might swing it down the leg side, in swing it, go down the leg side, batsman over topples, and Derek standing up was exceptional. Another one who was exceptional, well, that's a parry for a single, standing up, but he wouldn't get a game very often nowadays because you've got to be able to average about 37, was Trevor Gard.
Right.
I mean, it was almost comical when Trevor was keeping to Joel Garner, because Trevor was only about, well, still is, pleased to say, only about 5'5". In fact, batting partnerships between them were quite hilarious. But standing up, he won us almost. He won us a Lord's final, which I mentioned in just a second. I'll just see this one against Kent, when 2 dismissals were a stumping off me down the leg side and a stumping off Viv, who was bowling his seamers down the leg side against Kent. So it was a lovely moment. And he also, I remember that year, I think it was that year, he won a Man of the Match award down at Hove in a one-day semi-final or quarter-final, in which Somerset bowled out Sussex for 60-odd. And they were bowled out by, predictably, Garner and Botham, who shared the wickets essentially, well, probably 8 wickets between them. And the Man of the Match award was one of my favourite men, who no longer was Arthur Milton, who said, well, I couldn't separate Garner.
In association with Virtue Motors, Somerset's County Cricket Club will be providing radio earpieces to enable members and supporters to enjoy our live ball-by-ball match commentary. These will be available to purchase from reception in the Marcus Trosophic Pavilion.
Well, that's where you can tell the natural from the created sometimes. I mean, it's an interesting development. And obviously, there's always been the sort of batsman stroke wicketkeeper, Jim Parks, kept for England quite a lot, but he started life as a top quality batsman and remained a top quality batsman. Alex Stewart became a terrific keeper, but he started as a batsman. So that's the pattern. But I'm noticing, Surrey are leading this. It's happening to spin bowlers now, isn't it? Dan Lawrence has bowled probably more overs than as many overs as any other spin bowler in the country at the moment. Dan Lawrence, who's moved to Surrey from Essex.
Oh, he and Cam Steele were the leading wicket takers.
Who both of whom started out as sort of batsmen who bowled a bit. Well, certainly Lawrence has always been a batsman, a high quality batsman, who can bowl the odd over. So that's a pattern too. The captains, coaches are looking particularly at the oval, and I don't blame them. Can work for frontline batsmen really, who can develop their bowling.
The Jacks in white ball cricket.
And it's bad news for Verdi.
Very bad news for him. But it could potentially be bad news for a couple of Hartley and Bashir and Leach, because you play one spinner in this country. If you can get Steele or, well, not Steele, but Lawrence into that side. Shot from Clark for 1.
I think ultimately the quality will out. But you've got to be a very good spin bowler who is a specialist spin bowler to get that place in the team. I think, particularly if there is spin available, there's turning pitches, so you are talking about a potential match winner. You still want your best bowler. But it makes it tough for the likes of Shoaib, who actually, his batting's coming on, but he's batting number 11, Leach.
This chap, Montgomery, for Nottinghamshire, is a very traditional, quite happy to hang around kind of player. They picked him up, I think he was playing league cricket, and at Loughborough Uni when they picked him up, He went straight into their side, and they really rate him. Another former South Africa under-19 skipper.
Is he?
Yeah,
Right.
and then came over to play club cricket in Yorkshire. I think from the minute they saw him in the Royal, he went straight into their Royal London Cup side.
It's always interesting that there are different pathways. There is the sort of standard pathway, you know, Somerset under age group through, and then if you're really good, England under 19s, and off you go, and then your next stop, having got a county place, is the Lions. Off you go. You get a few through that tradition, if you like, the sort of the orthodox system. But it's great when they come from different routes. Oh. In fact, two of England's best cricketers, you know, were Strauss and Collingwood, who never appeared in under 19. But in a way, those sort of cricketers tend to be grittier because they have to get that volume of runs. They can't just rely on, you know, gorgeous talent that seemed to be exuding from them. They've got to get their runs, and they got their runs. So there are routes A, B, and C. And Shoaib actually is obviously an interesting example of not being retained, but but finds himself playing for England a couple of years later.
D, E and F for people like that. They have to go down all the different avenues.
Yeah.
National counties cricket, the standard there is really high at the moment.
Well, it's been very disciplined from Somerset, and not many free runs out there. But there is enough movement to keep them interested. Gregory, in particular, has just got that ball to move around. He's picked up a couple of wickets. Overton, in his first spell, beat the bat many times. And I would think now that there are fresh batsmen in, well, they might consider Overton just before lunch, or they might get him primed for the immediate spell after lunch. It's always more encouraging if you're a bowler that having done a spell, you come back on and you find that there's some different batsmen to bowl at. That sort of cheers you up a bit.
And that would be the disappointment for Nottinghamshire, wouldn't it? That, yes, they rode their luck at times later, particularly in young, but having got to the mid-20s to then get out, to not still be there at lunch, that would be the disappointment.
Yeah. They weren't particularly, if you like, bad dismissals from Slater's point of view. I mean, he got a good delivery. He was not doing anything. It wasn't a case of bad thinking in either case, actually. I mean, the most culpable dismissal, if we're being ruthlessly critical, is that of Hamid, actually.
It was a strange shot, wasn't it? First up.
Yeah. It was a very ordinary delivery, just over-pitched quite wide, and you would have thought, Hamid especially, you would have thought, well, let that one pass, just as we get acclimatised. Third ball of the match, and inside edge onto the stumps.
It's intriguing though, isn't it? Because my head goes to that place as well, but actually if you're a batter and you get what you deem to be a half volley, you'd want to try and put it away irrespective of where you are in the game.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it was quite. It was a very ordinary delivery, but I'm not quite sure it was half volley length, or if it was so wide that it was hard to make it into a half volley. Anyway, he could have crunched it for four, and everyone said, "Well, that's the new Hamid, positive in approach, in great nick." He's got good rhythm at the moment, Dave. He's not getting extravagant movement, but he is on target. Clark in particular is looking to kind of use his feet a little bit to him sometimes when he's down there, as Young was just starting to do. But Montgomery still to get off the mark. He's been tested.
It was actually a good leave that in the end.
Yeah.
Critchley's the other one to throw in, actually. Someone in the YouTube comments, back to our conversation, got 150 and 5 for Essex.
A lot of them are legs. Well, no. Well, Cam still. What sort of bit of the stream against Somerset? He did bowl some serious deliveries, actually. And Critchley has done a great job. They're very shrewd very often at Essex in their signings, and
they look strong this year.
He's an ideal second spinner. They've got Harmer, obviously, but Critchley is good enough to bowl quite a lot of overs, and out of the back of the hand, he'll pick up some wickets, as well as score a lot of runs. And he came from Derbyshire, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He picked him up 2 seasons ago.
Yeah, and he's done well since he's been there.
Change of bowling, I think. Miguel Pretorius back into the attack on the River End.
Well, he hasn't got a wicket. He hasn't looked too bad. I think they're probably saving Overton.
Change of bowling from the River End back onto ball number 27, Miguel Pretorius, sponsored by Coleus Group.
At least that's what I'm thinking, but who knows?
So we see Bashir. It might well be from this end, the Trescothic end, then, if they've just brought Pretorius back on for a couple.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were getting to a stage just when we thought it's time for Bashir, and then 2 wickets fell, and the left-hander was out, and I think that's been put on hold. He might have an over just before lunch, but I think had they not got that little flurry of wickets, he'd probably be on now, trying to test the left-hander and see whether there's any help for him. You wouldn't expect much. Sometimes it turns a little bit more on the first day, it doesn't on the second and third. But nicely played in the way, actually. Soft, you talk about soft hands. It's quite out of the meat of the bat, but no force in the stroke.
Start of this from Pretorius. Change of ends for him. And that 1/2 volley that Clark and Manning Form put away. But there's a couple of balls that just nipped around to the right-hander.
Yep, I mean, he's got 1 wicket, hasn't he?
He did get one.
But he's looking more dangerous. He got one at the Oval, I think, but he's, you know, you can see how he can get wickets here. Just needs to be patient. Oh, and he's unlucky there. Zipped down to that short third-man boundary. The old style county cricket, isn't it? 25 overs.
It's nice to see, isn't it? Nice to see. I know we'll probably talk about the first couple of rounds too much, but one result in 18 games.
What you want is a balance, the right balance, don't you? I mean, I think I don't mind. My memory, but your memory's better, is that last year the Kookaburra games were not so run glutted.
No.
Oh, he's looking for that third-man boundary. Maybe it's worth keeping it open.
Bit of work from Bashir. But they played in the middle of summer.
Yeah.
They were in the middle, and the pitches were a bit better for the Kookaburra. You want to.
The Somerset Cricket Museum will be open
Spinners bowled a
during
lot more in
lunchtime
those
tea
middle
breaks
overs.
of
Spinners probably
today's
bowled
game.
more in the first
Entry is free, but voluntary
couple of games
donations
here
will
than they would have done any other
accepted.
The fifers
Museum is
around
located
the ground. There
behind the
weren't many in that second half. A
next
lot
to
of
the
them were
county
spinners.
sports shop.
bowled a lot of
And at
overs. I mean, I
lunchtime
think
there will be a sale in the museum office of second-hand cricket books.
Overton's going to have a go from the R end, Trescothic Pavilion end. I mean, looking back, I think probably at Canterbury we...
Change of bowling from the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end, coming back onto bowl, sponsored by Southwest Cleaning Equipment. Number 7, Craig Overton.
Always nasty for a specialist spinner to look on and watch the casuals doing a lot of spin bowling. In that, I'm not disparaging their efforts, but Matt Renshaw and Goldsworthy were bowling quite a few overs at Canterbury, and if you're the main spinner, you think, well, hang on, what am I doing sitting here? Anyway, I'm sure he wasn't. No, he is doing some warming up exercises, show as we speak, but I don't know whether that's because he's been alerted. I doubt it. Good carry there. Nicely left, actually. I think he might have. I think Gregory may have thought, okay, we've had I'll just let him have one from the river end. I never used to like. I mean, I used to get on for those 1 overs before lunch, but I never really liked it because you got to go through all this loosening up exercise, try and get yourself in a cold day ready for action.
A bit of running, which is why it surprises me.
And there's only 6 balls to bowl, and then you got to go and have lunch.
But that's why it would surprise me, because of that, having got Pretorius and Overton ready.
Yeah.
Well, we 10 to 1, so we might get 2 overs at this end, including this one, and 1 at the other end if we're lucky. So to have got both your big quick bowlers limbered back up, just maybe 1 over.
Yeah. This is worse. Yes, it's even worse, especially for your senior pace bowler. I mean, to get all loosened up for 1 over is a bit much. Anyway, we'll see.
Got to be careful. They've got to look after Craig Overton. It'd be interesting to see the dynamic, because I remember for a few years, Tom Abel and Jason Kerr used to have a lot of conversations about not overusing Craig, because the temptation was to always go to him.
Yeah. Oh, it's probing line of length. Well, it's a funny season, isn't it? In that you do get this big block of 6 matches off the reel. Now, obviously, in the old days we used to play all the time anyway, but and it's the accepted wisdom is you can't really play, if you're a seam bowler, you can't play all 6 in a row. I don't know how it'd be interesting how they juggle Gregory, who's captain, of course. And who they'll want to be in peak form when the T20 comes around as well. But clearly they've got that in mind, because if you were playing your best, absolutely best 11, I can't see how Casey Aldridge wouldn't be in it as we speak. So there will be a rough plan, but I think you can get yourself tied up in knots, and this happened to England a bit, if you have a heavily prescribed plan that is set out 3 months before the event, and then you end up doing stupid things, illogical things, and not playing someone who's right in the peak of their form, or playing someone, juggling it too much. But I'm sure that's not the case here. Pretorius is going to continue. It's a false alarm in terms of show, but I think it probably is it was just his idea as opposed to everyone else's. He was loosening up.
Somerset have got another couple of games after this before they get their week off. I think Notts play next week and then have a week off. Somerset have 2 more. They go up to Kidderminster
and they're back here.
And then back here against Essex, and then they've got their week's break. You've got to bring these things into. We've got to keep these things in mind, haven't you? Ben Green just gone out on loan to get some cricket.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, and that's a good thing, isn't it? I don't know. It must be strange, though, to be on loan.
Don't get
a whole new team, and
the short-term loan thing. I'm not so big on. I'm not big on the system. I don't. Fair enough, people use the system that's in place. I just think there needs to be a little bit more. Otherwise, you're going to a bit more regulation. Maybe some slightly longer loan periods. Otherwise, you're going to get the big sides managing players.
Well, that's what's happened. I suppose, I mean, he's gone for, essentially he's available for 3 Leicestershire games, I think. And he could always be summoned back if there was an injury crisis. And then, of course, you want to keep an eye on, someone who's, hang on a minute, you look in the, well, you don't look in the paper, there you go.
No chance in the papers if you want to see some cricket.
But they bowled 25 overs in a day. You've got to ring them up and say, what are you doing to our man? Having said that, on balance, it's much better if you're a professional cricketer to be playing.
It is. I completely get that. I would just make it. I would say you have to be half a competition. Fine, have it competition specific, but yeah, these.
So what happens to Shoaib or Jack, or when Somerset are playing one spinner because that's all that's warranted?
Then
they don't play.
That's professional cricket. That's professional sport, isn't it? But going out for 1 game or 2 games here and there, so that one side can manage their resources. It's a tricky balance. I just thought, I think it's gone too. When it was first came in as like an emergency system, and I completely understand the logic behind it. But you're starting to get teams playing it, and if you've got players might end up on contracts with clubs who are never intend to play them, say in red ball cricket. They just want them there for white ball stuff, but then they can manage their work elsewhere, send them off on a couple of little short-term loans.
Oh, he's had that. I feel sorry for Pretorius, and that's happened to him at least once before. Inside edge, past the leg stump, 4 runs. I suppose you could. I think it becomes a bit odd when you're in the same division too. I mean, you could have a fairly flexible loan system on the basis that if you're not playing in the same division, I don't know.
Yeah, I would support that, because yes, with inter-division loans, you get the whole, well, you could lend them. You go, well, I'm not saying teams do this, but you start to think, oh, well, they're playing someone else next week who we need to lose a game, so maybe that we will say yes to that loan. I don't know. But it is a good thing that Ben Green's going to play some cricket.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting the Gregory one though. Do you think they could? Would he play as a pure batter, or would he step aside?
Well, we'll see. I think this is what I think, but is that before the season started, they would have anticipated Gregory not playing all 6 games. This applies to bowlers, not batsmen, obviously, doesn't it? Because the volume of bowling dictates that, and the experts dictate that. Ooh. But I suspect he and everyone else is loath to leave him out because he's been so invaluable as a batsman, let alone as a bowler. And if you're playing just as a batsman, but then a situation arises, he's going to bowl, isn't he?
That's it.
So that's my guess. Ooh. Happened a few times. He has deserved, I think, more than the one. He had a bit of luck getting the first wicket, perhaps, but he's deserved another one, Overton.
Just moved away from Clark. I think that decision might have been easier if Tom Abel had been fit. That would be the natural.
Yeah, although he's not the vice captain, of course, but he adds Craig Overton's vice captain.
Yes, you probably don't rest them both in the same game,
no,
ideally.
No, I think that's probably that would be their plan. I mean, the factor, Tom Abel factor,
his batting
is that once he's fit and firing, Tom Abel clearly strengthens the batting and makes you less concerned about we need Gregory at number 7 to rescue us. Well, they were rushing there to get one more over in, and is it going to be bowled by Pretorius, I think? Who you feel was I mean, a wicket would do him the world of good as well. He's not bowled too badly today. He's had a few edged fours against him. He's got the least attractive bowling figures, but he's looked okay. And beaten the bat once or twice and found the inside edge.
Somerset's morning, do you think? Given the free down?
Just about. I mean, what is unusual is the first total, actually, because we're so used to run rates around the 4 and over mark. But there's only 68 runs on the board after this will be the 29th over. Yes, I think it is just about, and they didn't. It shouldn't make any difference, but they didn't put him in either. Nottinghamshire opted to bat, and it has moved obviously more than we've seen in most of the cricket in the first 2 rounds. But yeah, I mean, just about, definitely Somerset's morning, but a lot of work to do. It's got a long batting lineup. Notts have. It does tend to get easier, but it's done enough to keep all the bowlers interested. It's a nice shot. Just a little push drive. He's bowled more runs. He's offered more run-scoring opportunities, I think, Pretorius and the others, without bowling that badly. But that was just over pitch, and just a little lovely push from Montgomery. All he needed. I've actually enjoyed the balance of the game, if you like. It's not been easy batting. I think it will get easier. The bowlers have had a chance, but this looks like a good cricket wicket at the moment. You know how they change colour here too, don't you? If the sun comes out. So you're here for most of this match, aren't you? Are you working tomorrow?
I'm not actually. I am. I promised my sister. I've got an 18-month-old nephew, and it's the first time my sister and her partner are going away and leaving my nephew under my supervision. Yeah.
Good luck with that. As your nappy changes, we're good
I'm
practice
good.
for you.
I'm good. Yeah. Very happy.
So you'll
with
be
it.
exhausted when we see you.
I can't wait. He's just an absolute joy. All the rest you'll know, Vic, with little kids, grandkids, children, nephews.
On day 1 of
just
this
all melts away.
fixture between Somerset and
End of the over, end of the session.
Nottinghamshire,
I remember having selected to bat first as he made 72 for 3 starts for Will Young and Ben Slater. Unable to go on though. Lewis Gregory picking up a couple of quick wickets. 1 for Craig Overton, 2. Somerset will be happy with that morning's work.
They've worked hard, and they might feel we could have got more.
And cold food and drink
but it's
available around the ground at the following outlets, including Stragglers
enough
Coffee
movement
House,
there to really keep the batsmen honest.
Pavilion,
None have really settled in, but there's power to add. Clark is still there.
And the Botham Bar.
But I think
Each
Gregory
concession is fully stocked with a range of hot and cold options to suit all tastes. Please remember that members receive a 10% discount on concessions in the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Some reward.
Matchday dining is also available in the county room. We offer breakfast.
We're on the cusp of hopefully a very good lunch. Harry Everett's not here, so we don't have to rush too much. We will get some food. We're going to be back in about 40 minutes, but we're going to leave you in the good hands of Richard Walsh because we have an ex-players podcast, and it's Tim Gronivold who sat down with Richard, so we'll leave you with that and be back shortly.
is Tim Grunwald. Nice to see you, Tim, and thank you for coming to join me.
Pleasure. Thanks for having me.
So where did all your cricket story begin? How did it all come about?
Growing up in South Africa, cricket's a big part of growing up and in schools and that. I was very fortunate to be at a school where the head teacher was John T. Rhodes' dad, and that kind of coincided with the 1992 World Cup in Australia. Not sure if you remember his brilliant run out where he dived full length to run out Mzimam al-Haq.
Yeah.
So as a 6-year-old, 7-year-old at the time, starting your cricketing journey, if you like, and falling in love with the game, to watch that type of thing in the early hours of the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, and then head off to school and your cricket coach is John T's dad. That was probably the start. And then, just, every day, my dad throwing balls to me, picking balls up, taking me down to the nets, playing with friends at school, and then it just went from there. It was one of those things where, whenever I was asked as a 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 10-year-old, whatever it was, what are you going to do one day? It was, I'm going to play cricket. Whether I was going to be good enough or not, no one knew, but that was my thing. I was going to play cricket, and stuck by that.
Did you always want to be a bowler, or?
I was very much a batter and bowler, growing up through the age groups. But I think as time went on, I probably enjoyed bowling more. Loved coming in down the order and giving it a whack and being in tricky situations. But yeah, bowling probably came into it more probably, towards the age of 17, 18, 19. Yeah.
And how did you end up coming to England?
I came over on a school tour, or not a school tour, like a club tour in 1997, 98, around there, as a 15-year-old. And anyway, came over, we started down in Cornwall, and we played a few different clubs. We stopped in here, funny enough, on the way up to Birmingham.
Did you?
Yeah, pulled in here on the bus. We went into the club shop at the time. Some kids wanted to buy a few bits and pieces for the tour ahead. And I remember the Somerset guys training on the field here at the time and just being a little bit like, wow, anytime you came across a professional team, if you like, you're a bit in awe. So yeah, that was that trip as a 15-year-old. Met a coach in Birmingham at the time, Paul Greetham.
Yeah.
We played against his club side, and he kind of just stayed in touch. Came out to South Africa to do some coaching, and when I was 18, he suggested I come over and play for Southern Coalfield Cricket Club, which he was in charge of at the time, and his dad was the head groundsman and chairman. So that was like music to my ears as a 18-year-old. Finishing school, I was like, brilliant, I'll go over to England and play a season of club cricket. And never looked back. Had a good year in the Birmingham League, topped the wicket charts and was up there in the runs. And Warwickshire got in touch to ask if I'd like to come down for a trial the following year if I was coming back. So I thought absolutely brilliant. And then following year came back, and Alan Donald was the second team coach at Warwickshire. Right. He gave me a call, which again, I mean, absolute hero, Alan Donald, growing up, along with John T. Rhodes, and so I couldn't turn that down. Went down to Edgbaston for a trial, and then I ended up playing the whole season in the second team, just together with playing club cricket on the weekends. And come the end of the year, they offered me a 2-year contract because I had a British passport, and that was that. That was kind of my career in South Africa done. But with no regrets. Loved my time, playing at Warwickshire and then Derbyshire, here in Kent. So
yeah. That's interesting. I mean, the Birmingham League in those days had some class acts, didn't they, playing?
Yeah, some unbelievable players, and even before me, I remember, thank goodness, for about 3 weeks, Shoaib Akhtar played in the Birmingham League, and we managed to avoid playing the team he was playing for. But just some great names that used to turn up in the league and play. Wasim Akram played for a few years at Smethwick, and it was a strong league. But really, I felt good for my journey as a cricketer, from going from playing club cricket to, you know, playing in the Birmingham League and then playing second team cricket and finding my feet into the game and into the professional game.
What was it like working with Alan Donald? I mean, he was a legendary bowler, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was unbelievable. I learned a lot from him on just the mental side of the game of being a bowler and being a fast bowler, and I was a little bit quicker back in those days rather than so, you know, consistent top of off. So I used to hang on every word in terms of, you know, ruffling the batter up and letting him have a few and the mind games around that and how to win those battles. But just having him as, you know, our second team coach and bowling coach at Warwickshire, you know, you look back at your career and sometimes I think you forget about those type of things, who you've worked with, who you've come across, and you know, who's given you a lot of advice along the way. And
you played quite a few first team games at Warwickshire, didn't you?
A few first class games. Yeah. I'm going to say something like 15.
Yeah.
And played a lot of white ball cricket there. But it was probably through that frustration of not playing consistent first class cricket, which led to my move to Derby. Maybe I jumped the gun a little bit as a 20, what would I have been, 24, 25, 25.
Yeah.
And just got itchy feet. I wanted to be playing 4-day cricket day in and day out. I found it hard playing white ball cricket through the season, but then having to go off and play in the second team every other week. I just felt I'd reached a point where I wanted to play 4-day cricket in the first team. And Derby offered me that opportunity, which led to me jumping across there.
And you had 3 big seasons at Derbyshire, didn't you? And one of them, you won the second division championship.
Yeah, it was. Derby was absolutely brilliant for me. I remember playing. I think it must have been one of the last one-day games of the season, early September, for Warwickshire at Derby, in 2008, and we drove in, and I was just. I looked at the place and I was like, oh, imagine having to play here. Like I would absolutely hate it. Coming from Edgbaston and Warwickshire and the big club, I reckon 2 months later I'd signed for Derby, just because of the opportunity they offered and because I wanted to play 4-day cricket. And then getting across there and you know, things changed after the first year. Our coach left and numerous players left, and we signed some young players, bought some guys in, and we managed to get a pretty good squad together. And relatively young, and everyone just gelled. Everyone got on really well. And we managed to build that into a phenomenal run of games in 2012, what was it, 2013? 2012 when we won Division 2. And we just got on a run, and we were top of Division 2 the whole season, with Yorkshire chasing us, strong Yorkshire side, a strong Essex side. Kent were in Division 2 then. It was a strong division at the time, and we just managed to, week after week, pull off results, beat teams, hold on to draws where we needed to, to finish that season winning Division 2 and going up, and seeing what that meant to the supporters and a club which probably hadn't experienced that much success in recent times, and as a smaller club, you saw what it meant to everyone, which was really good.
And Wes Durston playing with you, didn't you?
Yeah, Wes had played for the Unicorns side in that one-day comp that year, and a great signing by John Morris.
Yeah.
Wes had got, I think, a couple of hundreds for the Unicorns, and he's a very good cricket player, very good cricketer. And when we heard we had signed him, we were like, brilliant. It's like, you know, just someone so fresh coming in and with a point to prove.
Yeah.
And he was really good. Yeah.
He was a bit of a cult hero down here.
Yeah.
Wes.
Yeah.
Been around a long time, stayed probably too long.
Yeah.
But he made a comeback and did well for himself.
Yeah, and he was hungry for it.
Yeah,
he
absolutely.
really was hungry. So put in some good performances for us.
But then you went up, and in 2013, you had a couple of very good returns against us, didn't you? Against Somerset.
Yeah. We found it tough in Division 1, really tough. I'd say more probably on the batting front. we just really struggled to get totals on the board, and we struggled to get results probably for the first 9, maybe 10 games. And then got on a bit of a run right at the back end of the season where we managed to, I think, get 3 wins and put ourselves in with a chance of staying up, which wasn't to be. But I remember Somerset at Derby, quick wicket, rapid. And again, just, the opportunity to play against Division 1 teams and seeing Marcus Trescothick and Nick Compton come out to bat, and there's Craig Kieswetter in the lineup and Peter Trigo and James Hildreth and all these guys. And it just, when you're a smaller club like Derby and punching above your weight, you just want to show people what you can do, and you feel like you've got nothing to lose. And yeah, just ran in, tried to bowl, good areas as quick as I could, and got Trez out and got Triegs out and a few others, and yeah, I think we lost the game by 4 wickets in the end at Derby, but to come away with 5 for not many and a few good scalps, under your belt. Yeah.
Then you got a few in the second innings?
Yeah, got a few in the second innings. But it's probably the game here against Somerset that I remember. Or that was a bit, it was probably the better of the 2 games, because my older son Jamie was born probably 5 days before, maybe 6 days before. So I missed the game at the Oval against Surrey, and then the team came straight here to play Somerset. So I drove down day before, and it had been 5-6 days of, newborn, not much sleep, and we lost the toss, and we were bowling, and it was one of those Taunton wickets where you just look at it and you're like, oh boy, we're bowling, we're in trouble here. This is 500 for 3 at the close of day 1 with Trescothick on 200. And my first 3 overs went for about 22, I'm going to say. And I felt like I hadn't slept for a year.
Yeah.
So I said to Wayne Madsen at the time, I was like, just let me go down to final league, let me have a few overs off, and I'll come back in half an hour. Need something to drink. And a couple of other guys went about it and came back probably an hour later. And I think we bowled Somerset out for about 100. And I ended up with about 5 for 30. And yeah, we walked off the pitch that day pretty chuffed with our efforts given the conditions, and we came away with a win. I think I batted at the end. We needed, myself and Shiv Chanderpaul probably put on about 45-50 at the back end to get us over the line, and that's one of the best games of cricket I've played in. Just the quality of the opposition. Pierre Chawla, I think, was the overseas. Chawla. I remember him and Leach bowling in tandem on a big spinning wicket, day 3 or day 4. Lots of men around the bat, and I either missed it, I nicked it wide of slip, or belted it out the ground. It was one of those 3 options. So I remember, creating a lot of frustration for Trez at slip and Kieswetter behind the stumps.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got over the line, and it was a game to remember.
And you made your mark here against Somerset.
Yeah.
Because obviously then the following season...
Yeah, I was here.
You came down here on loan, didn't you?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Not brilliant circumstances. My contract was up for negotiation, or coming up at Derby. They wanted me to sign a new contract to stay there. And I just reached a point where it might have been playing in Division 1, just realising that's where I want to play. Not knowing if we were going to be in Division 1 the following year. You turn up at the big grounds playing against the best teams, against the best players, and realised that's where I wanted to be. If it wasn't going to be for Derby, then it was going to be for someone else. So early on in 2014, we were back in Division 2. Funnily enough, I'd started the season at Essex with, I think it was a 70 and a hat-trick and a fifer.
Yeah.
First game of the season. And Derby had asked me, they needed an answer by the end of, I think, or the middle of May as to whether I was staying or not, so they could make plans. And I'd already met with Somerset then, with Dave Nosworthy, Hearts and Trez. They met me one evening for dinner. They stated that they wanted me at the club and they could see me as part of the future. And I just couldn't say. I mean, Marcus Trescothick sat opposite me saying he wants me at the club. I couldn't say no to that. And that was that. So I let Derby know that I'd be leaving at the end of the season, and then I'd be going to Somerset. And basically that was the end of that. They said, well, you're not going to play again this season, so feel free to do what you want. And that was middle of May, and after having made a good start in the season as well. So I sat at home for about 6 weeks trying to work out what to do. Had numerous offers to go on loan elsewhere. I didn't want to do that, really. I didn't want to go to any other clubs. And then Nos got in touch just to, say, well, it makes sense to come down early, meet the guys, and be part of the club. And that seemed like a bit of a no-brainer at the time. When I actually came down, though, it must have been June, end of June, somewhere there, maybe early July, first time. I hadn't played for about 8 weeks after making a great start to the season. And naturally, I wasn't as fit. I hadn't been bowling. And I actually struggled to actually find my feet initially, getting going. So, it was an interesting start, but it was good to come down and actually meet the guys and played a few games in the second team, played a few first team games, played in the one-day comp. And that was the start of my Somerset.
2015, you got off to a bit of a flyer, didn't you? The New Zealand game?
Tour game probably end of April, beginning early May there, somewhere around there. And it's funny that the tour games normally tend to come later on in the season, and as a bowler you've bowled quite a lot of overs, and the game's often as a bowler that you want to miss. And I remember it being relatively early in the season, and the opportunity to play against New Zealand before the Test tour. And I think it was quite a nice wicket to bowl on at the time. I remember a few of the bowlers causing the New Zealand batters a few headaches. Just ball came out nicely, got a few wickets, belted a few runs, and it was a good season after that.
Yeah, you announced your arrival with that match, really.
Yeah.
By then, people were thinking, Timmy Grunfeld, he's someone, he's going to do the business for us.
Yeah, and again, turning up at a new club and being part of, a new squad, and that comes with some pressure. It doesn't matter what you've done before, you're at a new club and people want to see you perform and win games for the club. So, it was nice to make a bit of a statement and show people what you can do.
Yeah, and I mean, people down here, how have you found the supporters? How have they been towards you?
Yeah, always really good. Amazing supporters. I'm not sure which year it was. It was probably, what you might remember, the Lewis Gregory, James Hildreth partnership against Durham here. Huge partnership in a one-day game to knock off the totals. Yeah. That was one of my first one-day games here.
Yeah.
It might have been a midweek. I think it was a Wednesday. Yeah. And I remember just being stood up in the change room and just looking out and just thinking, how on earth are this many people in a county ground for a midweek game? I was blown away by that. And at that point just realised, the level of support here and how much people love their cricket. And always special to play games here. Very rarely do you turn up and there's not a good crowd and or a good atmosphere. And I know other teams, often remark on that, the turnout that Somerset get.
2016 was a big season for you and for Somerset. And we were led by Chris Rogers. You'd had experience of playing with Chris at Derby probably for at least one season.
Yep.
What did he bring to the party? He was only here for a year, but my goodness,
he was ruthless, didn't he? Yeah, ruthless and the way, just his, level of expectation, of his players. I think because of how hard he worked and his determination to win and be successful, he brought that into the squad. And I remember turning up at Derby and he was ruthless in the way, his level of expectation. If you came onto bowl and you weren't quite on it from the get-go, you were off. There was no, second chance. You're off. Next bowler on. He demanded, really high, a really high level of performance, and just his character, given how much cricket he had played, over that time, and how many runs he had scored, and the respect that he commanded, coming from Australia and scoring as many Shield runs as he had. When I played with him at Derby, he had only played the one test for Australia. Scored a truckload of runs in county cricket, and it was kind of building up to his return to the test squad. People were banging the door down saying, when's this guy going to play for Australia again? And because they were such a strong squad, he just couldn't get in. And when he finally got picked again, everyone just finally saw, how good a player he was. And he deserved that. For such a good player domestically to then get that opportunity again on the biggest stage and to do as well as he did. I was really, really pleased for him.
It was a bit of a heartbreak season though, wasn't it? We ended up and we beat Notts in that last game, and then we came up here and sat and watched what was going on elsewhere. Tell us about that, Tim. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember. So finishing the game the day before and knowing we'd gotten the job done, it was the season of playing on spinning wickets and some low totals, and just created a huge, we needed a huge amount of skill. Like our batters, I really felt for our batters at times playing on those wickets. A lot of them only ended up averaging 20s, mid-20s, but in the context of what we were playing on and the conditions, opposition teams just couldn't come to grips with, those conditions. And our batters often got us to 200, got us to 250, just got over those bonus point marks, which ended up getting us to where we did in the season. So it was an interesting season. Got the job done against Notts, right at the back end. Got the amount of points that we felt we needed. Had a really good night because we won on day 3, so there's still a day left in the season. Had a great night. A lot of chats about what if, and what's going to happen the next day. And I think we really felt we had one hand on the trophy. I don't think we expected a declaration the next day. Not with what we ended up seeing. And when we all sat in the pavilion here watching what was going on, kind of watching, hoping for the hours to tick by during the day, and then maybe massive celebrations. And then the declaration came about, and we realised, okay, this isn't going to be so straightforward. So a lot of getting up, walking around. A lot of anger, a lot of frustration, but and you could sense that there's supporters here, members downstairs was full, and all our families were here and just waiting to see what might happen. And I remember at one point, I think Yorkshire needed about 80 runs with about 4 wickets in hand, and I just couldn't watch anymore. Went into town, grabbed a coffee, got away from it, just hoping I was going to come back and. Maybe some sense had prevailed and they were going to stick out the last few overs and just try to block it out and it would be a draw. And just such a hard thing to deal with when you put in that amount of time and effort and how well the team did over the course of the whole season to put yourself in that position, and then only at the last minute to have it taken away from you in a contrived game that ended up costing us.
That was Leachy and Best in that game, wasn't it?
That got all the wickets. Yeah. They cleaned up as they did most of the season.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
It was one of those seasons where if you played as a seamer, sometimes there were only 2 of us. You might get a crack with the new ball for about 3 overs, and then your job was done. Leach, Best, Van der Merwe. Put them to work and bowl the opposition out.
But Chris was the major influence in that team, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, and he was brilliant the way he captained that side and the way he rotated the bowlers. He didn't let batters become too comfortable. I remember him just chopping and changing the ends so much that Bessie would bowl from one end and then Leachy, and then Rilla would come on the other end and then swap them around, and change the fielding positions all the time. He really kept the batters on their toes, and yeah, just he was a huge influence in the way he operated and the way he led the team, which a lot of people followed.
You were involved in 2 major partnerships, weren't you? 2 match-winning partnerships in 2016.
Yeah.
One I think was early on against Surrey here.
Yeah.
Do you remember that one?
Yeah. We needed a result, desperately needed a result just to get our season going. It was one of those kind of stop-start seasons in the early part, and we just needed something to click. And I hated losing. I hated nothing more than losing. And I remember us just getting to that stage in the game where you're close, but not quite close. You're not over the line yet. And Craig Overton got an inside edge to Stuart Meeker.
Yeah.
Ben Folkes took one of the most ridiculous one-handed catches down the leg side. And yeah, I remember walking out to bat. I think we needed probably 45, something like that, myself and Leachy.
Yeah.
And I think initially, at no stage do you walk out thinking, we'll knock this off. The initial task is just survive initially and just try to get a partnership going. And then only once that partnership develops and you start getting a few runs and you see the board coming down, probably to 20, do you think, okay, we're in with a shot here. If we just keep ticking these over, we're in with a shot. And you I guess you get into that mindset where you're in the bubble, properly in the bubble, where, not much can distract you. You don't realise what's going on around the ground or spectators and things like that. You're just so focused at the task at hand, and a lot happened in that partnership. I remember just boundaries suddenly coming quite quickly. Stuart Meeker was bowling really quick, so there were a couple of boundaries kind of flayed away. Gareth Batty nicked off Leachy and Rory Burns dropped him. It's a very straightforward chance. There's an LBW shot against Leachy from Batty that wasn't given out. And we just ticked the board down pretty quickly. And I remember one moment where I say you don't realise what's going on around the ground, but I remember batting at the far end and looking up towards the car park area here next to the Triscothic Pavilion, and just suddenly seeing so many people had come in from town, and people had just, a game that looked like, we were going to lose. And suddenly there were so many people just stood around the edge, and I think we needed about eight runs at the time. And I quickly had to kind of like get myself back into that bubble state and not to come out of it and get too distracted. And hitting the winning runs, and celebrating, and that's the thing you miss as a player, walking off the field, going into the dressing room, just seeing how everyone's buzzing,
Absolutely.
Celebrating as a team, and those are the great moments.
That was a special game.
Yeah.
I mean, you talking about it makes me think I can remember it so well.
Yeah,
exactly. Then there was another one, wasn't there?
Yeah, a few weeks later. I think it was
Gloucester.
a couple of weeks later against Gloucester here.
In the 50 over match.
50 over game. Walked out to bat. Again, not 100% sure on the number.
We wanted a lot of runs there.
Yeah, it was about 60, I think.
Yeah, it was
65, something like that.
Yeah.
Myself and Jamie Overton. He had been batting for a little while. And our batters had been coming in saying, it's a slow wicket. It's hard to score. A lot of leading edges and things like that. And I remember getting out there, and again, it was one of those, you're not worried about the end result. It's just bat for a few overs, just stay out there and just see where it goes. And again, Jamie and I are naturally quite, fast-scoring batters, and we managed to just get a few out the middle, get a few to the boundary, and looking back, I think Gloucester, and it easily happens because I've been on, with the shoe on the other foot, and where you panic a little bit. And I think Gloucester, they just went, it was one way, and they were just trying to bowl Yorkers at us, trying to bowl really full, and they almost took the pitch out of the equation, and that allowed us to get quite a few boundaries away. And again, just getting it down to, single digits, and and then Jamie whacking one back over the bowler's head for 4 to finish it. Yeah, unbelievable. And those are the games, you look back on and, really stick with you.
Absolutely. When I was reading up about them, I thought, we've got to talk about those.
Yeah.
Very, very special.
Yeah.
And then you were part of our 2019 Royal London squad, weren't you?
Yeah. And again, like, amazing to be part of. Great day at Lord's. Tough not playing. I was part of the squad. I played the first probably 6 games in that competition.
Yeah, games, I think you did.
And I got smacked around back end of the game, probably on 2 or 3 occasions. I think Gloucester at Bristol, and then Middlesex at, I think it's Radlett.
Yeah.
Small boundary one side, missed my Yorkers. Anything I bowled just seemed to disappear out the ground. And then rightly so, was left out for, I think, the quarter-final, semi-final, final. So great day at Lord's, back into that comp. Great to be part of and be there to celebrate. Because, ultimately that's what you do. You play to win trophies. But also tough as a sportsman, not actually playing and being part of that, final and making a contribution to win the game.
Yeah.
But like I say, great squad. We're really building into something special there. And yeah, was good to be part of.
Yeah, and then you went off to Kent. How did that come about?
Finished up here. I had an injury, a groin injury that became quite serious. 2018. Had a really good first half of the year. Didn't play much back into the year with the groin injury. Started 2019. I had surgery and it was all fine. But probably halfway through that season, I was made aware I wasn't going to be staying at the club, which was hard to take at the time. But equally, I realised for best part of a year had spent time on the sidelines with an injury and in and out the side. We signed Brooksy. So when we signed Brooksy, I knew the writing was on the wall. I was like, they're not going to have both of us here with the current group that we had. So I started looking at what options were out there. It was looking like I was going to go to Sussex. That offered me a deal there. And then Kent popped into the equation out of nowhere. And that just seemed like the right fit for me. I'd enjoyed playing against Kent. I'd enjoyed, a few of the guys that played there. Matt Walker was coach.
Yeah.
I just felt like that was the right fit for me. So ended up choosing Kent and went across there for a couple of seasons and tough seasons and that. My first year there was the COVID year. So we played a few games behind closed doors. I played in all the T20 games, which we did really well in. And a bit of a frustrating first season with COVID. And then started the 2021 season. Good build up to the season and our final pre-season game, I kicked a football in the warm-up. And as I kicked it, I properly hoofed it. Realised something wasn't right in my right knee. Couldn't walk afterwards. Went off and iced it, went for scans and had all the checks and everything that needed doing. And I found that I'd torn a massive piece of cartilage in my knee. And that was going to require surgery. Had the surgery and the surgeon just said to me, look, you've got no cartilage left in that knee with what we've had to take out. He didn't see me, being able to carry on playing. And I thought, rubbish, I'll be okay. I'll do the rehab. I'll be fine. And we gave it a good shot. I went through everything, gave it an extended period of time, tried to come back from it. But every time I bowled, it just, aggravated it. I've got lots of swelling and things like that. And that was kind of the writing on the wall. Career done. So, yeah.
And you moved back here? Well, you never didn't move here from here, did you?
No, well, we kept our house here. Moving to Kent, I realised, I've probably got a couple of years left of playing, maybe 2-3 years if I was lucky. So I started exploring options as to what I was going to do post-cricket. And I knew a few of the guys quite well across the road at Cooper's. Carl Gazzard, who had played here previously, Charles Willoughby. I I'd had a few conversations with them, and I found that maybe the route of being a financial advisor was a good one to go down, and chatted with Lee Cooper, who had been chief exec here for a period of time, and it was a case of see if you can get through the exams. If you can, well, then maybe I can pop across the road and have a job there. And we had our house here, and we'd obviously enjoyed our time here, which led to us moving back here September 2021.
You obviously enjoyed your time here at Somerset.
Yeah, loved it. Loved it. Every club I played at, and I was lucky enough to play at 4 different clubs. I know some people get to play at one club their whole career, but I met a lot of people through those 4 clubs, and had numerous different coaches, and I think every club has something that you hold on to and that you remember fondly. And Somerset, if you said to me, go back and pick a club to play for, and the time that you enjoyed, Somerset. Yeah, just loved playing. Yeah, loved the guys I played with, the coaches I had, the fans, the supporters. Playing white ball cricket here is on a whole nother level. Walking out onto the field and having best part of 9,000-10,000 people supporting you. It's a great place to play.
And wherever you go, you seem to find Somerset supporters.
You do, and given the role I'm in now, go out and see people, sit down. Never met them before, and they know that I played for Somerset. Often bring it up, and it's quite nice to start a conversation along those lines and have a chat about cricket.
Brilliant. Thank you, Tim. Thank you for joining us and being my guest today on the Player Podcast for Somerset.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back. That's very good timing. And here's Sam as well. It was very good timing. He's just come alongside me. We're going to resume. 72 for 3. Good old-fashioned grinding morning. Both sides trying to seize the initiative. I think Somerset just about edged it with those 2 wickets from Gregory in the second hour. And Gregory's going to start. He's coming from the other end, to which he bowled this morning, from the Marcus Gothic Pavilion end. Sam's here. And we'll wait and see what happens. Clark at the crease. Key man, you feel, in this contest.
Yeah, he's a big wicket, isn't he? Joe Clark. He's such good form.
Yeah. Yeah, there are 2 form players in this contest, actually. Joe Clark, obviously, and Tom Lammonby.
Yes, he had a great start to the season as well, hasn't he? Coming in at 3, seems to have suited him. That 100 he made at Lords at the Oval was beautiful.
Yeah, apart from his running between the wickets. But yeah. But there was a run out when he was on 99, which was the trigger for the collapse, in fact. It's a sweet drive, just a push.
He looked comfortable since he went out there, Joe Clark. Even those first couple of balls he was facing, he was using the pitch, walking down towards Davey to negate the swing.
Yeah, well, I wonder what he's going to do straight after the break. My guess is he might bowl Overton from the far end, from the river end. Overton bowled a couple overs from this end. Didn't look quite so threatening, I don't think, but we'll see. It's a no ball.
Yeah, I like Lewis coming out with himself, and well, presuming it's going to be Craig, the 2 leaders of this attack. If they can get a couple quickly now, straight after lunch, they'll be well on top.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a fairly standard principle, though it's not always adhered to, that you restart after an interval with what you consider to be your two most potent bowlers. And in this contest so far, Somerset's two most potent bowlers are Gregory and Craig Overton, and they will be very often, I think.
Yeah, if you're just joining us for the first time today, no Casey Aldridge in the side, his turn to rest. So Josh Davey is back in, Miguel Pretorius is the other of the four Somerset seamers, Shoaib Bashir playing as a spinner.
Bumped in at lunchtime, I bumped into Jeff Arnold, the old England. I said, what are you doing here? Actually, since he had a Surrey jacket on. And he says, well, he does a bit of work for the ECB, scouting.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
The two names that he wanted, I think he'd been detailed to watch, Casey Aldridge and Pennington.
Second one. Oh, no.
Neither of whom were playing.
Yes. Dylan Pennington played the first couple of games for Nottinghamshire, but he's being rotated as well.
Anyway, it's interesting to see that Jeff Arnold, who was a wonderful seam bowler who gave nothing away, but knew the mechanics of bowling and coached a long time at the Oval, his expertise has not been forgotten.
Well, it's interesting in the way scouting and things are going. It's the same in football. There's a new breed of people who live on spreadsheets and data, and then there is the eye test that the slightly older breed of scout would do, and I think both are still very much equally valuable. I mean, I think too much is done on data and spreadsheets. I can see why in T20.
River End is number 7, Craig Overton,
of course, I mean,
sponsored by
this
Southwest Cleaning Equipment.
Phenomenon must be great for keeping an eye on cricketers. You know, the streaming process is getting more sophisticated, more like just watching it on television, which gives you an idea, but it's also helpful. I don't know if Jeff does this, but to make contact with, he's beaten that bat again. To make contact with coaches, colleagues, other people who can add a bit of just background information about certain players who may be destined for higher things.
It was a beauty from Craig Oak.
Yeah, he has beaten the bat many times. He's only found the inside edge to good effect.
Well, it's how I think Stokes has been quite open. How he thought the first time we saw Shoaib Bashir bowl was after his debut, when he got those couple of balls to beat the outside edge of Sir Alistair Cook, and that was on social media.
Yeah.
Got the sense last year Craig was never properly fully fit, and he seems to, these first couple of games at the Oval and back here, I don't want to jinx him, but it looks like he's fit and firing again.
Yeah, well, they didn't play at Canterbury because they just didn't think, I assume they didn't think he was quite ready, and they didn't want to take any chances with him. It was hard work for all the seamers at the Oval, both Overtons or anyone else, really. I think probably Atkinson got some wickets in the first innings, didn't he? But he's certainly, he could have easily have 3 or 4 in his bag today. He's just got the one so far. And he's, at his best, he is just a nugget to have in your team at county cricket level. Good to see him too get some runs, important runs at the Oval too, because his batting's sort of fallen away a little bit, it seems.
Maybe a couple of seasons ago, didn't he? might have even been Bob Willis Trophy year. We just seemed to have taken on a bit of extra responsibility, realised that he needed to become an all-rounder. A batting average of 20 wasn't quite pushing him into the all-rounder category. His brother can bat.
Yeah, and I suppose we never quite realised how well he could bat when he was with Somerset.
There's murmurings that he could potentially go to the T20 World Cup as a batter.
Well, as an all-rounder, yeah.
But barely bowling. Maybe bowling 1 or 2 overs, the odd one, but not.
Well, yeah, I know. I read, I'm sure informed pieces that once Ben Stokes, of all people, he had withdrawn. That the suggestion was that it might open the door for a wild card selection in some ways. He's got a terrific record, hasn't he, with the bat? Especially if you go by strike rate.
Which they do.
Yeah, which is fair enough. And always have that option of if you think someone who can bowl quick can help you out. You've only got to really bowl 2 significant overs, and that's enough. You don't have to bowl your full quota. We'll see. It's not that long before they'll be announcing a team, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm not sure when the squad comes out.
Well, they've got some. I think they've got 4 T20s against Pakistan here.
Sadly, not right here. That would be good, wouldn't it?
Well, it would be here, but yeah, as in England.
Yeah, end of May those are, Vic.
But I imagine that will be for the squad that's already been picked, because the tournament is the US and the Caribbean starts, I'm pretty sure, on the 1st, 2nd of June.
That's right. England's first game is the 4th. They play the last T20 against Pakistan on the 30th, and then.
So they will have picked their squad by then. And therefore, I don't think it'll be. I think it'll be pretty early May when they pick it, because they also want, people to rest and recuperate and prepare specifically for the T20. So maybe be taken out of some red ball cricket and get their muscles tuned for clearing the boundary and bowling slower ball bouncers, fast ball bouncers, and all the rest. Wide Yorkers. They like wide Yorkers better than straight Yorkers, which always confuses me a bit. It's a good shot. He's very close at mid-off. Who is it?
Tom Banton.
If you say so, yeah.
They might do that, Vic, or they might go to Abu Dhabi and play golf for 10 days together.
Well, I did talk to dear Jack Leach about quite a while back. He was not a golfer, didn't play golf in the past tense. He said, well, I've had to buy myself some clubs and get some lessons because I just left on my own in the hotel. No one to talk to. So I expect he is a golfer now, Jack. There's some very good golfers in that team. It's hardly surprising. Wish I played in the wrong era, I loved it. No, not that.
I'm sure you had a great time, Vic.
We went to a lot of nets, though. Well, nothing too much happening out there. Just a flicker of swing still for Gregory.
So we'll look and see what's happening elsewhere. Warwickshire batting down at Hampshire. They made a good start as well. Just lost their first wicket, 116 for 1. Only 116 Rob Yates and Alex Davies put on for the opening wicket this time, I say, because poor Scott Borthwick called correctly last week. asked, who invited Warwickshire to bat, and they were 300 odd.
Before the first wicket fell, were they?
I think Yates got 196 and Davies got 220 odd. There wasn't really a contest between bat and ball at Edgbaston last week.
Yeah. Well, we've had the Kookaburra ball, but we've also had, I don't know, I didn't see any of that game, but we've also had some very brown looking pitches as opposed to green ones.
Playing at Chelmsford as well. Lancashire a couple down, 31 for 2. Wells and Jennings both gone. Shane Snater, the man to take the wicket. Sam Cook is playing. He missed out. Minor injury last week, but he's back. Rolled his 5 overs for just the 8 runs, but hasn't got a wicket yet.
Well, Essex are the sole team to have a victory to their name in the First Division. It's quite neatly played, I think, in the end.
Beautiful wide-angled view of the Cooper Associates county ground there. Busy down that river end. James Hildreth stands always busy. Members are in there. Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Must be a couple of thousand in.
Yeah, well, they've had to wait a bit. I'll tell you what, that's close to hit too. I think he was just about in, but that was a good piece of fielding there. Clark didn't really appreciate the danger until late on. I think he had to accelerate.
Well, I think because it's Tom Lammonby and he's left-handed, I think the throw might have come in.
No, it's not it. Is it?
Or is it Davey?
I think it's Davey.
It might be Davey, right.
It was
Probably
certainly
why they
thrown.
ran,
It
yeah.
was thrown right-handed. Yeah.
You're absolutely right. I think Lammonby's at second slip. That wasn't him. Ignore the above then.
Well, they probably thought it was only Davey.
Yes, well that's the. I didn't want to
But
say.
he did well. He clambered and then threw from the ground, and I think probably Clark was in anyway. But he had to just press the accelerator just at the end. I can tell he's a bit disgruntled, but then he often is, Craig Overton. He boots the ball back to the keeper. Still only got 1 wicket to his name. Bowled better than that. That's
He's at his best when he's a little bit disgruntled, though, I think.
yeah. There's an optimum, really. He doesn't want to go right over the top and start trying to bowl bouncers. So that doesn't suit him.
Wind him up a little
Just
bit.
wind up, but only so far.
It's difficult, though, isn't it? You must get beyond the point of no return. That's the issue. Gregory, Somerset skipper, continuing. He picked up a couple of wickets in the morning session in consecutive overs. Ben Slater and Will Young were both well set. 25 and 27 with Gregory. Got the breakthrough into his 9th over. 8.1 overs, 2 for 14 so far.
I think Gregory, he's got a difficult balancing act now as captain. Therefore, you want him to play as many games as possible, if not everyone. And the only way I think he can do it is not to be exactly selfish, but only bowl himself as an out-and-out attack, not to bowl any of the donkey overs. You know, that someone's got to bowl. It shouldn't be him. He's too valuable.
So only bowl when the opportunity is there to try and change the game. And someone else is going to have to do the donkey work of bowling when nothing's happening and the batsman has maybe set. You know, you can't. You've got to try and ration his resources because he's so important to Somerset, both in white ball, but also, obviously, in red ball and white ball. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you're right. It's going to be Davey in Pretoria. It's going to have to bowl those overs 60
well,
to 75.
And I think, well, maybe, and I think the way it's sort of panning out now, he's playing his trump cards, if you like, which is Overton and himself. I think I'd be tempted now to think that my next bowling change, if no wickets fall, might include Shoaib, which gives him scope to sort of rotate his seamers a bit more and keep a bit more fuel in the seamer's tank. And Shoaib, you know, there's no reason. Well, spinners can get a wicket or two when the ball's not turning. We assume it's not going to turn. So that's where I'm thinking. If no wickets fall in the next 20 minutes, I would think it might be worth trying some spin at the other end.
And as daft a question as it sounds, and I'm asking you not because I think you're wrong, but
today's match sponsor is NHS Somerset. NHS Somerset, together with Somerset Council's public health team,
what's more head
Take the Pressure Off campaign.
Well, I mean, as for I want to bowl,
thousands of Somerset residents.
and there are times actually where the ball will turn more on the first day than the second, because if there's a bit more, sometimes it will just grip off a bit of grass actually, and there have been occasions where it turns more on the first day than it does on the second, when it sort of completely flattens out. But I don't anticipate the ball turning off this surface, even though I've not got any closer than here to see it. I mean, traditionally, that doesn't seem to be the case. But that doesn't mean to say that you can't, a batsman error, a nick to slip, a sweep against a straight ball, whatever. Those all things can happen. And Shoaib actually showed at the Oval that he can be testing on a pitch that's not turning much. And moreover, he did give control to his captain as well in that match, I think. And it would do him the world of good to bowl on surfaces that are not necessarily helping him. But that's not the main goal. The main goal is to try and find a way to restrict Nottingham and bowl them out. But that might include a bit of show. He'll want to get on. I mean, that was one of the features of the winter. Well, talking Test cricket, but he was hungry to bowl, clearly. Amazing the way he settled into that England team, given his, incredibly limited experience. And a credit to the England team as well as him, actually.
Quite a rise for him. A bit of a whirlwind. He's a lovely man. I had the pleasure of speaking to him. And just such a nice, down-to-earth, genuinely funny, according to all the Somerset boys. They love him.
Yeah, well, I think that's going to be full. Lovely little tuck with the legs. He's starting to look dangerous, Clark. Yeah, and I think the England team loved him by just from looking on from afar. Enjoyed his success. And by the end of it, I mean, he looked as comfortable as anyone in the Test arena. And actually, I thought he kind of looked the most natural of all the spinners that England used. But it's still early days in what will be an interesting career.
3 for 3 then. A couple of boundaries in this over already. One was Montgomery a bit earlier on, who pulled a short ball with ease, really. Josh Davies been sent back to deep square there. Clark is on strike. Overton just getting too straight a couple of balls in this over. Done.
Oh, we're going to have Shoaib now. So, I think this is a good idea. Who knows how the batsman will respond, how Shoaib will respond. I'm not expecting it to turn, but Gregory's bowled 2 or 3 overs from this end. Nothing much really happening. I pointed out Somerset won't want Gregory to, waste any of his overs. He bowled perfectly well after lunch, but didn't look quite so threatening. Let's see what Shoaib can do.
Change of bowling from the pavilion end for the first time today.
There's 2 lots of helmets coming out. One will be for
number 13, Shoaib Bashir.
And one will probably be for Tom Banton, who's got had the slot at forward short leg this summer so far.
He's got the same number of first-class wickets here at the Cooper Associates County Ground as he does the Ranchi Test Ground in India, which just kind of demonstrates what smaller sample size that England had when they picked
Yes.
picked him up.
Well, he went on that Lions sort of camp in the UAE, and they played one game, didn't they, against Afghanistan B or something like that. And he got some wickets, and he obviously, he must have bowled well in practice too. So here we go. England's Shoaib.
You happy with this field? First up as the off spinner.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to. I don't think you want to attack more than this. You want to lay a base. I'd like to lay a base. Remember, on this sort of surface, the wickets will come more likely from batsman error than unplayable ball. And batsman error comes when they're not scoring any runs. That's a modern response there.
The reverse sweep from Montgomery.
Reverse sweep. I mean, I think he's got to hit that, but he did. And you wouldn't be too bothered by that, because if you're missing that, you're flirting with LBW.
He'd also be quite used to that, the modern way.
Well, except that it didn't have much in it.
Wow.
Indian players don't reverse sweep very much unless it's about 420 for 3. That's a great shot. That is a statement. There's nothing wrong with that delivery either. This is where I feel sorry for it, but that is a terrific, effortless strike.
A few commentators with cars in that area as well, a little bit worried I'm going to disappear just like that ball.
Check your windscreen.
Intrigued. See, we found him, he's back.
100 up for Nottinghamshire in the 36th over, 100 for 3.
Well, that's quite a statement. As I say, nothing wrong with that delivery. But Clark decided it was anywhere near, but he did it with absolute confidence. In fact, they lost the ball, they're still looking for it. Davies wandering over, see if he can help. Beautiful, you could tell it was struck perfectly. Crack with ball on bat. So, the next question for Shoaib and Gregory to consider is, where do I station my man at mid-on? Do I leave him on the boundary?
Well, after that shot, Vic, I had a panic on because that went remarkably in the direction of my parked car. So I'd like him to put a fielder just in front of the bonnet, if that's okay.
Well, yeah, but let's have a look. just checking the field, and it's Craig Overton down there. He's got the tallest man we can find, I think. He's staying on the boundary. Do it again then. Clear him.
Yeah, real positive show of intent there from Joe Clark. A real
beautiful strike, wasn't
natural striker. He only really at Taunton needs to get, I would say, about 60% of the middle of the bat, and it's going to be away for 6. But I think it's probably just a tactic to open up a rotation of the strike option.
Well, you'd think the long on would be a bit of a deterrent, but you're never quite so sure nowadays because people clear it so easily. I know, I mean, you used to like to hit the spinners straight back over the reds, didn't you?
Yeah, I personally would like to see him keep him up and ask him to do it again.
Yeah, well, it's a difficult balance. He did it with such authority, didn't he, that you think you could do that any time you wanted to. What did you think when you were batting?
Well, if it wasn't spinning, it's always a good option.
I know, but about that fielder, where did you want him to be? If you've hit him once over his head,
keep him up, please.
Yeah, but that's you, the batsman, thinking. You, the greedy batsman, thinking one good strike and I got another 6.
One swallow doesn't make a summer, or some phrase like that. I want to see.
So logically, you should have thought, well, I hope they put him back.
Yeah, well, I'd like to see a flow of runs that's sort of game affecting rather than just one and react. Beautiful shot there from
Clark. He's looking dangerous now.
Joe Clark. Yeah, he's such a natural striker of timer of the ball. Very elegant, and like I said, he's shown the credentials of being quite a hungry run scorer as well. I think this is going to be a big season for someone like Joe Clark. Shows a lot of talent, plays franchise cricket all over the world, but he really does love his 4-day cricket. And in terms of the pretenders to the middle order for England, he's got to be right up there as the ones to watch, I'd have said.
When he plays, I haven't followed him franchise-wise this winter. Does he keep wicket in that or not?
Yeah, normally.
Where has he been playing?
He has played for the Melbourne Stars, but I believe he didn't play. He played for a different franchise. I'm trying to picture the colour that he was wearing, but he's
in Australia.
Yeah, I think he scored a Big Bash 100. I think this winter, if I'm not mistaken. Certainly did in the last couple. But yeah, he's a very eye-catching player, that's for sure.
Yeah, it would be. I don't think he's ever played anything for England yet, has he? It would be strange. I know he had a hiccup at one point in his career.
Well, he got dragged into an issue at Worcester with the WhatsApp groups, but then Kola Cadmore was part of that unfortunate situation as well. So,
but it would be remarkable if he doesn't play international cricket. That's my point.
Yeah, and it's just shots like that. I mean that. It's
a good
the
ball.
Untrained eye, you'd think, oh, that's a false shot, but he's very intentionally just rode that one out and opened the hands on it. So yeah, he's a very talented lad. Good keeper, great fielder. Can't really speak highly enough of him. Actually, he's a very good player. He's been playing for multiple franchises,
including the Abu Dhabi Night Riders.
The Abu Dhabi Night Riders. That'd be an ILT20 team, presumably. So. But he's still got those. I think he's got those core cricket values. I think he's just old enough to really value what he does against the red ball, which I really like.
Yeah.
Craig Overton's getting
wound up.
He's his alter ego's just kicked in. I think he's getting angry. He's having a little chirp, which I'm a big fan. I've always loved to see Craig Overton getting into the battle, as I'm sure all Somerset fans do. 1 for 35 off his near 12 overs. 109 for 3 currently, Nottinghamshire. Certainly probably par the wicket at the 300, 320 mark. I think there is something there for the bowler, certainly with the new ball. But it's going to take a couple of batters to really take responsibility if you get in on a surface like this.
Well, since lunch, it hasn't the ball hasn't beaten the bat that often. Perfectly good couple overs from Gregory, and likewise from Overton, but they've been playing, particularly Clark, with more certainty, and anything off has been punished. Montgomery on strike, so mid-on comes just about, not quite saving the single, but he's off the boundary. It's a nice shot too, effortless little push. Probably 3 if they get their skates on. No, 2.
Good piece of fielding there from Lammerby. Showed good speed across the turf. Yeah, it's a containment job, I guess, from an off-spinner's point of view, isn't it, Vic? You're far more qualified to judge that, but it's runs per over force a mental mistake from the batter.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, so far he's bowled perfectly well, but he has gone for a few runs. He's gone for 10 off 7 balls, but I mean the 6 was a blameless delivery, beautifully struck. One reverse sweep from a good ball. It's hard work. There's another one, and he's got him. He's not got him.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Well, it'll be hard to judge.
Oh, straight off the glove. Oh, no.
Who's umpiring this end?
Russell Warren is the umpire at this end. That is straight off.
Dear, dear.
Mike Tyson would have been proud of that punch. That's really unfortunate there for Somerset and Bashir. Not quite sure what the umpires thought. That's it, actually.
Well, it decelerated, didn't it? It obviously had hit something because it went very gently to slip.
Well, you think it could have only...
And it could have hit, you could have said, well, it might have hit his arm, lower arm. But you're near the screen and you've got younger eyes.
He's left jab right hooked it straight to Lewis Gregory. There's no question about that if we see it again in slow-mo. Everyone on the field, apart from the man that makes the decision, has seen that one, but there we go. I think Somerset have been hard done by the decisions so far. A couple of LBWs that look very adjacent, and that one.
Somerset County Club would like to thank our principal county championship partner.
They're even slowing it down for your aging eyes.
Thank you.
Pitched outside leg, so maybe if you thought pad outside the line, absolutely fine, but there we go.
From families to
Left hook. It was a right hook, straight off the middle of the glove there, and looped up. That's a shame.
Well, yeah.
I think it looks more out in full speed, actually. A shame. Craig Overton in. It'd be interesting to see how Montgomery goes about it. When there's a moment like that in cricket, there's almost like that guilty period when you know all of your peers, you know, they know, only the umpire doesn't know. There's that period where your head can go a little bit. It'd be interesting to see if he can.
Well, I think
stay focused.
It might help him. He might stop reverse sweeping, which seems an unnecessary. He's played 2.
I mean, if you're exceptionally good at it, I suppose it's a viable option. But there's a first slip in place, and there's a man, for the well-struck one, there's a man standing right there. It doesn't seem to be a great percentage shot, where previously to the same ball he pushed it through the covers for 2.
Exactly. And the other point, I know you didn't play that, did you? But you weren't. But when you're making your shot selections, you take into consideration what's happening on the surface. So, if you're playing on a pitch that's spinning and it's difficult to defend and you feel insecure because, there's a back pad loitering and you think the forward defensive, you're not secure, then there is a justification for playing reverse sweeps, to being more aggressive on a pitch that is helping the bowler. But on a pitch that's not helping the bowler, you're taking a risk that is unnecessary.
Yeah, I think if
reverse sweep more in difficult conditions is what I'm saying.
I think a good a high quality player of off spin would be scoring a lot of runs through extra cover.
Yeah, and down the ground. And yeah.
You speak to any of the Indian batsmen in particular who have been known for generations to be great players of spin for obvious reasons. They look to shape up to hit extra cover hard and hit against the spin. Yeah. Whereas in England, the coaching manual will teach you to, or old-fashioned coaches will teach you to play with the spin. It's completely opposite when they play the way they teach in Asia, especially you visualise someone like a Virat Kohli off-spinner. He's hitting inside out almost through cover, and it puts you in a really good shape to hit all the other shots as well. Yeah, I suppose going to a reverse sweep day one of a Champo game, you're kind of in a honours even situation here.
Well,
getting out like that.
The point is, if the ball's not doing anything, you're not going to get out by hitting down the ground. But you are creating risk by taking that, and you don't want to create risk when everything's in your favour already.
Yeah, anyway. I think that's where the mindsets of cricket in general has just changed. It's not about occupying the crease anymore. It's about scoring runs. It's about being proactive, taking the attack to the bowler, even if the game scenario says, actually, if I just bat for half an hour with Clark up the other end belting it, that's a good thing for the team. It's all about scoring runs, and I suppose that's an obvious thing to say, but yeah, just sitting there patting out maidens is just not the modern way anymore. And exciting cricket, and like I said, bar an unfortunate sort of decision, I guess, from the umpire's point of view. You know, not being a lot of bother now.
Well, we've got Montgomery on strike, and he's the one we're talking about, because he's been the one. He's played a couple of reverse sweeps, one of which went possibly for a single, and one which ended up at first slip. That's the better shot. Look, just push it down there, and he's totally, and you can tell Overton's fed up with life because he's hurled it at the bowler's end.
He's fuming. Crago's fuming.
Well, it's not actually the batsman's. Well, apart from the fact he didn't walk off, we don't expect that.
I think his fault. There's a little interaction now between the umpire and Montgomery, and obviously Craig Overton said something where Montgomery's probably looked into the eyes of the umpire. Oh, cheers, lad, you could have walked there. You know, I think that realisation, I think, from the umpire that he might have made a mistake.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe I was just not a very good poker player. Clark down the wicket again.
Neatly done. Well, if the umpire's sort of come to his conclusion on that, he better be careful when he reverse sweeps and he misses it.
Yeah. I don't think you'll see Montgomery reverse sweep again for a while. I can't imagine. He's got away with one there.
Yes, he will. Straight to a fielder, but he will.
Brazen.
Okay, Nostradamus.
Brazen assault.
Nostradamus, what have you got next for us?
I'm going to go back. Anyone seen the gif of Homer Simpson retreating into the bush? That's me right now. Yeah, he's got some.
I mean, I was with you. I agree with you.
He's got some conkers there, Vic. No doubt about that. Fair play, Matthew Montgomery. You crack on, son. But I think there's going to be an itchy trigger finger standing at the Trescothic stand end of Russell Warren for the next. I think it might just sway into the bowler's favour if it's close.
Well, who knows? It's a difficult one.
Change of bowling from the river end.
We've got to change of
Craig
bowling.
Overton, sponsored by Holiday Cottages, number 38, Josh Davey.
Josh Davies coming for his, I think, first spell from the river end. And it's been, we've had 40 minutes since lunch, and it's been Nottingham's little session. Clark is looking terrific. That's the wicket that Somerset would really want, because He's shown he's in great nick this summer, and he can go big, and he can go big quite quickly too.
Yeah, he's got it all as Joe Clark. Very easy on the eye, natural timer of the ball. I think he's always on the sort of smart end of aggressive as well in 4-day cricket. Plays good cricket shots. He's quite an intelligent batter in 4-day cricket, I find. It's going to be a challenge here, but that would have been such a key moment there. Bashir breaking through, 3 overs into a spell. There's nothing really for him. Exactly like you predicted. You know, if you're going to get a wicket, it's going to be a mistake or a mental error rather than a great ball, and you're exactly right there. Victor Nostradamus.
Well, no, but when you're playing on good surfaces, you know, you as a bowler, you need all the help you can get, if you like, because it's hard to create opportunities on the first day for a spinner. He started perfectly well anyway, Show, even though he's conceded a few runs, but not through any bad bowling.
I think that string of dot balls is heightened, isn't it, in this day and age where there's almost a...
Oh dear, Overton charging at the umpire. That was a flick down the leg side. I'm pretty sure that there was no contact, but your RAs.
Straight, yeah, off the pad. But you just don't know without the old snicko. Maybe...
But Overton, you could tell he's palmed up because he was charging towards the umpire. Gregory, meanwhile, is a more laid-back sort of character, ostensibly.
Yeah, he doesn't get quite as charged up as Craig or the Overton twins, actually. Both have their fiery moments. Nothing wrong with that.
Would I right in saying Craig has more than Jamie? Or I don't know. You're my witness on this. Well, you don't have to, mate. You don't know.
I think they're quite evenly volatile, but
Okay.
maybe for different reasons.
Okay.
Craig's my interpretation would be that Craig sort of gets immersed into the game, which is often when he's his best version of himself. He bowls well. He gets his tail up, but it's always based on what's happening out there on the game. Occasionally, in younger days, Jamie would just blow up over things like someone beating him at FIFA in the evening or something like that. Whereas that wasn't really Craig's way, but I think Jamie, in fairness to him, certainly
he's obviously matured, isn't he?
His last 18 months, couple of years, he's been through a few injuries, but he's become a real box office cricketer now, and in the World Cup T20 squad,
possibly.
I would imagine. I'd be very surprised if he wasn't. Yeah, he's a very well. Both of them are superb cricketers. Davey into Montgomery, using that little 4-yard patch quite well. He's moving in and out of the crease, trying to disrupt the bowler's line.
Well, we were talking about this earlier on about if you were bowling, would you, when you see that, would you want your keeper to come up possibly or not?
I can see the value of it, definitely. Personally, I never liked it because
the nicks will go down.
Yeah, like a nick that would normally go to first sleep could hit the gloves and fall on. If there was enough lateral movement, I would say, okay,
stay back.
Walk at me, please. Make me. I always used to say silly lines like, "Oh, I'm happy for you to make me a yard quicker if you want." Silly things like that.
And they broke up with guffawing laughter.
But then there's nothing to stop you if they walk at you and you're good enough to see it. Fizz in a high bouncer. Try and. Yeah, I mean, there would be a good argument for both, really. I know, I suppose the standard of your wicketkeeper as well, if you really trust.
I mean, the potent argument is that if the ball is still moving and you think you're going to get nicks, you sort of want your keeper back, don't you?
Yeah, I would say if you're trying to get a nick, the keeper stays back. If you think the wobble seam LBW is your option,
then he could come up.
Keeper up, because what happens when a batter comes down the wicket, that they're more likely than not going to get outside the line. He's
just spooned it to mid-wicket. Amazing.
Shoaib Bashir has had a little moment of brilliance there. Well, not a great ball, but he's created a moment of brilliance. A false shot from Joe Clark. I mean, he's clipping that into the leg side for one. 99 times out of 100. This is the 100th time. He spooned it straight to short mid-wicket.
Now there's Overton in conversation with...
And that's come from
the
nowhere.
Umpires here. I'm just wondering whether there's anything that's been happening out there.
I think
he probably had said something that was within the umpire's earshot. Anyway, it's a big wicket.
That's a huge moment in the innings, that's for sure. Joe Clark will be bitterly disappointed. He's eased his way to 39, and that was a nothing dismissal.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the only virtue in that piece of bowling was that we've seen Shoaib, he does change his pace a lot. He's capable of bowling a nearly 60 mile an hour, which is quick. And that's all. His stock ball is quick, but he does have the confidence to keep varying it. And that was a slower delivery, but it was not
number 30, Jack
just short of a length, round about leg stump.
Do you think maybe a little bit of extra bounce might have helped
possibly.
that? He's a tall lad, isn't he?
Yeah, it was almost a leading edge. I think he was clipping it to square leg, and it sort of somehow spooned it to straight mid-wicket. Anyway, he's got, in a sense, he's got his just desserts, because we felt he might have got Montgomery early on, but if you get, but Clark is the one you really wanted. Now who's the new man now? It's another very gifted young cricketer in his first season for Nottinghamshire. Another one like Joe Clark from Worcester.
Yeah, Jack Haynes.
He's
had some runs, got some runs under his belt this season already. I haven't seen much of him, but
he's highly rated, I think.
Comes with a
well, he is. I know that. I know he's highly rated, but I haven't seen much of him either.
Yeah, definitely. I think that little interaction with Craigo and the umpires with, I think Craig.
Just calm down.
I know I might have got that one wrong, but come on, mate, get on with the game. That would have been something like that, I think.
Yeah, and of course, I expect you by the end were pretty good at this. You've got to try and keep your umpires on your side if you can. Not exactly on your side, but you've got to keep in with them.
I've never known one of them change their mind.
He's not going to give that either. It's a good delivery.
Maybe a fraction high. That's a nice ball. He's got some natural variation, hasn't he, I think, with, like you say, his pace and his height.
Yeah. Well, that just, I mean, it did turn.
Oh, wow.
You think that's close?
God, that's close, Vic.
He's not. He's become like Dickie Bird, this bloke. Sorry.
That really is close. Oh.
Well, a wicket for Shoaib. I thought he was going to give that. He was on the back foot there, right at the start. You can make those sort of misjudgments. He went back to a good length ball, which just turned a little bit. Oh, maybe he thought it was too high, I don't know. Well, 118 for 4. And no shortage of incident. Even though it hasn't been pulsating 4 runs per over, there's enough going on.
I thought height, it had to be only height. Oh, wow, that's...
You can tell.
Yeah. We're at a slightly... That camera's at a slight angle. I mean, maybe it could have been outside the line, but that looked like it was middle of middle. Here we go, that's straight down the line. Oh my word.
You can't, well, also, there are different sorts of appeals in this game, I used to remember. Well, I do remember. And I'm sure you were the same. There were certain appeals which were saying to the umpire, that's out, isn't it? That's out. And there was the more speculative one where you would sort of try and convince yourself that it was out. You knew it wasn't quite out.
Yeah, they were on a... We've had... I think Somerset have had definitely 3, potentially 4 broad sell appeal type dismissals. None of them have gone Somerset's way. It's such a tough gig, umpire, and I get that, but Somerset have definitely been on the rough end of it. in the first 3 hours of this game, that is for sure. I think they can. I just can't see how that wasn't absolutely stone dead, that last one from Bashir. What do you think, Vic? You had a good view of it on the replay, didn't you? Or was my noggin in the way?
Well, no, I've only glimpsed it with my old eyes. I mean, the only thing I could think of was it above the knee roll? I don't know. No. Anyway, it's not out. It's given not out. It's hard. Tough for Bashir, or tough for Somerset actually, because they, 5 down on here for 120. It's under par.
Well, Slater got away with a couple, I think, early on. Montgomery's was punched to Gregory. That was clear as day, and I think Haynes has just been hit on the back leg in front of middle and off from an off spinner. So I'd have said that was pretty stone dead as well. So you can get these situations. How long before DRS Hawkeye is in county championship cricket and every cricket at professional level? It's got to come, hasn't it? I suppose it's an interesting debate.
Well, it's a question of finance, I should say. I can't quite see it happening in club cricket.
As long as cricket don't make the mess of it like VAR have in football. I mean,
well, it's interesting, isn't it? At the highest level, I don't know what you think, but at test level, I suppose even at the IPL level, even though it's a different type of game, I think actually everyone accepts that the system works pretty well.
Yeah, because I suppose when you only have to have the ball sort of, half the ball has to be, and there's that element of it has to be very out to be overturned or very not out to be.
Yeah.
So there is that umpire's call area, which I suppose gives a bit of benefit of that. So it works perfectly. I mean, in football, they've just created more grey areas year on year. It's just quite bizarre, the decision making there. But I think if Russell would have had another look at a few of those this morning, I think he would have made the X sign across his chest.
Of course, there is scope for him to do that, I guess. In that, here we've been looking at the replays, and those replays are available. So if he wanted to, any umpire in any situation could check them out.
I mean, Sam Dalling is on his laptop at the moment behind me. I can hear him clicking away. What do you think, listeners of our live stream? Would you be fans of seeing DRS or some review system across all cricket, or do we like that? I suppose that
I think it's a question
special.
of finance. It's a question of finance and manpower. It means you've got to have a third umpire employed, and you've got to have the equipment to do it, which can't be that cheap.
I think there is a bigger picture. I think the same in football, even with DRS, even when it is going well, as Montgomery feeds off a bit of a drag down there from Bashir, picks up 4 runs, a little inside edge, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Montgomery's moved into the 30s. I think there's other human error element, and I always find it bizarre, even if in a cricket match where you have a DRS decision, you have the initial appeal and then a muted appeal when it gets kept as a wicket, for instance. And I don't know, it just takes that spur of the moment passion out of the game a little bit when you've taken a wicket, and almost instantly now I suppose the players think, oh, but it might not be out.
Yeah, the reprieve is an interesting one, isn't it? Where you've that I never experienced. I don't suppose you did much. Where you've been given out, and then you get the reprieve. And there's also similarly there's the problem for the bowler of the elation of feeling that you've got this wicket, and then to see it overturned, LBW decision or whatever. Well, I'm sure the current lot, if they play international cricket, are used to those now. They've adjusted to it.
Well, you obviously haven't done your homework, Vic, because you are sat next to a person involved in the first ever in world cricket review decision.
Is it Hong Kong?
No. It was used in the Pro 40 many years ago. Somerset versus Sussex at Taunton was the first ever game on the planet that used the review system. LBW I got Chris Adams out, LBW, which he reviewed, and it was kept as it. That was the first ever.
And it was out.
It was out.
So Somerset Sussex, that was a trial.
It was a trial
of the system
Yep.
in a proper game.
And my dismissal of Adams was the very first one that was DRS. So there we go.
And you told the umpire that you'll find that's out. I think.
I did.
I think you'll find that's out, umpire.
I said to Grizz, I can't believe you're reviewing that. You've embarrassed yourself, Sunshine.
You embarrass yourself, you embarrass your club, your family.
He replied with a expletive-laden riposte, which I absolutely deserved.
And then he had to go.
And then he had to wander
I
off.
trust you didn't wish him farewell.
Oh, little tatty bye. No, you don't mess with Grizz. He's don't want to get on the wrong side of Chris Adams, that's for sure.
No, that's right. Oh right. Well, again, you've educated me. I didn't know that.
No, this it's just another one of those sort of like, it's part of cricket, isn't it? The umpires are very much
You
part
see,
of the game.
I think the modern test umpires now quite like the system because any major errors, until they've run out of reviews, can be rectified, and therefore, they don't get so much flack. I think initially, when it first came in, the umpires thought, well, this is a massive intrusion and diminishing our authority. But I think the next generation of international umpires, I would guess, although I haven't spoken to any, it's like a safety net. So they are less likely to make that wrong decision that is going to affect the outcome of the match. It gets ticklish when either side has run out of reviews, of course. But while the reviews are there, I think the umpires can fall back on it.
Yes.
Anyway,
Sam's just sent me a few replies on the live stream. Very much appreciated those. There's a lot of a sense of it being a cost thing. Could there be a third umpire watching for Division 1 and 2 games? But obviously then there's a manpower issue which comes back to finances. I
suppose if you wanted to cut costs, you could have a third umpire doing about 4 games and just hope they don't have appeals going on at the same time in some booth somewhere.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Some chaps come in hot. The umpiring standard needs looking at more than the balls. The standards are shocking. It is a tough game, is it? So many small little things happen, and especially on a windy day.
Can't hear
how do you hear an inside edge on a windy day with it rattling through your ears? It's a tough. It's not a finger pointing exercise, but I suppose we have just watched 4 almost certain, I would say, dismissals given not out today for Somerset. Nottinghamshire have benefited from that. Will they make Somerset pay? That's what remains to be seen here. Josh Davey stomping in, persevering, bowled really nice here into his 10th over, only gone for 22 runs so far. Notts 131 for 4. Bashir picked up the crucial wicket of Joe Clark, who was looking in splendid form, coming off back-to-back hundreds and was pretty nailed on, even at 39, to say that he was going to chalk up another one, but he is back in the shed. Yeah, it would be interesting to see the DRS system brought into all cricket for the sake of some sort of consistency, but slowing the game down. You don't really want to be doing that, do you, Sam? Welcome back.
Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our principal partners for the 2024 season. Cooper Associates Group,
go to so many football
WPA
games
Health Insurance,
where the celebration happens. You have that, and then the players are back ready to start again. And at that point, you stood around waiting. So part of the joy is that instant reaction to things.
And as a fan, if you can't have a go at the umpire or the referee, I mean,
exactly.
What are you going to do all day?
All they've done is shifted the people who get the blame from the officials in the ground to the ones in a van elsewhere. And also, you've got no idea what's going on. But how do the people in the ground know what's happening?
Like Spencer Bishop, who's an Everton fan, you might just have to come to the realisation that your team's rubbish. I mean, heaven forbid.
No, always. It could work when always blames their tools.
Bashir has bowled really nicely here, as Vic said. He hasn't done a lot wrong. He's bowled on a dime, really. He's mixing his pace up. He's got that advantage of a tall frame, long arms, so the ball's coming down from a height, and we've seen, as we saw this winter, he certainly put some revs on the ball, so fair play to him. He could have a couple of wickets, or should have a couple of wickets, let's say. 3, he could have 3. Can't see how that LBW wasn't given, and certainly not the Montgomery right hook to Lewis Gregory. What were your thoughts on those two, Sam?
The LBW one, I mean, the umpire can get those wrong. The catch is not a great decision, is it? That's where
such a long way away
could do
from
that quite
everything else,
quickly.
wasn't it?
You could do that quite quickly as well, you'd hope.
Nice shot there, and good piece of fielding in the covers. Not completely stopped, but certainly saved a couple there.
It does show. Oh, I don't know. This is not anything at but Montgomery on 20. He was on 24. He could just walk off at that point, and I know probably most batters these days wouldn't. They wait for the decision to come. But you certainly used to help umpires. Or batters did. Although, what do you think? Nowadays, you probably wouldn't expect someone to wander off. They'd wait for the decision.
No, there's so much at stake, isn't there? I mean, it's a, personal form. Pressure on your spot in the team. Someone like Joe Clark, must have the capture of the attention of the England selectors. Are you going to just, do the right thing and walk off? I think it's a lot to ask a professional. If you wouldn't see it in any other game where and again, in a game where there isn't a review system, you get away with some, and you're going to get some shockers throughout the season. Shoaib Bashar, one of his, from my count, 2 bad balls, but they've been punished every single time. Montgomery on to 40 now. He doesn't seem to be having any ill effects from getting away with a couple. Haynes is now in, and he's certainly got away with one, in my opinion. Stone dead LBW on 0. Hopefully that won't be too big a cost to Somerset from a partisan point of view.
It'd be interesting to see how he goes, having made the move. Jack Haynes, that path from Worcestershire, Nottinghamshire, well trodden and well talked about. Talented young player, didn't quite have the summer he'd like to have done last year, and he averaged 30. But he's another one with aspirations for pushing on through county cricket and into potentially higher things.
Yeah, one thing I will say about Montgomery, he's showed a lot of hunger for batting, mental strength. He seems pretty unfazed about everything that's going on. He has he's had a past of getting some pretty heavy scores once he gets in. He looks very assured at the crease, bar that quite, I suppose, is it a strange decision to reverse sweep early these days? Probably not. It's not like he hasn't got any other options. A little misfield there at extra cover from Tom Banton. Montgomery gets up the other end. Bring Jack Haynes on to strike.
Did they pick him up then when he was playing against Nottinghamshire? Because he was at uni at Loughborough, wasn't he? And
I just
when he
remember
got
him
came straight in.
I just remember him coming into the nets and played a few second team games. I think we shared a couple of partnerships in the second team at the time, and just found his feet in professional cricket very quickly. And he's a nice fella as well. Bowls a bit of off spin. Yeah, good cricketer. Beautiful line bowling there from Josh Davey, just getting it to nip towards the slips. That's why it's such a fascinating game. I think I'd be a fan of no DRS. Just let the game play out.
It's part
you're
of
going to win some,
storyline,
you're going to lose some. Yeah, it takes away a lot of the joy. How boring would things become in all sports if it was all so predictable and no one ever made a mistake? It would be. You see a lot of 0-0 draws and a lot of scores of 500. Oh, beautiful bowling. That's called the edge. Umpire Milnes' finger comes out the pocket. Josh Davies got certainly what he deserves today. He's picked up his first wicket. Jack Haynes departs. Nottinghamshire 5 down now.
Beauty from Davey. He's into his 11th over, not had the rewards he deserved, but that is just classic Josh Davey.
Jack Haynes
Just puts the ball in that corridor. Jack Haynes felt he had to play at it. He did. Just kissed away from him. James Rue enjoyed that one. Easy catch for him behind the stumps. Josh Davey. He's up and running for the game. Somerset on top here. 139 for 5. Nottinghamshire. Remember, Haseeb Hamid won the toss, elected to bat. Not quite how you'd have seen it going, or hoped it would go. And I think that's going to be Lyndon James, isn't it? Young all-rounder.
Yeah, Lyndon James, excellent all-rounder. He's a very good seven. He's batted in any championship games at 5. Very, very capable player. And I think with his high extra reach might be quite useful here against someone like Davey, trying to get that bigger stride in. Maybe the undoing of Jack Haynes, if you're going to be critical from a batting point of view, didn't get a big stride in, could have maybe batted out of his crease a little bit. But yeah, fine piece of bowling there from Josh Davies. You say he's just always in and around that off stump. If that nips in, you're bringing the stumps into the play, so you have to, as a batter, play some sort of shot, and he's just caught that outside edge with enough movement. Smart catch again from the flawless James Rue.
You don't even notice him as a keeper anymore, and that's in the best possible sense. He's just efficient behind the stumps. Hasn't got going with the bat yet this year. That'll come. James, genuine all-rounder, has had his back issues, as most young bowlers have. Homegrown talent as well, a rare one for Nottinghamshire. That's a beauty. Head on his hands. Josh Davey, well, on your point about perfection and how dull it is, we had that, didn't we? If you see the footballing sense, Manchester City played Arsenal. It was perfect in the sense it was just two sides cancelling each other out, and you get the dullest game of football ever.
Yeah, brilliance and mistakes. That's why we love watching sport. Sometimes the brilliance takes your breath away, and the mistakes make you chuckle. All is good. Davey, 1 for 23 off his 10 overs. He's bowled an immaculate line and length today. Again, could have had a couple. Craigo could have had a couple. Bashir could have had 2 or 3. But we are where we are, 139 for 5 after 47 intriguing overs here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. There's overseas player Matt Renshaw wandering round, trying to not stop listening to the voices, I would have thought, knowing him. Look at him. What a crazy character he certainly is. Good place for him to field on the boundary. Get him away from the rest of the players and he can talk to the spectators down on the boundary line. Bashir to continue here from the Trescothick stand end.
There were a few eyebrows raised at the decision to rotate Casey Aldridge out. I'm sure it was pre-planned and managing his workload, but it's proving all right. It just shows you've got a quality set of seamers.
Beautiful shot there from Montgomery. Slightly over pitched and a bit wide from Bashir. Crushed through. Backward point for 4. No one saving that one. Yeah, I'm not... don't know how I feel about that. I mean, playing, 2 games, is that too much cricket for a young fit lad who's in form? I kind of think you'd want to play, and when there's nothing to say that he misses a game, loses rhythm, comes back, doesn't bowl as well. I'm not sure. I think there's a argument for both.
I do. They're just so careful these days, aren't they?
And you don't know that he might be sore in a muscle or a back, or that makes sense to give him a rest. You don't always know every detail that goes on behind the scenes. So you've got to have faith in them doing the right thing. And I suppose 145 for 5. I think they'd be pretty relaxed about their decision so far. It's not like you're replacing him with a bowler of lesser quality. Josh Davey obviously does a great job. He's useful with the bat as well. And like you said, I suppose that's the one thing about a lot of the teams that win things across the season, whether it be this competition or the other two. You know, you have to keep players fresh as well. Business end of the season is months away.
Yes. Was it 7 games in 8 weeks first up? Like they were always going to leave people out at certain times.
Really enjoyed watching Lewis Gregory bowl as well, who I suppose out of the Somerset bowlers has had a history of, you know, injuries at irritating times and managing bowling loads. He's one of the best bowlers on the circuit, I think, when he's in good rhythm.
How does he manage it then? Is he someone who's not netting much? Is he constantly in with physios and receive massage tables and that kind of stuff, or is it rest?
Yeah, I think there's a combination of that, but also the fact that he's probably at an age now where he can trust himself to do what he needs to do. You know, if he feels like he needs a bowl, he'll bowl. If he's sore, he'll, you know, communicate that to the powers that be that I'm sore, and he probably doesn't have to bowl. And like I said, he's got so many reps in his system now. He could probably just turn on the afterburners as and when he wanted. So I think that's a great position to be in. He's,
Somerset
like I said, early 30s now,
2024 replica County
he knows what he does
Championship
on the
and
field.
Vitality Blast shirts are now available to order from Somerset County
well. End of the over then, 147
to the
for 5.
Somerset Cricket Museum and from the SCCC shop behind the Ondaatje stand.
No problems with the volume of the PA today, which is good.
Yeah, that's for sure.
As soon as you mentioned fixture congestion, the idea of playing cricket in August is always brought up. Davey to continue, wicket in his previous over from the River End. Soft hands from Lyndon James, still free slips in. Tom Banton kind of catching cover. He's got the pads on, and short leg duties under the lid when Bashir is bowling. Question as to whether you're having DRS installed at Burbage this year. Are you playing at Burbage this year, or your coaching duties mean you're
player coach? I haven't had the opportunity to do any of that though, unfortunately. I've been all hands to the pump, playing a bit of cricket, as you know, and various other duties with coaching and warming up for my commentary season with you, Sam.
You're a busy man at the moment, aren't you? A lot of miles in the car?
Yeah. I love the car though. Do you know one of the YouTube podcasts and stuff like that?
So much, isn't there?
Yeah,
so much.
You know, from I suppose 5 to 16, I didn't do a great job of educating myself at school, so I'm trying to do it in reverse.
It's a good way to be. Gone overseas this year. Obviously, Karen there has been signed by Northamptonshire, so presumably won't be with you.
Yeah, we have got a young all-rounder from Sri Lanka, left-arm twiddler that bats in the middle order, so it'd be interesting to see how he goes. Left-arm spin in club cricket. Always does well, doesn't it?
Find out, won't we? No chance of him getting called up for the IPL, though, which was your issue this time last year. Remember that phone call you got? Sorry, can't come, lads. I've got an IPL gig.
I didn't think in the Weppel I'd be having to deal with diva-like IPL franchise owners pulling my players out. He's done well. Karen Nair currently playing for Northamptonshire and started the season brightly.
Did you get the chance to play any club cricket when you were up in Nottinghamshire, or again did COVID? Because there's a decent, I mean, Fletch was Bulwell, wasn't he? And they call him the Bulwell Bomber. Cavaliers in Carrington are very strong up there. The Ahmeds play there.
I played a couple of games when I had some time for a club called Burslem, who play in, I think they're sort of Stoke area. Yeah, very enjoyable. Played a couple of Lancashire League games in my lifetime. Again, another brilliant experience.
Soft hands from James. He's going to pick up at least a couple. Renshaw is going to chase it, short boundary. He just about gets there and just about avoids falling over the advertising hoardings as well. Did very well there. There he is on screen, just pulls it back.
150 up for Nottinghamshire in the 49th.
Did well though. That brings up 150 for Nottinghamshire. Glorious sunshine bathing the Cooper Associates County Ground. First day of the home summer. Pretty windy, but very good crowding. So they've been waiting for since the end of September. It's always nice to come in and see people when you haven't seen them over the winter. You kind of had double the greetings as well, didn't you? You were down there with the Notts guys. Peter Moores was the man that took you up to Nottinghamshire. What's he like as a coach?
Yeah, he was exceptional. Even though I was sad to leave Somerset, I couldn't think of a better finale to the back end of my playing career in the UK than playing at Trent Bridge for Nottinghamshire. Brilliant group of coaches, good bunch of guys. You know, I think yeah, it was all in all quite a nice
change of bowling from the Marcus Trescothic pavilion end, returning number 7, Craig Overton.
That's about 20 seasons here at Somerset, and a couple in different places, making me a more rounded individual.
Craig Overton back into the attack for Shoaib Bashir. 150 for 5. There's a few questions for you in here, Triggs. I'll come back to them midway through the over. You've piqued the interest of a few YouTube viewers. Great start from Craig. They want to know what's your go-to podcast?
I'm currently listening to. This might surprise a few. It's 4 hours long. I've had sort of 3 different journeys on it, and it's about Ice Age archaeology. Believe it or not.
Yeah, I wouldn't have called that.
Yeah.
Although you were into your weather last year.
I'm fascinated by. I've always been fascinated by Egyptology, so I try and find out stuff like that.
Beats a fielder at mid-off for a couple. And Bashir is going to just about get that good chase. I think get that for free in the end.
Well reeled in there by Shoaib. He's had a really good first day. Overton looked a little bit stiff there. But no matter how many warm-ups you do, no matter what you do, those first few balls of a new spell are always a little bit creaky. You're waiting for the old L4, L5 vertebrae just to click into place.
Sorry, I interrupted you mid-archaeology.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go into too much detail, but again, almost all of it based on you know, history. Some of it, you know, dawn of man kind of stuff, which is I've always found that quite fascinating. How the human race migrated around the world and conquered this, found that, explored this, explored that. Always.
Oh, edge
really
and taken.
Oh, beautiful delivery there from Craig Overton. Montgomery gone for 48. A lovely soft outside edge carries all the way to Lewis Gregory at second slip. Nottinghamshire now 153 for 6. A beautiful delivery. And they could have all come this morning with Craig Overton's standard of bowling, but he's struck with his fourth ball, sorry.
The L4, L5.
In his third spell.
We'll be moving a little bit more freely now.
He's loose as a goose now.
Yeah, that's a beauty. Big wicket as well from Craig Overton. The bowling change worked.
The correction, that was Tom Lammonby who took the catch. Lewis Gregory's at first slip. Lammers at second. Montgomery was looking dangerous there. He looked like he'd bedded in. He'd probably taken quite a lot of chirp over the last hour or so since the right hook to Gregory. So he looked like he was stubbornly batting away, but immaculate piece of bowling from Craig Overton. He has that knack of the ball angling into off stump and then with a perfect seam position just nipping, maybe swinging slightly towards the slips. He could have had a number of edges early on this morning, but he's got his rewards now.
Incoming batter for
certainly on the up and up in this first innings.
Calvin Harrison, former Taunton Dean boy, I think is where he played some club cricket. Yeah, Taunton Dean back in 2021 were his last appearances.
Well, I think I said St Andrews earlier. My apologies to the Taunton faithful. Yeah,
that would have landed well at the Convent Field. Probably played in the same side as Jack Leach at some point. Rob Woodman, who was on the staff here for a couple of years, still going at Taunton Dean. Half century, I think, in the last game. Calvin Harrison, 5 for as well. Went in and did really well in the white ball side initially. But it's keeping Liam Patterson-White out of this team, and Patterson-White is highly rated.
Yeah, I spoke to him earlier. Said he played in the previous game, didn't bowl as many overs as he wanted. Felt like he'd put a bit of pressure on himself. He's coming back from an injury at the moment, easily done. Put a bit too much pressure on. Calvin Harrison, very capable batter though. And then I think the door is slightly open. You have Brett Hutton, who's coming off the back of a pair, I believe. Fletchy can be pretty useful with the bat. Dame Patterson swings the willow. Certainly an opportunity here for Somerset if they can pick up another couple. With this ball still nipping, and he's bowled the perfect outswinger again. Harrison is gone. 2 balls it took Overton to do the damage. All those player misses are a thing of the past now. Overton has found the edge again.
Harrison caught by Lewis Gregory off the bowling of Craig Overton for naught.
Just looks like he's not going to go your way for a quick bowler, and Craig Overton had that in the first hour, beating the outside edge. He's come back just after 3 o'clock on the opening day here at Cooper Associates County Ground. Picked up a couple in and over, and there's been a couple of little clusters as well. Lewis Gregory earlier on, just before lunch, picked up 2 wickets in the space of 2 overs. Craig's gone 1 better, 2 in and over. Nottinghamshire in a bit of trouble here now, 153 for 7. Seba Mead might be contemplating whether he made the correct decision when he decided to make first use of this Taunton pitch. Going to see Brett Hutton a lot earlier than Nottinghamshire would have liked, really, coming in at 9.
Yeah, I think the ledge is going to be jogging out there a little bit nervous. He's halfway towards the old Audi badge. He'll want to at least register that first run. It must be quite demoralising picking up a pair. I managed to avoid them in my couple of 100-odd games, and you know, the players that I've been around that have picked up the pair are generally quite devastated for a long period of time. It can be a bit of a psychological blow, so hopefully Overton can get a go at him pretty soon. The way he's just getting the ball to subtly nip towards the slips with a bit of shape, it's going to be a handful for the next half an hour. Pretorius back into the attack, replacing Davey. 8 overs, expensive 8 overs for 35. Hasn't quite found the English lengths. Is that fair to say, Sam?
Yeah, I think that's right. His natural's been back of a length. Didn't quite find it at Durham. He's still got time. Early days, yeah. That's a beauty first up. This is ideal for him, actually. If he wants to pick up a couple of quick wickets, yes, it's potentially 9, 10, 11, but it might just boost his confidence.
Yeah, that's a tempting one for me to jump on board with. Take a shot every time Trigo mentions bad umpire decision. But to be fair, pal, we have seen 4 absolute stinkers.
It would be like a shot of protein shake or Huel or something, though, wouldn't it,
not these days, no? Mate. I've tipped over the edge of not worrying about these kind of things.
Oh, good. I'm pleased to hear that.
Yeah, I think you've got to relax at some stage in your life. Unfortunately, with my time spent overseas, being quite bored of an evening, I've found out one of the most, I suppose one of the most famous marketing slogans of all time is absolutely right with Pringles crisps. Once you pop, you really cannot stop.
I've never really got into them. flavour of choice?
Just the barbecue, mate. It's just job done for me. Little Netflix series.
If you're in a hotel, is the issue, do they give you the little boxes still, or are you on a full tube?
No, that doesn't even count.
Right.
They don't even count. There's 0 calories in a small thing of Pringles.
You're a changed man, actually. I think for the better. It's
Happier.
nice to hear you relaxing in an evening rather than in the gym. Or
Yeah, the only thing is I'll be at some stage this week whizzing down the road to Alpha.
That's a beauty shot, isn't it, from Lyndon James? Straight drive.
Yeah, that's a hell of a nice shot, that from Lyndon James. Pretorius just hasn't quite found the lengths. I can kind of understand, I suppose, coming from South Africa, where my understanding is the lengths are slightly back of what you'd prefer in England, can sometimes take a while. I think Aussies can sometimes come over and bowl a little bit too short, those harder, faster wickets. Got to try and find a natural length here in England, which is generally a little bit fuller than in South Africa, New Zealand and Australia. That's the lengthy one. Unfortunately still going for runs. Lyndon James will pick up another couple of runs. I was commentating with Anthony Gibson last time when James was playing one of his first games for Nottinghamshire, and he called him Lyndon Johnson, one of the former US presidents. I suppose Lyndon's quite an unusual first name, isn't it?
Unusual first name. I like it though, as a name, yeah. L-Y, isn't it? L-Y-N.
It was one of the rare moments where I got to tease the great Anthony Gibson. He took in good spirits. The perfect straight drive, too perfect. The stump's doing the fielding there for Pretorius. Another expensive over, 9 overs, 41 so far. A bit out of context, really, compared to his peers in the Somerset team.
Bit of disagreement. You've caused a bit of controversy, which is unlike you
I hope so.
in the YouTube comments. The sour cream and chive are the elite Pringles.
No, Adam, I assure you, I am not solely a barbecue fan. Sour cream are also lovely. And a massive recommendation to Adam Osmond. The paprika ones are also very nice.
Are they one of those flavours that aren't available in this country? You know, sometimes you go abroad and you can get different types of crisps.
Possibly. Max Waller introduced me to them while we were coaching the Western Storm in the UAE recently. So sorry if paprika are not available.
Craig Overton to continue.
But please, if you do get hold of a tube, Adam, please give us some feedback in a couple of days' time. You can thank me later.
Reconstituted cardboard, they've been described as, Triggs. How do you feel about that?
That's absolute conjecture. They are a high-quality snack. If anyone from Pringles or the parent company want to get in touch, we'll be happy to negotiate a sponsorship agreement.
It'd be quite an easy negotiation, I suspect, as well, won't it?
Well, not only that, is like when you're a kid as well, if you cut the ends out, and we could need them up here, they double as like binoculars, you know what I mean?
Harry Everett definitely had some Pringle tube binoculars as a youth, didn't he?
Yeah, when you're in the next room, we could put a bit of string on the end, and we could be able walkie-talkies. I mean, absolutely limitless potential from a marketing point of view. Another one of those Craig Overton specials there to Brett Hutton, who will be a nervy man out there on the back of a pair last week.
I think we've had more comments on the Pringle streaks than anything else. You tried the new hot ones. There's a hot, spicy flavour. Presume that's not paprika.
Oh, I might have to... Oh, there it is. Craigo is ticking at the moment. What a beautiful spell of bowling. He's all over Brett Hutton at the moment. Thick edge, maybe. Yeah, thick edge just went down. I might have to reach out at home because but the hot spare rib flavour tube is in my recycling right now. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I eat my Pringles in moderation. It is a bi-weekly treat.
Just think, there's no one judging you for it.
I wouldn't advocate eating them every day. Bi-weekly, yes. That's twice a month, Vic, in old money. Oh. What would Pringles make Trigo's dream cricket?
Would they make your dream
cricket teas? COVID kind of put the
bring your own
the dagger into cricket teas. It was such a shame. I'm hoping most of the clubs have brought it back. I feel like some of them, some clubs took it as an opportunity to trapdoor the cricket tee, which I think is a big shame.
Yeah, that would be a real shame. There are still plenty of good ones out there, but yeah, Boots Meal deal became the thing, didn't it?
I never thought that our comments on the live stream would be turbocharged after mentioning Pringles.
I mean, if you just listened in, you'd think we'd gone off on one, which we kind of have, but we are only dealing with what was being handed in the live stream comments.
Yeah, well, Craigo is... If anyone deserves a tube later on, it's Craigo for the way that he's bowled. 3 for 43 off his 15 overs. Magnificent spell so far. Game's on a bit of a exciting knife edge at the moment. If Somerset can forge these last few wickets out, they'll give themselves a great opportunity here to knock over Nottinghamshire for sub 200. Which would be a great effort. Here are the bowling figures. Everyone's put in a pretty good shift. A short spell from Bashir, and I think a real bonus, the Joe Clark wicket, absolutely key. The three seamers, Gregory, Davey and Overton, doing a grand job. The outlier, I suppose, is the new kid on the block, Pretorius. He's just been a little bit expensive today.
He's got Brett Hutton on strike there. This is a chance for him. 2 slips wait, and Hutton's jumping around a little bit. Keeps that one out.
I think it's the commentary from the 1966 World Cup final when Jeff Hurst was through a goal and round the keeper.
2 slips and a gully wait. Sunshine still here. It's a lovely afternoon. The keeper says she's catting round. Pretorius from the river end. Swing and a miss from Brett Hutton, and that is how he plays his cricket when he's out in the middle batting.
Yeah, he's getting to panic stage now. He wants that run. He's desperate for that extra run. Nice bit of bounce there from Pretorius. It'd be great for his confidence if he could pick up a wicket here.
Gets in behind that one, Hutton. Into the 53rd over here. 160 for 7. Driven, but straight at the fielder at cover.
It's been a beautiful day here so far at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Fascinating couple of sessions so far. Brett Hutton sprints up the other end for his first run. He'll be or second run, he'll be a very happy man off that. 3 noughts in a row, that would be enough to send anyone to the kiosk for a tube of Pringles. And just to pick up the conversation about Pringles, I'm going to have to take a little break because I think I need one. Vic Marks is going to talk us through his favourite evening snacks.
I'm sure he's got equally strong views on Pringles. It is still going. Wonder if we could do cricketers as crisps. There's a few people, chuck Derek Pringle in there. Obed McCoy, the West Indian quick baller. Hello, Vic. Can you add some decorum that is much needed
I
to
doubt
restore to this
But
farce?
if you're dyed in the wool Somerset supporter, you'll think of Nick Pringle. Played a little bit in the late 80s, early 90s. Derek Pringle. Not to mention Merrick Pringle of New Zealand, I think, who was once very much the fore in a ball tampering controversy in Pakistan, I think.
I'm sure
you'll find.
Googling it. Could be a boundary from Hutton there. And maybe chased down. Didn't quite time it. It was a big swing.
Just
Gets a couple.
Oh, and hello. There's a couple and someone. Is that Josh Davey? Just clutching his calf at the end of that sprint. He's very gingerly making his way back. In fact, he's doing a few stretching exercises, and
it's a little bit worrying, that, isn't it?
I think, yeah, I would have thought they might zip him off and have a look at him. He just finished a spell, good spell. We don't want another extra cover drive now. He'll never get there. Oh, that zipped through. Felt like the quickest ball of the day, but it leapt off the turf, didn't it? Davey's unhappy. I'm sure they're on physio alert. But he doesn't seem as if he's going anywhere. That ball sped through. It's the first time I've really seen the keeper take the ball with his fingers pointing to the sky. That's a good shot. Could be a couple more there for Hutton. Although he has to scramble, he could be okay. Didn't take the bells off it, I think. Because he didn't have the ball in his hand. It's all coming clear in the end.
There was a run out in this game last year, wasn't it? Was this Tom Abel going for free? Joe Clark direct hit
that
from
was
the boundary?
The game, wasn't it? Where we were exasperated by the dismissal of our Somerset's best batsman, run out. That's a better shot.
Have a look at what's going on elsewhere at the end of this over.
I can tell you, I've seen one score that made me blink. Oh, just nowhere near that actually, but it zipped through again. He's got some rhythm now. A couple of wickets, it does wonders for a bowler. Well, the most eye-catching, I've just had a quick look, is the Middlesex-Yorkshire clash. Middlesex, remember, haven't got any wickets at all this season, but they've managed to get England's finest out for the single figures against Yorkshire.
Yeah, just 5 for Root and 3 for Harry Brook on that Lord's pitch that Sam Northey scored runs for fun on. It is remarkable how ball can make so much difference.
Well, so it seems. I mean, they may have prepared after that last Lord's wicket, they may have prepared the wicket slightly differently, because otherwise the bowlers would be up in arms. They can't have this. Yeah. But it's striking that Yorkshire with Root and Brook at 4 and 5, but nothing came.
Well, the hope, their promotion is really their only goal this year, and they'd have hoped with Brook and Root playing, those are the games they would be banking on winning. More rain at Chelmsford, so they're off again. 31 for 2. Lancashire. Worcestershire having a good day at Kidderminster against Durham. 168 for 7 now. Durham are 3 wickets for Jason Holder. We did wonder as soon as he had the Duke's ball in hand.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, that you've got former West Indies captain playing for Worcester. You could get some runs too.
Warwickshire 173 for 1. Alex Davies 83. Backing up his double 100 last week.
And they are playing at Southampton.
At Southampton.
Well, I presume it's pretty flat there, no matter what ball's being used. They've got pretty substantial attack, Hampshire, particularly with the Duke's ball in early April, you think, or mid-April, but it's obviously behaving itself down in Southampton. Well, I do feel for Pretorius. That's the third time that someone's hit him for 4 off the inside edge past the leg stump. I mean, I think he may have been the weaker of the links, but I also don't think he's been flattered by his figures at the moment. There it is, push forward, inside edge, and that's 12 runs that have come off him in that manner.
Yeah, so knock those off his figures.
One, yeah, just a wicket will transform him. Just looking around. Where's Gregory? He's not. That's not him at first slip, is it?
No. That's a good question.
So I think he might be off briefly. In which case, Craig's in charge, I think. So we have to be nice to the umpires now.
Yes, you do wonder if there's a tactical element of that. Have a bit of responsibility, Craig. No, you can't.
I think I'm right. I can't
see him
can't
either.
see him.
I'm trying to see who's come on though, because Casey.
Well, it would have been
was on
Casey
earlier.
Aldridge, but usually, but it was this morning. That's not him at first slip, is it, Casey Aldridge?
Yeah, might well be, you know. Craig is at second, then yes, I think.
A reminder that the Somerset Cricket Museum will be open during the tea break. The Somerset Cricket Museum is free entry, although donations are widely appreciated.
Jump off, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 3 to 47. He's been a standout bowler, as he so often has been for Somerset.
Yeah.
Over the years, wearing that black armband, the sad passing of his grandfather, Jamie's grandfather, as well, recently.
Well, he's captain, so he's bowling. Probably explains why the ball was zipping through so quickly in the last over. Let's see if he can
lift. Three slips in then for Craig Overton. Josh Davies still out there despite.
He looks all right. He's moving better now.
Stretched it out. Always a worry when a bowler. It was just out of nothing as well, wasn't he? He'd thrown the ball back and it was just a stutter. You haven't waded in on the great Pringle debate then.
What have we got to? I'm against. No, I'm for.
Against.
I don't know.
For.
What's the motion?
Well, I think it was favourite. We've got a few more cricketers as Chris. Matt Walker for the Kent coach, who would go straight into the side.
Not to mention Peter Walker, famously of way back from Glamorgan and England. Oh dear. Josh Davies. Oh, don't do it. Just let it go. He has done.
In fairness to him, I don't think he was. He was chasing it and then starts to hold his right glute. I think he's all right.
Well, he's growing in confidence, Hutton there. Given a little bit of width. Not the most elegant cover drive by a Hutton.
It's an important passage this for Somerset. They don't want to get.
Well, they seize the initiative, and they obviously don't want to give it back. I mean, they're delighted to see that scoreboard at the moment. That's a good shot too. There might be a couple more if he's. No, it's not. So Hutton's suddenly gaining in confidence after a pair in the last match I hadn't spotted. I mean, I'd be tempted actually to. Well, he hasn't got many options left in that Gregory's not on the pitch. I might toss the ball back to show him for an over or two.
Managed less than 2 overs at Canterbury. They've gone off again for rain.
Oh dear. In fact, Crawley's playing there, I see. So the Pringles, I don't know. I mean, I don't have Pringles very often, but I like the idea of them. And I'm not aware of all the plethora of options that are now available.
Well, there's a man at the back of the box that will tell you all, I'm sure, during tea. Although he won't, actually, because I think Pete Trigo's going to have Gordon Hollins on with him. So do stay tuned at tea. Gordon is up to talk about, well, various things, actually. His soon-to-be departure. And also the brilliant news this week that Somerset will be hosting a professional women's side.
Well, I know that they've really worked hard to put together the, whatever you call it, the proposition or the, they really have done a lot of work in that department beyond the call of duty. And
all pies and pasties in concessions are now half price. That's 50% off all pies and pasties in concessions.
A bit of a surprise if it hadn't come here, actually, but it's a great opportunity for the club and to be a real fulcrum for women's cricket in this part of the world.
Now comes the hard bit.
Yeah,
the proposal, the winning it.
The proposal's business. Yes, that's exactly, and it will be a lot of work and a lot, and difficult. It's a lot of problem solving will have to be done along the way. But it will be great too to have that focus here. I'm sure Sophie, when he joins us, will be pleased.
Our colleague Sophie Luff is delighted about the fact she'll be able to pull on a Somerset shirt as a professional cricketer again. Western Storm for the rest of this season still. They get underway tomorrow. And keeps that one out. It's an interesting backdrop, isn't it, for the season, because it's brilliant news, but everyone's suddenly thinking, oh, well, my contract's up then at the end of the summer. And in theory, there are now more contracts available, but there's a little bit of uncertainty there for everyone. Needs to be reappointed, people sort their staff out. Those are the kind of difficult decisions that will need to be made. Short and pulled.
Pulled well too.
Well in front of square, that.
Yeah, we've hardly had any bounces at all, and I think whether that was intentional, I think it probably was, but he swatted it away, Brett Hutton, with some aplomb.
Moved on to 15. James at the other end is on 17, so already a handy little partnership, this. Just what Nottinghamshire needed. Last thing they wanted was to get rolled for 150, which could have happened. They can push past 200. That'll be the first target, I'd imagine. Good to be back here, and almost 2,800 of you on the live stream. Plenty of familiar names, plenty of new names. Oh, it tells me. It tells me live. 2,802, Vic. Goes up. Whenever you come on, the numbers skyrocket.
Ooh. Pretorius. Gee, well, he's bowled okay, but he'd certainly be cheered up if he could find that wicket. are still 40 overs remaining. And am I right in thinking tea is taken when there's 32 left?
I knew you were going to ask that. Yeah, I think that's right. It changes all the time. And on the 4th day. But yes, 32 overs remaining.
So there's a while yet. I mean, the scheduled tea interval would have been at 20 to 4, but it seldom is.
Yeah.
And Somerset haven't bowled much spin. Craig Overton, now that he's captain, is just going to keep bowling.
Yes. He'll hold up an end for himself.
Yeah.
To over number 18, this will be for Craig. Just the 7 overs for Shoaib Bashir, 1 for 35. Probably should have been 2, if not 3.
Mm-hmm. I think Gregory's back, isn't he?
Yes. Unless Casey Aldridge has lost about a foot in height at first.
Yes, yes.
I reckon you're right.
That's a good shot. But it's also not a great run, but just about okay. Shoaib, I think he's improved his fielding too. Improved his batting. Had his little moments in the Test series. Little moments with the bat.
He was also just starting to warm up a couple of balls.
Yeah, well, I think there's every reason. Nothing much happening now. And I wouldn't over-attack with him, but just get him on against the lower order. He might find a way. He nearly could have picked up more than the 1 wicket he's got. And we had a little phase where Overton was beating the outside edge time and time again, but these batsmen, it's not doing so much now, and these batsmen seem to be getting in line quite nicely and defending with relative ease. Likewise against Pretorius. So I think at least at one end it might be worth, and he is warming up. I don't know which end he'll come into play.
I'd hope this end. Craig's got to be due a rest.
Well, yeah, but they can switch it around. That's a good shot. That's good enough over for 4, I think. Not even Josh Davies going to catch that.
Craig Overton has bowled nearly a third of the overs so far.
Yeah,
which is probably just a slightly tad too heavy a reliance.
Yeah, he almost seduced into bowling him now because the wickets had fallen. He got 2 of them. He bowled beautifully. But I think you're right. Well, I would certainly go Shoaib one end and someone else at the other end. Not quite sure who yet. But it might be. I mean, I don't know how Gregory is. He went off for a little while. He's obviously been one of the more potent bowlers.
He's only bowled 9 overs so far, 2 for 15 from his 9.
But he's got to play every game.
Yeah, he's got to keep himself for the moments. Still 22 overs until that second new ball. Maybe they can get half of those out of Bashir.
Well, that's a very negative outlook if you're a Somerset man. That's a good shot. It's also a great piece of fielding. And then we saw the non-striker dive to safety, even though Overton was not able to throw the ball at the stumps. Well, he's looking a bit grumpy again, but he's got 3 wickets. He could have had more today. He's bowled really well. Back to his sort of anchor role. And now I think we're going to go see Shoaib from the river end. I think that's quite a good. I would have a sort of in-out field against these lower order batsmen.
I'm not sure it is yet, Vic.
Isn't it?
I think it's Pretorius who's got his jumper off. Anyway, Shoaib is there in the conversation, but.
Well, I tell you what, I think is that Gregory having a chat there. I think
put his jumper back on.
Yeah, exactly. He's putting his jumper back on. I think Shoaib's going to bowl, but we've yet to get confirmation. The umpires are having a chat. The field is set for a seam bowler, actually. The umpires are still having a chat. Are they unhappy with the ball? They're waiting for some assistance from afar.
Yeah, it does look that way. There's going to be a box.
Probably, perhaps the ball has been damaged.
Reminder that the
Pretorius only put his jumper back on to keep himself warm during this little delay. In fact, there's now going to be an impromptu drinks interval. Overton's having a drink. Some of the batsmen are going to have a drink.
That is one thing you can say about the Kookaburra. I don't think it was changed anywhere near as much as the Dukes.
Is that right?
Last year. I mean, it was particularly start of last season. I think they had a bit of a duff batch.
So they are changing the ball. Whether it was a consequence of that last drive, which was driven back very quickly back to Overton. Maybe he got his boot on it as well along the way or something. And something was gouged out. Anyway, there's much interest in the new ball. They're just trying to find one that is approximately 58 overs old.
Here's a good tweet, actually. It backs up one of the points you were making. Cameron Punsonby's made it. Middlesex's medium pace is taking 1200 for 11 with the Kookaburra ball, and then having Yorkshire 98 for 7 with the Dukes. It's good content, is what he calls it.
So perhaps we should conclude that neither ball are any good.
Somewhere in between, yes. As ever with life, a happy medium would be ideal.
Yes, we need a Cooker Duke. Oh well.
Pretorius' jumper is back off. You were absolutely right. Just keeping himself warm in the afternoon wind.
Well, it's pretty good for April. Well, this April, anyway. It's blue skies over the Quantocks.
When was the earliest you started? Was it about now in April? Is it about right?
Where are we now? We might have played the universities about now.
Right.
I might have had a fixture at Oxford, I would say. But
it's your body language. You visibly went back there to freezing in April. You could see recoiled.
I mean, essentially, when I started, we would report back on April the 1st, basically. And then we'd have more or less a month. I think in my very first season, on the staff, when I didn't play in the first team, but Viv had just arrived. Viv's first game was at Swansea in a B&H match for Somerset, and he smacked 81 and got man of the match. And I think that was about April the 29th or something like that. So the first championship fixture then would have been... He's got his first wicket. Well, first wicket in this match. Full in length. And he missed it. And up came the Milnes finger. So that'll relax Pretorius. And I think everyone will be delighted because he bowled pretty well at the Oval with much reward. And he's bowled pretty well, although not as accurately as some of the others here today. And he's got a wicket. Just have another look at it. It's full in length. And yes, he's missed it. He's sort of played around it.
The first Cooper Associates county ground wicket for Miguel Pretorius as he traps Lyndon James, LW 30.
To check.
You're supposed to have a little bit. It's polite.
Yeah. Not these days, Vic. The celeb appeal. It's fashionable not to even ask the question.
No.
But I agree with you. You have to be very. I was told off once in an under-12s game.
An under-12s game for refusing to look at the umpire.
Not appealing for a stumping. It was a long way out. I didn't really. I just celebrated rather than appealed.
Were you bowling?
I was keeping. Believe it or not, yeah.
Oh, you didn't appeal?
Well, I celebrated. Right.
Oh, right.
So I thought I was appealing, but it was so far out that
he thought it just
didn't deem it necessary. But my coach did.
Oh, right.
Well, he was on the stream actually. Mustafa Sheikh.
Incoming batter for Nottinghamshire, number 19, Luke Fletcher.
Just reminded me of the need to appeal.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair point.
Yeah. I mean, I've told this story many times, but there used to be a wonderful old Gloucestershire cricketer called Sam Cook, who was an umpire for years. Left arm spinner he was for Gloucester for years. Delightful man, but he got swept a lot when he was playing. And I remember appealing here for Worcestershire player sweeping. And halfway through my appeal, I thought that's missing leg stump for about 4 inches. So I kind of stopped the appeal. The next thing I see is Sam's finger coming up, pointing at the button, on your way. So then I had to add a politeness apart from anything else to make Sam look okay, kind of regurgitate this appeal and get it back. Because it wouldn't look too good if I wasn't stopped. Anyway.
Luke Fletcher is out there in the middle.
Oh, that's just in the air, just short, by about a yard perhaps. No, he was a great umpire, Sam, but he was if you were bowling. But no, it's only the sweep shot. He hated people sweeping. You know,
Right.
So they were moral decisions rather
I
than
see.
technically accurate ones. Dear Sam.
I wonder what he'd have thought of the reverse sweep.
Oh, you had to hit it. Well, there wasn't. It didn't really happen very often then. But don't worry, he'd have given them out. And then he played for Gloucester. I'm sorry.
It's absolutely, you don't
He played for Gloucester for years, and Arthur Milton, who was another of my heroes, really, went to Sam's funeral, and he was buried. It was from Tetbury, and he was buried right on the edge of the funeral. And Arthur said, "Dear old Sam, he spent his entire life at the Third Man, and now he's been buried." So that's cheering. It's great if you are in charge of a bowling attack that everyone's contributed now. Well, in terms of the wickets, Pretorius will, I'm sure, just have a bit more of a spring in his step.
I did see Lewis Gregory, who's back on at first slip, just started to warm up as well.
Well, I think he was probably thinking about Shoaib, but now the wicket's fallen, he might again shelve it. Let's have a look. I don't think, surely Crago's not going to bowl again. Well, yes, I think captain.
Yeah.
He's allowed to do that. He's captain, and he has been as lightly as anyone.
2 for 15 from his 9 overs.
Yeah.
Good for Pretorius there.
Absolutely.
Looked like he thought he may have been unlucky not to get a second. That Fletcher first ball we chipped just a yard short of mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Somerset would love to finish Nottinghamshire.
Change of bowling from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, returning
left before
captain
the
and number
scheduled tea.
24, Lewis
So
Gregory.
if we get to a stage where they're 9 wickets down, we just keep going still, don't we?
I think so, yeah. Had that last season. Polly, and we haven't got Polly next door to us this year.
No, I
We're
wonder
at
how
Cork
she's getting
Chair.
on, Polly, over there.
We need those Pringles tub microphones that Dreeks was talking about. We need a bit of string that goes all the way around. Polly's having a delightful
Polly is
time,
now,
I'm sure.
who was a great asset to us over here because she knew everything that was happening. But she is now
Top of the Botham stand.
at the top of the Botham stand in one of the boxes, I guess.
I think she's in the original Sky box, the one above Verti Motors.
Right, yeah. Well, that is pretty palatial, I should think. But, well, if she's listening, we're missing you.
She was invaluable. She's lovely. My favourite bit, though, was when she would knock on the window when there'd just been an unscheduled interval and give the rain symbol. And we'd go, thanks, Polly. You're very valuable most of the time. That one we'd worked out for ourselves.
So yeah, she's the right-hand side as we look at it of the Botham stand, right behind the bowler's arm, just above what is always looks a sort of haphazard sight screen at that end. It looks like a spinnaker that hasn't been put up properly of a massive ocean-going yacht.
Does its job.
Yeah, it's a very all-encompassing sight screen, but.
And there's no real chance of anyone walking in front of it either or being stood up, so you just can't get your way over there.
It billows a bit in the wind as the bowler's running in, perhaps, but it's not an easy solution. Sight screening at that end. I've forgotten what we've got down this end. We've got a sliding one, haven't we, in front of the Trescothick
Yeah, I
stand?
think so. Just a single turned into the leg side. Bashir will do the fielding. May not see him with ball in hand. 14 out.
Well,
And Pretorius keeps going or not. Gregory into a new spell.
run out's a possibility if he hits. He has hit. My goodness me, what a good throw that is, and what a sacrifice. I think it was Lewis Goldsworthy. There was indecision. Fletcher, I think it's fair to say, not keen on the quick single on principle. If they'd both gone immediately, I think they'd have been all right, but Fletcher decided, no, that's not for me. Hutton had to turn. Neither of these are the fleetest of foot. Anyway, Hutton turned. He'd have been fine for everything except a direct hit. And Lewis Goldsworthy, left-handed.
Barely been in the game yet.
Yeah, he hit him. He hit him. And that's a real bonus.
It's not. It can't come as a surprise to Brett Hutton that Luke Fletcher was leaning on his bat at mid-on,
No.
non-striker's end.
No. No, I mean, Brett Hutton is not that quick, but he's quicker than Fletcher.
He was disappointed as well. He looked all right for his 20.
Yeah, he did. Actually, he was coming off 2 ducks.
But Hutton got a single. By Lewis Goldsworthy for 20.
He then actually played 2 or 3 good shots, got to 20, looking quite dangerous. In comes, this must be Patterson.
Yeah, the Great Dane, as they call him.
The Great Dane, and actually against Fletcher, he looks really quite a small Dane, didn't he? But yes, he's had a terrific impact at Trent Bridge, and he is a quick bowler, but he's not that tall.
No, he's a bit like Philander, I suppose, in a way. He's almost like Andre Adams, who they had for a couple of years. Just take wickets for fun for Nottinghamshire. Back in the South African Test side over the winter as well.
Well, it's a strange field for him. They must know something that I don't, because set for a sort of a few short balls, there's a very, very fine fly slip about 15 yards in from the boundary on the line of, say, third slip. There's also a man at a deep square leg. So, to all intents and purposes, it looks like Gregory's going to bowl a few bouncers, but he may not. We'll see. Oh, didn't bowl a bouncer. He bowled a good length ball, which zipped back in and went probably over the top of off stump. And he wasn't in a great position to play it. Well, that's a bonus. Run-outs, they're great for the fielding side. Direct hits, even better.
Not ideal on day one of the county championship game if you're the batting side, though. No, particularly when you're already in a bit of trouble. So we've got 4 overs scheduled, but as you said,
could be many more.
Keep going.
Although, I mean, if they were to get a wicket in this over, it would presumably be T.
They'd probably do some nonsense like come out.
No, they wouldn't.
For an over. You never know. You're probably right, they wouldn't, but.
They have coaches for everything, don't they, nowadays? Except running between the wickets.
I wonder if they still do much of that. Cause used to, you'd pad up and go out. It was basically a fitness session, really, running between the wickets. You did much of that? No.
Well, we used to practice in that April, if we ever had any sunshine. We would have quite a lot of middle practice.
Right. Decent shot that for no runs.
On the basis that was the near, it was time consuming, and then there would obviously be the element of running between the wickets built into that. We probably did more middle practice than they would do now, and not so many nets. Maybe the nets weren't quite so good. Maybe they weren't. That's a good shot, isn't it? Look at that little flick there. And once the season got underway, though, because the fixture list was set, I mean, you'd be playing, once you got going, there'd be so few gaps, and you might play 9 championship days in a row, 3 games in a row, three-day games. So there were very few, once the season was underway, unless things were going badly, there were very few nets. You just played and had the odd practice, but quite infrequently, because there were no gaps between games, really.
So when you turned up on the 1st of April, was there a fitness test? Was there a standard people had to meet?
No.
Or was it a bit loose?
No.
No, like bleep.
I mean,
test
there
or
would be
something?
not when I first turned up. In fact, not even by the time I'd left. I mean, we were only employed, from April the 1st. We all, some of us, lots of us were doing. If we weren't overseas, we're doing some other sort of job.
Yeah.
So the first week or so, when the weather was probably like it is at the beginning of April very often, not great, we would do quite a lot of physical stuff, running and, all that, running, fielding, running, mostly running actually.
For a week?
Few, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, unless the weather was sublime and we'd get in the nets. And then there was always the afternoon football we had to play, which is highly competitive. But I don't recall any, because there was no coaching staff really. I mean, there was a coach, possibly 2, but maybe 1. So, you didn't have the manpower to conduct any sort of physical tests. It was just the encouragement, probably during the winter. You come into winter nets usually on a Thursday night, but it was mostly a sort of social occasion really. But you'd have a net we had 2 nets at the back there, and just keep in touch and bowl a few and bat a bit. And then probably at some point during that time, once you got to March, February, there was an encouragement to try and make sure you're reasonably fit when this reported back on April the 1st.
Fletcher on strike to Gregory. Gives himself some room,
does,
gives it a big
he?
swing. Don't take the single though. It's clear that Fletcher is going to try and.
Well, they obviously don't rate Patterson very highly.
And Fletcher can bat. I've seen him make 50s.
He can bat. I know. I've seen him get runs too.
So I opened the batting at Lords, I think, for Nottinghamshire. He made 50 earlier in the day. He went out and batted that night.
But the way he's batting suggests that he played that shot is that his confidence in his partner is minimal. He's bowled a no ball. But I mean, at some point along the way, I should add, before you think it was sort of totally Neanderthal.
Don't in the slightest.
We signed the West Indies physio, who joined the West, who was given a bloke called Dennis Waite, little Australian. And he had an interesting career. He was a physio, about 5'2", hard as nails with him.
I've seen
broad,
a documentary with him.
Yeah, broad Aussie accent from Queensland. 5'3", and he had been, when Packer started, the Packer series, he had been allocated to the West Indies, whether they liked it or not, because Packer was going to make sure the cricketers were probably fit and all that stuff. And he got allocated to the West Indies. And then within, I don't know, weeks, months, Clive Lloyd and maybe 1 or 2 of the others recognised that he was damn good and that he had a better chance of keeping his fast bowlers fit than anyone else. Not qualified and didn't have any pieces of paper, but he had his theories. So he insisted then that after Packer, Dennis Waite would join the West Indies, which he did. And he kept their, quartet or quintet or whatever. They were always, they didn't miss many games. And then we signed him whilst he was still working for the West Indies. Yeah. Can't remember exactly when, but at the beginning of the 80s sometime. And the cynic said, he's been signed just to try and get Vivian Boss to the ground on time, because you didn't cross Dennis.
Right.
But actually, he was a very sensitive soul underneath it, and he introduced us to his sort of theory, which of preparation and stretching in particular. So before Sunday League come around, and there'd be thousands here early, and we'd go out, and then we'd do all this sort of static stretching, which initially we were a bit self-conscious about because we thought it looked idiotic. But he was a great believer in that. We'd warm up, and then he'd make us do these sort of static stretches, holding the stretch, sometimes on the ground, sometimes for 30 seconds or more, and he kept Joel pretty fit, and he kept all the other bowlers fit. So we got to appreciate the fact that he was a bit ahead of his time, actually.
Yes, other counties weren't doing
not in the same way. So we got mocked initially.
I can imagine. Yeah.
And also, like all the good physios, he became quite a good resource in that once a player, I didn't happen to be very often, but once they're on the physio couch, people open up, they talk. And they would talk to Dennis, even though he was the most sort of blunt, straightforward. He was quite sensitive underneath it all. So he would be very helpful to the captain, or just not to betray confidence, but they would tell him stuff. So he was actually a very good signing and a lovely, lovely guy.
How long was he here for?
About 4 or 5 years, I think. Whoa, it's a rather run-out possibility, but no. I can't remember exactly. I mean, you obviously would have gone by 86, maybe 85, I don't know. But he did 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I've definitely seen him. I can't remember what
No, he was a lovely guy. He was a one-off. With, as I say, ostensibly the broadest ochre Aussie you could come across. But he would drink like a fish. But he'd go running, he'd go 10-mile run after play if he felt like it or something like that.
Had he played?
And he wasn't a cricketer. No, not particularly.
Just a fitness guy.
Yeah.
Got like a deep fly slip. Tom Lammonby's down in front of us here.
Well, they know something about Patterson, that he has a swish, really, I guess. That's what it looks like from this field. It can sometimes fly over the slip cordon. Oh, he's just absolutely just clipped that beautifully to widen mid-on. No problem. I guess this pair, I don't know, played against each other. Unless they played with one another, I don't know. Patterson and Pretorius. But yes, Dennis Waite, very fond memories. I remember, yes, he had, indecipherable, initially, accent. And I remember he travelled with us somewhere. Yorkshire, we're going somewhere in Yorkshire. And I was with Pete Roebuck, and we got lost. And Dennis was getting, just start a pub. So he marched into this pub seeking directions for this hotel that we were in. And he went, Wah! He came back, and then he came back. I couldn't understand how to speak English in there. I don't understand what they're saying. Anyway, enough probably of Dennis, but he was a good man.
He sounds it.
And the West Indians, they came to recognise that they would do what he said. And so did we. But they knew, the West Indians knew that he would keep them fit, which...
George Davey being told to get loose, I think.
Well, that was enough to get the wicket. Pretorius gets a second. Somerset have got their bowling points, no batting points, 193. We don't quite know what sort of score that is. It doesn't feel enough, but having said that, the ball has gone past the outside edge all through the day. There have been little lulls where it seems to have calmed down. Sun's been on this, but, well, I don't suppose a Kookaburra would have done quite so much.
No, one suspects not. 3 wickets for Craig Overton. He was the pick of the attack. 18 overs, 3 for 57. Couple for Lewis Gregory, couple for Miguel Pretorius, 1 for Josh Davey, 1 for Sherry Bashir. Top scorer for Nottinghamshire, Matthew Montgomery, who made 48. Joe Clark made a fluid 39. So that will be tea time. Vic Marks and I are going to step aside.
Well, we're going to step aside and listen to Trigo Grill, our chief executive. Peter Paxman Trigo. Anyway, well, that's very satisfactory. I'm going to give my microphone to Gordon.
That will be tea here.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We've just got to tea time. If you're a Somerset fan, tune in. You'll be pretty happy with Nottinghamshire being dismissed for 193. A fantastic bowling performance by all. I think it's been a fascinating couple of sessions. I'm joined this afternoon by CEO Gordon Hollins. We're going to have a little chat, and we're going to start with, you know, you're only 10 days or so away from departing the club. Just give us a little oversee of your time here at Somerset County Cricket Club and how you've enjoyed and maybe not enjoyed the process to date.
It's 4 years now I've been in post, and I guess it's been a bit of a bumpy ride at times. I think, well, everybody knows within a week of my appointment we were in lockdown, and that wasn't quite how I'd envisaged the job, and that tested me and many others as well. Trying to get the club through that and keep everybody healthy, that was an experience and a big chapter for the memoirs. But I think overriding pride at having served the club and just had a very small part in its history, because actually what I feel is that when you're in jobs like this, you're a tenant, you're not the landlord, right? You're only keeping the seat warm for someone else because you're a guardian of the club, and that's been an immense privilege. And Andy Hurry said to me on my first day, he said, "There's something about this place that gets under your skin," and I thought, what does he mean by that? But now I know what he means, because, you know, it just gets inside you. And I've said to many people, you know, it doesn't matter where I go in my life now, the Wyvern will be very close to my heart.
Is it? Do you think it's got anything to do with the Thatcher cider that flows through the veins of everyone in Somerset?
Well, I don't know.
Can you elaborate on this club getting under your skin? I know exactly what you mean, by the way, but I was born and bred in Somerset, so I get that. But
I think it's the deep love of cricket, you know, wherever you look, and the knowledge of cricket by so many people. I mean, I remember coming down before I took the job and looked at, you know, the Wickets coffee shop and the Cricketers' Arms and the Ring of Bells with stumps in it, you know, the rest of it. Cricket runs through this place. I mean, and I've often said to ECB, you do realise that cricket's the biggest sport in Somerset, right? Tell me another county where that's the case. There isn't one. And that makes it pretty special, I think. And the fact also you have a town centre location, I think, makes it pretty special. And it just feels, when I go out in town, I very rarely go out with someone saying hi. And I don't know who they are, right? But they kind of obviously understand what I do. And that's been, it's been an immense privilege, and I love the place. And I'm leaving with very, very mixed feelings, because professionally, we're taking off now. You know, I think we've got the foundations in place, and the news that I'm sure we'll come on to early this week just really puts us on the runway and puts us in a very strong position. And I'll miss that, and I'll miss the people, but I need to put my family before others now. It's time to do that, and that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, 4 years immersed into a job that is encompassing, I suppose, isn't it? It does take up a lot of your time, and I'm sure that the supporters will echo my thoughts of you're always welcome. And like I said, you've played a really important part of 4 of the nearly 250 years history of the club, and you've set us in great shape, fantastic shape in an area we'll go on to in a short while. I mean, did you know, taking the job and, you know, being a cricket man yourself, is it sort of gone the way that you'd hoped? Obviously, starting in that COVID period, And then I think our first interaction, I'll always look back fondly on our first members forum when we spent a good hour debating on the printing of the 2021 almanac and how disgruntled everyone was, and the lack of mayonnaise on offer in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. I mean, that's something as CEO is very very unique to the world of cricket, I can imagine.
It is. But it matters to the people who mention it. Yeah, it's they have their. The thing that struck me is the challenging piece of the job has been that, especially at the moment, you're dealing with massive strategic issues that have a long-term consequence on this club and on cricket. You know, whether that be the 100 or the women's game or the next county partnership agreement or ground development or whatever it is. You're dealing with those huge strategic issues one day, and then you're talking about mayonnaise the following day. And that's just the nature of the gig, because that's the size of operation. But what we've got to try and do, and what we've tried to do, and it's getting harder, is to mix the heart and soul of the club, who this place matters to, and have rituals. And I'll tell you a story in a second, but you know, people who have rituals mix that heart and soul with the commercial reality of sport today is really transforming at pace. And that's very challenging to get the mixture of those cultures, which you're going to need to. If you want to be at the top table of sport, you're going to need to merge those cultures. And that's a challenge, and I found that a challenge. And sometimes you go too commercial, sometimes you come too far. It's getting that balance. But the story I'll tell you about sport, 20 years ago, I sat next to this QPR fan at a dinner in London. And I said, why do you support QPR with all the teams in London, you know, Arsenal, Tottenham? And he said, it's like this. He said, when I was 5, my dad took me to Loftus Road and we stopped at the pub, and I had cheese and onion crisps, and I wasn't allowed cheese and onion crisps other than that day on a Saturday before the game. Then we walked to Loftus Road from the pub and we sat in the stand, and we have these 2 season tickets. And I've still got those season tickets today, the same seats. And it's in the old stand where you've still got the stanchions in Loft. And he said in one seat you couldn't see the goal at one end. And the other, so what Dad and I did is we swapped seats. Right? So one week I had to peer around the stanchion, the next week he did. And he said, I've still got those tickets for me and my son. If they ever take the stanchion down, I'm not renewing. And that teaches you something about what sport means to people. And we've got people who will, you know, go to the ringing bells for a drink before they come in. They've got their rituals because they've done it for years. And it's an emotional relationship with sport. And it's important that we try to maintain that. And at the same time commercialise so that we can fund cricket that is becoming more and more expensive. And that's a challenging part of the job.
Yeah, one you've completed magnificently well. You know, one of the few counties, as we spoke the other day, that are profitable, you know, year on year, putting in those sheets of paper that say that Somerset are in a good financial position. So I suppose as CEO, that's kind of that's your runs and wickets, I suppose.
Well, and it's an important point, Triggs, because I've always said in sport that as soon as you lose control of money, you can lose control of absolutely everything. And we're seeing that now in other places, you know, some counties that are really in tough financial position. And once you lose control of money, you can't control the damn thing, because you certainly can't invest in cricket, you can't invest in stewarding, you've got to keep control of money. And the point that I've made many times is that we're not here to make money. We're here to generate money to fund cricket. And there's a big difference. You know, we're not got money going to shareholders and all that. We're here to generate money to fund cricket, fund the maintenance of the facilities, and that's getting harder and harder as each year. And inflation and cricket inflation, world inflation. So my job has really been to try and keep the ship stable, make sure we control the purse, but remain competitive and try and get that balance. But it's not easy.
Which you have done, keeping those coffers full for Andy Hurry and Jason Kerr to spend wisely on the cricket, which they do so. But not only men's cricket, the recent news, fantastic news in the women's game, which is growing ever more rapid. You know, I think for the people that don't know, Somerset have had a massive part to play in the emergence of Western Storm and a lot of the infrastructure. If you'd like to, you know, share with everyone a bit of context behind why our bid for Tier 1 status next year was successful. I'm sure what we've done in the past has a part to play in that.
No doubt, and I think it's important to pay tribute now to all the the staff, past and present, who have played a role in the creation of Western Storm, and a number of them have done that voluntarily. Most of them have done that voluntarily, and to actually put the foundations in place for us to win that bid earlier in this week. And I think that firstly, what is actually happening is what the ECB have decided is to take away the central control of the regions and embed a women's team in 8 counties, so that the county then has a women's team as well as a men's team, and you deliver both from within that county rather than it being an external organisation. And I think that's a good thing. Personally. So we put forward a very ambitious, what we called an ambitious, bold and responsible submission, which was seeking to get genuine parity. And what I mean by that, and we were chatting about it earlier, weren't we? But genuine parity, I don't see that very many places in sport. I see a lot of lip service about genuine parity, about giving women an equal opportunity with men, creating a profession for young girls to aspire to achieve, and give that. But that's challenging to do it, because we're in a men's club that's actually 149 years old. It gives us an opportunity to embed the women's game and to give girls the opportunity, the equal opportunity, not just push them out to a club ground here or there, but genuine parity is very rare in my experience. And we put forward that submission, and what we're excited. I think what's really interesting, Triggs, is that over the last, how long is it now, 48 hours or whatever, since the announcement, or since we found out, I've had more text messages on that congratulating me than I got when we won the Blast last summer. How amazing is that? Because if you think back 5 years ago, that would never have happened. But there's genuine, I think, pride in the club that we've managed to get it and be one of 8, when some big fish have not been, no Yorkshire, no Lords. So we've done well, but now we've got to deliver. And that we need to deliver responsibly, and we need to level up over time. And there's you can level down quite easily. I could say to Andy and Jason, look, by the way, I'm taking a couple of £100,000 out your budget because I'm spending it on women's cricket. We're not going to do that, because what you do if you do that is you create just an army of enemies who hate women's cricket, and that we've got to level up. We've got to find the money to invest in women's cricket and level up and give them real parity of opportunity, and parity costs money, whether it's facilities, coaching resources, back office staff. But when you look at our website in due course, you won't know the difference. It will be men and women. Like if you look at Chelsea's website now, men, women, it's just the same. And we're going to go on that journey. Now it will take time. It will take time, because we can't just magic up everything overnight. But we're putting together now an implementation plan of what we can do and when we can do it. We'll be sensible, we'll be responsible, we'll be honest. But the ambition is bold. The ambition is to get to that genuine parity position that very few have got.
So as you say, coming up to 150 years of cricket here for Somerset in the men's team. A couple of years, I believe, in professional contracts for the women of Western Storm. Next year, year 1. What would year 5 you look like for Western Storm, or whatever they might be named in 5 years' time? What would be your perfect scenario? Would it be a separate ground somewhere in the local area?
Yeah. So what I would say is, think tennis. And you look at Wimbledon, and you've got 2 competitions going on under the same banner of Wimbledon every year, but it's parity. There's slight differences. The women play 3 sets, men play 5 sets, but there's parity of opportunity. And now in that case, there's even parity of winnings, which is very recent. So it took them a long time to get to it. So think what a gender parity competition like Wimbledon looks like, and then think cricket. So what you're looking at, you come into our ground and you look at the Hall of Fame that we had up until this year. And, there's not a woman in sight, right? But that's because we've been a male club for 149 years. It doesn't make it wrong. It just means that things move. So you come into the ground and you'll look at it, and you'll look at the ground and say, yeah, this is for men and women, like you would tennis, yeah? You'd have a picture of going back to my days of Navratilova in one and Jimmy Connors in the next, or whatever. That's way out of date, I know that. But you genuinely have a club that you look at, and then that's then reflected. So at the moment, we've got 21% of women are members. 1 out of 50. But I want it to go up to get to 50. I don't want less men and more women. I want to go up. And that's what it'll look like. It will look genuine. You'll have women playing, in the same kit as the men. And genuinely, I want you will have sellouts here for 20. I genuinely believe that's possible. That why shouldn't we have a T20 women's game sold out here? I think it's doable. I think the pace of change is so quick that could happen. And it needs that ambition, that vision, that, boldness, I guess, to set the sights that high. And, even if we don't sell out, but we're 90% full, that's okay. But what it will mean initially is finding investment. So if there's anybody out there that wants to invest money in women's cricket, please ring me.
In the next 10 days.
In the next 10 days. So it will take investment, because when you're starting a new business, you need to invest up front before you get a return. So Arsenal, mentioned this a few times. So Arsenal got 60,000 against Chelsea women at the Emirates, right? 60,000, £8 a ticket. So what they're doing is they're investing in the product, for want of a better expression, or a crude commercial comment, but they're investing in that product to get girls to want to come along as a habit and a ritual to come to that match and build a relationship with Arsenal that they wouldn't have if it was just men. And that's and then your point that you made to me earlier off air was you've got to get them wanting to spend their leisure money on cricket. Right, so there's a journey here.
Them being
young girls.
Girls and women.
So yeah, and you made that point when we were chatting, didn't you, about young girls who, at the minute, wouldn't say, "Oh, I'll spend my pocket money on going to the cricket." Right? They wouldn't. They'd, might go out to a nightclub or something like that, or they wouldn't be young girls if they would do that. But you know what I'm saying. They wouldn't choose cricket right now. What we've got to do is give them an experience here where cricket gets under their skin, and that's what they want to do. They want to engage, and we've got it in pockets, and we've got 21%, but there's loads more out there. If we get this right, there's loads more out there. And I think that the message about the text message is just, that's what I mean, it is relevant, it's here. I think England Euros win football, which pained me at the time as a Scotsman, but I think that did a lot for women's sport, because it was almost kind of made it really exciting. Women's sport, I want to watch that. I think that was great for cricket as well as football. So when you think about 5 years' time, full houses blast, wearing the same kit, you look at the ground and you think, that's a Wimbledon-type experience, if I can use that.
Taking all those positive moments that we've had in women's sport from an English point of view and driving those forward. In terms of Western Storm, I know a lot of the women's clubs at the moment do span across different counties, none as large as the Western Storm area at the moment. We've got Wales, Gloucester, Somerset, Devon, Cornwall.
Yep, a few miles.
An enormous span. I know one of the negatives, I suppose, to the 100 or the closest 100 ball team being in Wales, that no one from Somerset is interested in going to support the Welsh Fire. Is that a potential thing that the club are going to have to get over in terms of naming of the whatever the Western Storm might come in, change to in the future, making sure that you don't, alienate people from Gloucester, from Devon, from Cornwall, from Wales in supporting what is the new Western Storm?
I think it's a really good point, in that the strength that we have is our region, and that's the same in men's cricket, by the way. Even though we're called Somerset, our strength is in Devon, Cornwall, Somerset, bit of Dorset, Wiltshire. It's that, and that's our strength. And we mustn't lose that. So close collaboration with Gloucestershire, Glamorgan, Wiltshire, Devon, that's really important. It's important in men's cricket, and it's important in women's cricket. I mean, men's cricket more south, where we, Devon, Cornwall, we have great relationships. So yeah, that is really, really important. We mustn't lose that.
Sponsored by Future Media, number 58.
Gordon, the players are on their way out into the middle, starting the innings, but over our interactions, I think you've been a huge asset to Somerset County Cricket Club. Again, I'm sure I echo the thoughts of all of our fans and staff. You're always welcome and warmly welcome. And I think in some ways your effort and passion to bring Western Storm, Somerset together is potentially your long-lasting legacy, and I'm sure it'll be very successful. So thank you for everything you've done for the club.
Thank you.
And being the batting coach now for the Western Storm, I'm sure I can speak for the girls as well. They're very, very appreciative of everything the staff at Somerset County Cricket Club have done for them.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Trees. Thank you.
Luke Fletcher to open the
Great to speak to Gordon Hollins there.
The
Sadly exiting CEO of Somerset County Cricket Club. He's been magnificent, like I said. Positive returns in the bank balance and able to afford high quality overseas players like we're looking to hopefully enjoy a batting afternoon with Matt Renshaw now. Luke Fletcher taking the new ball. The familiar figure of Luke Fletcher, I may say. What a man mountain he is, stomping in from the Trescothick stand end. Interesting to see how this passage of play pans out. Nottinghamshire will be probably slightly underwhelmed and disappointed with their 193 in the first innings. And I'm sure with a bowling attack of 4 high-quality seamers, they'll be looking to make inroads into the Somerset attack tonight. Fletchy round the wicket, hammering away. So we've got Luke Fletcher, Brett Hutton, Dane Patterson, Lyndon James in the bowling lineups, along with Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner. Really important that the Somerset batting lineup get off to a nice solid start. Fletcher bowling an immaculate line of length, as you expect from the big man. Magnificent afternoon here at Somerset. The weather stayed consistent. We've got a breeze just helping Luke Fletcher move the ball away from the left-hander. Fascinating conversation with Gordon Hollins just then. Again, for those who haven't seen, a couple of days ago the ECB announced that Somerset County Cricket Club won the bid to take control of what is now the Western Storm, the South West's women's professional team. So really interested to see how that evolves over the coming years. Infrastructure, investment, encouraging young women and girls to take up the sport. And I really liked Gordon's point of attracting young girls and women to the game and getting them to spend their cinema money here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in the future. Matt Renshaw watching that one sail past the offside. Be nice at some stage if one of my co-commentators finish their scones, jam and cream or whatever they're having. Come and join me for a little bit. It's getting lonely in here without Gordon. Immaculate over there to start proceedings from Luke Fletcher. And well played by Matt Renshaw. Very watchful, cautious first over. Brett Hutton striding over to umpire Milnes. Scratching his footprints, making sure he's got a nice bit of grip. Brett Hutton had a magnificent 2023 season, lots of wickets, numerous fifers, a very dangerous bowler.
River End, number 16,
in the Josh
Brett
Davey
Hutton.
mould in some way, shape or form, looks to bowl a nice tight off-stump line, has the ability to swing the ball away to the slips, but I suppose it's pretty well known for the nip backer onto the shin of the right hander. That's probably his USP ball. Like many county bowlers that bowl at that sort of pace. Late 70s, early 80s if it's downwind and downhill. But high amounts of skill. Sean Dixon's had a slow start to the county season so far. He'd look to pick up on his late season form that he found last year. A perfect win for Brett Hutton, just over the right shoulder, helping him shape the ball towards the slips. Montgomery, Calvin Harrison, and Will Young at third slip. I think that's Will Young. Joe Clark taking the gloves. Unusual not to see Tom Moores behind the sticks. As Sam said earlier, he was getting a boatload of runs for the second 11, so doing everything he can to force his way back into contention for the first team. Dane Patterson down at fine leg. He'll be licking his lips to get hold of that new ball as soon as possible. No doubt about that. I was a little bit surprised this morning going out having a look at the wicket. All things considered, with the Duke ball, a little bit of live grass, I was surprised when the coin came down in favour of Nottinghamshire that Hassameed made the decision to bat first. I've just been sat next to my saviour for the afternoon. Andy Caddick's come in to join us. How are you, Caddy?
Hello, Peter. How are you?
Well, thank you. Always a bit of almost like the captain's nightmare, isn't it? Win the toss, bat first, all out for 193, and it could have been lower actually, with the umpire's finger going up a couple of times. There were a few very, very close LBWs and a caught behind or caught slip not given. It could have been a lot worse for.
Yeah, I was watching a little bit on, funny enough, on the feed, and it was a couple that you thought, oh, that's out, and then you thought, oh, that's quite close, maybe. But no, it's been for Somerset, it's been a very good day, but so far. But they've just got to bat on what looks a very good wicket. That time.
Yeah, you know, you always get rewarded for good cricket here at Taunton. If you bowl in a good area, there's a little bit of movement there day one, but if you bat with a straight bat and take the right options, there's certainly runs to be had. Renshaw has had, really, he burst onto the scene early in his career, and I think his four-day cricket in particular has just gone from strength to strength over the last few years, playing back home in the Sheffield Shield, a bit for Australia. And he always seems to do pretty well when he comes here to England. He came as quite a dashing left-hander. He looks like he's a lot more considered than he used to be. He still talks a bit too much, but there we go.
Ditto. No, just first day in, just had a little wander around. It's nice to have a bit of sunshine on people's backs. I'm sure the spectators and supporters are happy to have a bit of warmth in the body as opposed to a wet and cold. But no, it's good. Ground looks lovely.
Yeah, the groundsmen have done a fantastic job here, and I'm sure many of them over the country at the moment trying to get those first club wickets ready, scratching their heads. The amount of rain we've had this winter, it's been record-breaking, I keep hearing in the news. So yeah, the Somerset faithful, even though it's a bit chilly and there's plenty of fleeces and blankets out there, it is nice to see that yellow blob up in the sky, that's for sure. Luke Fletcher just probing away on the off-stump line. Renshaw plays and misses. It's amazing how the spell at the Overton spells today, where the first spell he got one wicket and he could have had 4 or 5 nick-offs, didn't get anything, and then his next spell when he looked a bit stiff, I think third spell, nick, and everything's right with the world. I think he bowled beautifully. He'd been struggling for wickets in his first game, but
well, they're using the Kookaburra ball, weren't they?
Yeah, he looks in top form now. Yeah, it was a quite an obvious change. I think even looking around the scores, it looks like a fairer contest between bat and ball with the Duke ball now.
But I think I don't mind. You know, I think a bit of an experiment that pre-season when the wickets are doing a bit, that you bring a Kookaburra ball into the fray because it evens it out a little bit. Because normally this time,
do you think with it being turned so weighted in front of the batter that would sort of exclamation mark that it's not suitable? Do you think, Cad?
No,
I mean, you've had way more experience bowling with a Kookaburra ball than I have.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. As a bowler, you can't beat a Duke's ball. We're the only country in the world that uses a Duke's ball. Everybody else in the world is using Kookaburras, but I think
I believe the West Indies use it.
Only
last maybe 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, they took the Duke ball on. But as far as English cricket is concerned, yeah, they use the white Kookaburra ball. They use the Kookaburra ball around the rest of the world. And if you're ever gonna experiment on using a Duke's Kookaburra ball, should I say, let's not do it halfway through the season when it's dry and it's not doing anything.
I do agree. It was definitely the right time, but I think it's 18 games, 15 draws.
Yeah.
I know there was weather, but
I know.
You don't want to see there's a extraordinary amount of runs being scored. I mean, Sam Northeast got a
double hundred, triple,
there was double hundreds. There was 3 or 4 double hundreds. I mean,
but
nice start from Dixon though. Cover drive off of Brett Hutton, just searching a little bit. Nicely played through the up, and Somerset are off the mark. Always a nice feeling for the batter to get one in the middle.
Or just over the boundary is quite nice as well. It doesn't have to be in the middle, does it? No, I was commenting to Victor earlier. The ground is looking lovely. I'm well happy as a ex-player and now a spectator looking at an outfield that's the same colour as the wicket. You know, all those years of toiling away when the wicket was the other different colour, was always yellow or looked dead before we even start the season. Now I just see a little wicket that's the same colour as the outfield, and that to me gives a good cover.
Would have got if there was live grass on it.
I know, terrible, isn't it?
Obviously, 1,200 not enough for you. You're greedy. He's greedy, ladies and gents.
I was always greedy.
Brett Hutton into Dixon, being very watchful on that off stump.
I wouldn't say I was greedy. I just wanted to get off the field quicker. But no, the outfield's looking lovely.
Yeah, that was mentioned earlier when I was on with Vic this time last year. It was like the sand dunes of Weston-super-Mare down in front of us in the Tres stand. There was a big black sheet in front of the Colin Atkinson, a tiny boundary. So the team have done a grand job. All credit to them, especially considering all the rain we've had. But maybe that's a good thing. Probing away the Nottinghamshire pair so far. You won't get a lot of freebies out of these two. Very, very good county bowlers, Brett Hutton and Luke Fletcher. Got a bit of age on him, especially Fletch in the twilight, you'd say, of his career, but still manages to do a job. And Brett Hutton last year, I mean, he was phenomenal for Nottinghamshire last year.
Yeah, just a good all-round seamer, isn't he? County seamer. So yeah, no. Somerset started well. This is get rid of the shine on the ball, see it off, probe away, and then make hay hopefully over the next 100 overs. Be lovely.
Yeah, it's one of those another one of the big differences, I think, with the Kookaburra to the Duke ball as well, Cad, is the Kookaburra kind of swings when it's new and then does pretty much nothing, whereas the Duke swings a bit, goes flat for a while, but then when you polish it, I always think 15, 18, 20 overs.
Yeah, around 20 to 25 overs.
Most then, so it gives the bowlers almost 2 bites of the cherry in terms of the ball moving laterally. It's a very, I think, county championship cricket is very dull if the ball's not moving at all.
I think you could say that about any cricket around the world. Is quite boring if the ball's not doing a little bit in 4-day cricket.
Yeah, it needs to be a fair contest, that's for sure. Renshaw off the mark with that thick inside edge into the leg side. Both Somerset openers looking like they've got fresh out the packet, new helmets, nice and shiny, not the old material ones. I think they're the modern style 3D printed helmets these days, Cad, hey?
I've still got my original Missouri helmet from 1992. When they first came, it wouldn't pass the test now.
Funnily enough, when I started playing club cricket again, I had an old England A helmet. England under 19s helmet from 1999. It was a bit smelly, and there's a bit of rust on it, but it's the most comfortable thing. I wear it for.
No, mine is the same, but mine's still got the Georgia the Dragon on when we played under MCC colours. So it's original. I still use it now because it's the most comfortable.
If you bob that,
oh no, better not break it. Better not get hit in the head because it might shatter. No, it's a vintage old helmet, but yeah, still got it. Still fits beautifully.
There was always one from your playing days for England, Cad. There was always one helmet that I would have loved to have, put up on the mantelpiece, and that was big Devon Malcolm's that got hit by Farney de Villiers, and the peak snapped off, and then Dev went on and got, what is it, 9 for 54?
9 for, so at the Oval.
Anyway, I remember his post-match interview.
He still talks about it now as his favourite after dinner speech.
I just looked through him. I think he says something like that. Brilliant. Those are the days. Fletchy stomping in round the wicket, trying to create a little bit of rough outside off stump for the spinners later on. Calvin Harrison, good leg spinner coming off the back of a fifer. Got Matthew Montgomery, bowls a bit of off spin. I suppose a lot of teams nowadays always have in mind that no matter what the wicket looks like, they're going to bat first, knowing that there's always a little bit of spin on offer come days 3, days 4.
I don't think the toss really mattered in this one this morning. I think it could have gone either way. You would have been happy either way. I just don't think Notts have batted very well as far as their sessions are concerned. So, and Somerset now have just got to put a few more nails on the coffin and just really have a good stand and have a good partnerships all the way through the innings and build a good first innings lead. That's the important bit now.
Yeah, I thought Hamid's dismissal was very unusual for him, slashing outside off stump, dragging on. He'd probably be disappointed with that. I know Joe Clark would be disappointed in the nature of his dismissals, but there was a lot of good balls flying around as well. I think there was a combination of high quality bowling and some lapses in concentration potentially, but I think sometimes you've got to credit the bowling team. I thought Somerset bowled exceptionally well, especially Craig Overton. I mean, he could have, I think he ended up with 3. He could have ended up with 6 or 7 the way that his first spell went. Just probing around the off stump, the ball nibbling in, nibbling out, very difficult to play. 3 for 57, could have been a lot better than that. Nice to see Pretorius pick up a couple of wickets. His first game here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, bit expensive early on, but clawed it back nicely, and Josh Davey and Lewis Gregory bowled beautifully well. As we look around the counties, a couple of games have only just got underway. Lancashire 62 for 4, Warwickshire 241 for 1. They must be using the Kookaburra ball still, Cad. Someone's plundering a few runs. Al Davis on 119 and Will Rhodes 50, so they're going pretty well. A few of the other games only just underway. Starting with the more conventional over-the-wicket tactic to Matt Renshaw, the left-hander. See a lot of bowlers go to the round-the-wicket tactic pretty early, but Brett fancies that LBW swing backer. That's what he searched for there.
Yeah, it's one of the strange things. I see a lot of bowlers now try and come around the wicket to cause issues to a batter, but you're just taking the wickets completely out of the equation, unless you are nipping it back in, and it's moving a lot. The old adage was you always wanted in county cricket, you always wanted a left-arm seamer, didn't you? Left-arm quickie. Mike Smith of Gloucester. You know, these players used to come in, swing it back in there.
He's match referee today, so it's always good to see Mike Smith.
So you always had these players, every county in the country wanted a left-arm seamer, didn't they? And if you had Ray Julian at the other end, he loved them as well as an umpire. Yeah. So, yeah, the old adage was if you're right arm to a left-arm batter, you wanted the same outcome, and that's why...
A couple of the county bowlers used to call him Uncle Ray, didn't they?
They did.
Kevin Dean used to call him Uncle Ray, and Ray Julian said to him on the way out, according to eyewitnesses, you hit him on the pads, lad, and Uncle Ray will do the rest.
I've got to admit, Ray saw me off at Worcester one year. And the mighty Hick was batting. He came in and I had Graham Hickey, probably LBW second over to him. Probably 12 balls, 10 balls, 12 balls. And it was pretty close. It was, yeah, as far as we're concerned, it was out. You got Graham Hickey. You always used to pitch it up to Graham because he didn't use his feet a lot early on. And we thought, that's plumber. You know, we'll go up for a appeal. And Uncle Ray, no, not out. And I walked back past him. Come on, Ray, what was wrong with you? What was wrong with that? He said, lad. There's a lot of people came here to watch him bat, not watch you bowl. I just, oh, well, okay. You went on and got 120 that game.
You can't argue with that. He was pretty good to watch, to be fair. Not when you were letting the ball go, that's for sure. He had one of the cover drives to end all. Change of bowling here.
Bowling from the Marcus
stand end.
Coming on number 2,
Dane Great Dane Patterson coming on to bowl. Very similar, I think, in terms of like streaks to Lewis Gregory. When he gets his tail up, he can get 3, 4, 5 in a very short space. A very dangerous bowler. Can be expensive at times, but if he's in rhythm, he is a very dangerous bowler. Way too straight there to Renshaw. He doesn't miss out. Clips it into the leg side. I'll think about 3, but they'll settle for 2. Yeah, Dane's one of those bowlers. He's got a knack. He sort of looks quite innocuous, then all of a sudden he'll get a couple to nip.
He looks like he's
2 or 3 very quick wickets.
He's looking to bring them back into the right hand and potentially away to the left, just by his action and the way that ball was there.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he was like a swing. He's more of again a line bowler. Yeah. Not massively dissimilar to like an Andre Adams. Hits like literally looks to bowl a channel. Very, very subtle skills in terms of shaping it a little bit, but more of a nip bowler. Again, beautifully played by Matt Renshaw, and I think that's probably why he's a little bit on the expensive side, because he bowls full. He gives the ball a chance.
Gives a chance, yeah.
Occasionally he gets driven, but when he gets that bit of movement and gets the tail up, he can be a real handful.
Bit like an old time Peter Trigo, then.
No, nothing like that. Much better.
You put yourself down, Peter.
Very kind of you to say that, Andy. Somerset, a very watchful start. halfway through the 6th over. 10 without loss. Looking very comfortable. As I said, Matty Renshaw. There's a lot going on early part of his career when he burst onto the scene. A lot of shots, especially through the leg side. He looks like he's
a little bit more composed.
Yeah, far more considered. Very, very good technically. Looks like he's hungry to score big runs. He's recently married and become a father. I'm sure that always helps tune the brain in, doesn't it? Nice bowling from Dane Passon. This will be a good battle, this one. What else has been happening in the world of Andy Caddick? Anything exciting happening? Any news for our listeners? I'm sure everyone is interested in what you're up to these days.
I'm just busy with, as some people may know, aircraft sales. I'm involved in aviation, so just busy with that. It's tougher out there, but no, still plodding along. Keeping busy, which is the main thing. I may have to toodle off back down to New Zealand. I was back at New Zealand just before Christmas. My dad wasn't well, and unfortunately he's gone downhill, so yeah, he might have to pop off back to New Zealand.
Sorry to hear that,
yeah,
Cad.
it's just, yeah, well, it's life, isn't it, at the end of the day? But when you're so far away, it just proves a bit more difficult. But yeah, so I might have to do that. But other than that, no.
You can't nip round the corner to New Zealand.
No, you can't nip round the corner, and it's no, it's not the local shop you just pop into and say hi and walk away from. No, it's a bit of a trek. But yeah, and it's getting a bit colder out there in New Zealand as well, which doesn't help. My body doesn't like the cold these days.
Not alone there. So you still flying? You had a helicopter license. Is there a thing where you've got to do X amount of hours?
No,
Dixon slashes through backward point. Wide ball from Brett Hutton, a rare wide delivery, and Sean Dixon was on to that like a flash.
And this is what you want for your opening partnership, is just see off the new ball and put the bad ball away. It's not, as I say, it's not rocket science. It's just hold in there.
It's not
going to get
science,
easy,
but it is difficult.
It is. No, it's not rocket science. It's difficult, but you know, you keep it simple. Cricket's a very simple game, and I think we overcomplicate it a little bit too much. Ooh. So that's a bit of a lazy shot on his part.
He's tried to play with real late soft hands, which I get that, but he's nearly middle of the bat, hit that back onto the stumps. Oh, that's
bounced over.
Very, very close to dragging that back on.
So it's been sturdy in defence, which that was a little bit lacklustre, and then attacked the bad ball.
Oh, shot there. Shot there from Sean Dixon, just drifting into middle and leg side, and he's got the full whip out, and he's going to pick up 3 runs. Captain Assamid chasing that to the boundary. Big shot there. A little bit of an insight into how he was so successful last year in the successful T20 team. Came in for finals day and ended up being man of the day.
You can see that's testament to the wicket, because you wouldn't be playing those shots if it was a little bit up and down and a little bit too pace. So it shows that the wicket's a good wicket to bat on as well as bowl on. So
there's a good opportunity here opening up for Somerset, that's for sure, especially as Nottinghamshire won the toss. Bit of a, every sort of 10-15 runs that goes by without losing a wicket, if they can do that, will be a real hammer blow for the morale of the Nottinghamshire players, no doubt. It's about being ruthless when you get in these situations. Early days though, still plenty of time left today. 26 more overs and the ball's in perfect condition to start swinging around.
So since I haven't seen you for a while, how's your golf going then, Peter?
It's been difficult, Cad, because when I'm in the UK it's been monsooning down. I took the sticks with me away. I played cricket, I don't know if you know, I played cricket in a couple of different parts of the world this winter, which was excellent. But yeah, I have to say, I've picked up the new Callaway clubs the last couple of weeks. The AI Smoke driver is an absolute beauty, and they've just developed a new golf ball which really suits my swing. So
is it bigger?
Things are going. I'm scoring very well at the moment. I've entered. I've got open qualifying coming up this year, and I've just entered relatively new competition, which is pretty exciting for us wannabe golfers. So I'm looking forward to that. I'll be playing in the, I think it's called the One Pro League. So I think the winner of the first event was a guy called James Ruth, who's from down these parts, very, very good golfer. Walked away with a few quid, so hopefully I can follow in his footsteps.
And you reckon this driver's the making of it, is it?
Well, I think it certainly helps when you got a driver that is going straight and relatively long. That's a pretty good combination.
Well, that's a good combination, yeah.
So we'll see how we go. It's not an easy game, that, Cal, as you know.
No, it's not.
It's a big love affair between cricketers and golf, isn't there?
There is.
From what I hear, the England cricket team do plenty of it.
I think they play more golf than they play cricket these days, but there you go.
Pattern into Renshaw.
That is what I'd class as a nice big juicy half volley, which
yeah, wasn't
he's
it?
happily let that go. So yeah, most be clamouring after that.
I like it though. Shows that he's got his head on, and he's as you say, seeing that shine off, believing that he'll get plenty of those later on if he can do the hard work now.
Yeah, I can see what you mean about Patterson. He just comes in and he just puts it that sort of nasty little, tempting you to either come forward and drive
lures
or
you into
lures
a
you
big
in a little bit,
drive. Yeah, and he has this knack of sort of leaking a few runs, then all of a sudden he just goes bang, 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 and all of a sudden you look up, he's got 3 for 30, and he's away. He gets a lot of fifers, once he gets on a roll. Take a little break. I think Vic Marks is going to come and join Caddy.
Oh, is he?
Which will be I might even stay around. That might be a fascinating little interaction. I don't know how the afternoon, evening snacks went along last time, but let's think commercially. Let's get a new sponsor in. Come on, Vic.
Oh, it's a nice drive. He's been waiting for that, Renshaw. He's a little bit further up under his nose, and he's lovely shot. That's probably one of the worst shots a bowler wants to see, and one of the best that a batter wants to play.
Yeah. Bottom hand, wouldn't it? Just to keep it nice and straight.
Just to keep it nice and straight.
Past the fielder. Half volley, but put away. Could easily smash that straight the mid off. No good at all. Well, Caddy, it's lovely to see you. We were on talking terms.
Are we?
I think so. We're going to be.
Or was that?
Well, Trigo was giving us a
did
bit.
you have the court letter through this morning allowing you to talk to him now? Yeah.
Well, that was a lovely shot. I like that one too. Just a punch off the back foot.
It's just
That's
got his lines.
a shot too.
Yeah, there's two good shots. Patterson's gone a little bit too full and straight to the drive, which he hit back, and then he's gone a little bit wide and short.
Sponsor is NHS Somerset.
I think it's a good idea to put us on the because I do remember that this is old.
Talking 1800s or
Both,
what?
no, just after both were given up. And he was working in the media, and he was in Australia, and they thought this was a bright idea. Would be to put him on with Ian Chappell.
No, that's not a good idea.
They only did it once. They refused.
Maybe there was a reason.
They refused to say a word to one another. So I think we'll do better.
Was there a mull of silence? Was there?
Yeah, they thought it might be quite sparky, but in fact,
you could hear a few kookaburra birds in the background tweeting away. Yeah.
Yes.
It just looks as though it's just being a little bit easier.
It does, doesn't it?
It's that first 5-6 overs. Now they're just starting to ease into it a bit better, these two. So it's just a matter of consolidating and just playing the bad ball, which they've been doing.
And in your experience, it's a while since you played here, mine, but is that probably tomorrow will be the best day to bat on it in some ways?
Yes.
Days
always
2
used
and
to be.
3. It doesn't actually get any worse. That's by and large.
No, I don't know the wickets here these days. But obviously, I don't bowl on them anymore. But in past experiences, yeah, the first day was Tennessee. If there's a bit of grass, which is, I've commented it already. It's lovely to see green on the wicket rather than a discoloured yellow. It looks a nice wicket. Tennessee is they tend to maybe do a little bit, but does it slowly, and then second day it'll do less, but it'll be a little bit quicker.
Mm-hmm.
And that tends to be the better day to bat on. And then, of course, if you've got a spinner in the side, you're hoping that it's going to break up. But
it
doesn't really. No, it doesn't.
Well, when you played, of course, you were lucky that you had Mushtaq.
We did. He was the exception to the rule. He'd turn it on anything. And it wasn't just the fact that he turned it. He also got bounce.
Yeah.
His action gave a lot of bounce. And we also had a very, very good wicketkeeper in the name of Rob Turner, who could pick Mush's googly, read him very well, and was an exceptional keeper to Mush. So, and the combination of that just created a lot of pressure on batters. And
he was a great signing, actually. Great overseas signing. Because
back end he came a bit more difficult because he spent more time in Cardiff than he did in Taunton.
Well, I like the story. I like the story. Mush, obviously he went on to coach at England, but he also found religion a bit towards the end.
Did,
after he left us.
Yeah.
And I think Peter Anderson told me how he went and played for Sussex and was prolific for Sussex
He
when
was.
they won the championship. And when Somerset played Sussex here, Mushtaq naturally went to have a chat with Peter Anderson, his old boss. And he said, and he apologised. I'm so sorry, Peter, the way I behaved some of the time. Yeah. And he was full of apologies. That he sort of had a slightly different change in lifestyle.
Yes, he's a bit of a rogue for a
very, very lovable. I'm
for
sure.
a very religious man. He became a bit of a rogue, and then I think he saw the light again and saw the error in his ways. But one of the most loveliest guys you'll ever come across, and he gave you his heart and soul. I remember. We played, I think it was Southend-on-Sea, and Gucci was potentially playing, and it was a spinning week. He bowled for the whole innings, the whole day.
Yeah.
He bowled, and he didn't want to. He just kept bowling. He just did not want to give up, and he valued a challenge. Because he knew he was good enough, and he got a little bit. He became a little bit frustrated if he couldn't get you out. He would just keep going. But. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, but one of the worst drivers you'll ever meet.
Oh, right. Okay, so you would look with trepidation at the driving list.
Oh, you? Well, the years he came over, which was quite entertaining, the club in their wisdom decided after the first year, when he didn't have a driver's licence, he turned up with a driver's licence the following year. And he managed to convince Peter Anderson to give him a car, and it happened to be a Ford Mondeo. And at the time, he was renting a house down Wellington Road. There's a house, I think it was just opposite Majestics in Wellington, down Taunton, down Wellington Road. And it had 2 very large brick pillars with a set of gates.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. So
quite close together, I suppose.
very close together. So it was quite amusing when one morning Mushtaq came in and down the left-hand side of the car, he managed to scrape every panel on that brick pillars. And he's very apologetic. Oh, sorry, Mr. Anderson. Sorry, Peter. Sorry, Mr. Sorry, Mr. Miss. And then 2 days later, did the other side. So Peter, at the time, I think he was wise enough to take the car keys off him because the car had to go off to be panel beaten and resprayed, and I mean, he never got the car back. I actually said to Peter, I said, "You're silly. You should have just bought him a bloody, excuse my French, a taxi card, credit card for running around, because he only wanted to run around Taunton." So, but yeah, no, Mush, he was a wonderful guy, and.
Well, even as a punter, he's the perfect overseas player because he bowled beautiful legs break, great to watch, and he could bat. But if he did get runs, they were exciting.
Oh, they were exciting, yes. Good entertainer.
Yeah, and he won a World Cup final for him too. Of course,
he did.
92, didn't he? When he got vital wickets then.
Cheeky little single.
Well, they sort of picked out who was at mid-off,
yes,
I think.
And they thought, we'll have 2 to him.
It's Fletcher's at mid-off. Well, it is looking a picture, the county ground.
It's looking gorgeous. It's looking warm.
I'm not sure it is
that
that
fresher
warm.
outside than it is up here, but it's looking warm.
It's big innings for just from everyone needs runs, and Sean Dixon needs runs. And if he plays shots like that,
he will not struggle. That's a beautiful shot.
There's an appeal for a run out. He's saying, I got the finger on it. Patterson is going off as if he was convinced that Renshaw was out of his ground.
I'm sure the replay will
tell us
confirm
something.
that.
They haven't got access to that. It was an absolutely cracking straight
beautiful shot.
Perfect shot. Let's have a look. Back it comes. That's not decisive, that is. It certainly hit the stumps. We assume it must have hit. Patterson seemed to be claiming it hit his finger. It's hard to gauge, actually, whether Renshaw had gone anywhere.
Well, to be fair, he hasn't played the game, Patterson, has he? He should have been sitting there breaking his finger and grabbing it. And, get the doctor on, and physio. I've hurt my finger.
And by the way, how's that?
He's missed a trick there. But credit, what a beautiful shot that was.
It was almost the shot of the day. That he actually, it hit the stumps and still sped away for 4. And it was perfectly timed.
Somerset
and if you get in on
would like to thank our principal county championship partner,
you can trust
you can.
A bit of sideways movement, but you can trust the bank.
But at the moment, I think not to just bowling, especially Patterson, just bowling a little bit too full. He's not a tall bowler. He's not quick, but he needs to be really precise with his. Because unfortunately, if you're tall and not that slow, you can get away with it because you've got a bit of bounce.
Yeah.
If you're fast but short, you can get away with your bounce. But if you're a combination of not quick and a bit short, you need to be very accurate when you're bowling. I think he's just bowled. I was lucky. I was slow. I was slow and tall.
Let's see. And thin, apparently. Once it looks in. Oh, sorry. Just we've got another replay from our indefatigable team back there.
Yes,
and Renshaw was aware of the problem, and I think he did. He slid his back in just in time, I think.
I think the fact that he may have hit it with his hand or touched it with his hand was irrelevant because I think Renshaw was back in his crease. So.
And actually, there wasn't much of an appeal except for Patterson.
Yes.
Anyway, so all is well. 32 for naught, and this might be the best opening partnership of the summer. I haven't actually kept a note.
We're going to touch wood now.
Okay. No, it was so far. It might be statistically, this might be the biggest opening partnership of the summer.
Well, you know, it's one of those things, isn't it? It's a good fresh wicket. It's testament to the groundsmen. They've done a lot of work here to get this wicket dry. So they've prepared a very good surface, and it's just got to be watchful for the next. How many overs have we got left remaining? 22 overs tonight. If we can get through unscathed, then you can start again tomorrow. It should get better to bat on tomorrow.
Do we know? I don't. What Lewis Gay would probably play a cagey game anyway. As to what he was going to do if he won the toss, do we know? I don't know either. I think the best answer is mind your own business, really.
Correct. The best answer is just enjoy the cricket.
Okay.
We're in a reasonably good position at the moment, so I think it's nice to see that we haven't got baseball cricketers here trying to smash that out the ground backward point. Just letting it go and being watchful.
The one baseball cricketer who could have been here didn't play, which was Ben Duckett, of course. He played the first 2 games for Notts. But is not playing here. I'm not quite sure what the reasoning is. He hasn't got many runs in those 2 games, I don't think, but he certainly
so he's either injured or
he's sort of having a break.
Which
I don't know. I mean, I see Root and Brooke have been playing. Well, Brooke needs to play. He hasn't played much at all. But both of them failed to score many for Yorkshire today. Crawley's played at wherever Kent are playing, but didn't get any.
I think as batters, especially this time of year, you need to play.
Yeah.
Whether you're international or domestic, or you just need to play.
Well, actually, it's we've got an age where we've got a few specialist white ball cricketers, and I think it's tough for them because one way to get ready to be an effective white ball cricketer would be to play the longer form to get time at the crease and be comfortable. Because particularly in T20, there is no. If you're out of nick and a batsman,
there's no way you don't get back in nick.
You can't. I haven't got any time to get back in nick. You've got about 2 balls licensed to, and then you've got to go.
Yes, the first one. Yeah, okay, we'll have a look.
So if you start proceedings out of nick,
yes,
you're really struggling. Whereas if you are playing some of the longer formats, even if it's 50 over cricket, actually, you've got a chance to get yourself right before playing all the big shots.
No, I have to agree with you. I think we've gone down the route too much of players who play one-day cricket, can play one-day cricket no matter where they are, how they are, whatever form they're in. But you've got to get form. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
No matter what format the game is, whether you're a bowler or a batter, you have to produce some form. You only get one opportunity as a batter. And in the shorter format of the game, if you've got a bad run, you might not get another opportunity.
Yeah.
But what would we know, Victor? We don't know much of the format of the limited over cricket these days, do we?
Well, it's changed, obviously. And I think of it, I ended up as, at one point I was quite almost pigeonholed as a one-day bowler. But if I bowled like I did then now, I'd probably be going for 25 and over. It's amazing how that element of the game's changed. I don't think Championship cricket has changed that much. Still the basics, still definitely hold water. But when I was bowling off spin in one-day cricket, when I was actually early days, you were allowed to stick 6 men on the leg side. You bowled at middle and leg, and blow me, nearly every right-hander, well, 90% of them anyway, dutifully hit it on the leg side to where all your fielders were.
Well, very good of them.
Yeah, it's very decent of them. It seems absolute madness now that they should do that.
But the difference was you'd buy them a pint in the bar afterwards and say thank you, wouldn't you, Victor?
He's hit that all right.
He's hit that very well.
Just dragged down.
It was a bit like what Peter was saying as Patterson. He tends to go for a few runs. He's just been a little bit odds and sods as far as the length and lines he's bowling.
He hasn't got the ball to swing.
No, he hasn't. I think he might be trying to search for it. 12 and a half overs now, coming at 13 overs. Normally by now you're on the cusp of it, just starting to do stuff.
So you would expect it to swing more after a dozen overs than it did when it was brand new.
Yeah, it would swing a little bit new, but not as much. But your tendency is that you're looking for a little bit more nip than swing early on. Try and get the use of the green surface or whatever surface you're on.
Okay, so in your first 4 or 5 overs, you would reckon it might get a little lateral movement or a bit of bounce, extra bounce.
Yeah.
And then
just attack top of off and just keep that line and then hope that as you're scuffing the sides up and just getting that lacquer off, that line will start to get a bit of shape on it.
I remember Beefy when he get a new ball and he could swing the ball when he was in his pop. He'd throw it to the keeper, and he'd want the keeper with his to sort of mash the ball up.
Yeah. It's a bit more of a confident shot from.
Yeah, a little bit of a shimmy down the.
Yeah, just
down the.
Changing the length. Somerset doing quite well, 37 for none after 13. So a good start, good solid start, which is nice to see from these two.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was the same. What we're trying to do is get that lacquer off, and you'd always be arguing which side you were going to. But we always used to shine the kite on the Duke's ball. You'd always get somebody comes along and starts shining the wrong side, which you'd be to your frustrations.
Probably a spinner.
Or if you're bowling with someone like Von Troost, it would just come back as though a dog had chewed it, so it wouldn't matter. So he never used to hit the seam, and you'd have 6 scuff marks all over. And that's where the partnerships I had early on with Graham Rose was brilliant, because Rosie was a predominant swing of the ball and
looked after the ball.
Looked after the ball very well. Between the two of us, we could get the ball swinging. But when Rooster came on board, that tended to go out the window.
He's good fun to watch, though.
Well,
bowled some quick deliveries.
He did, and I remember I don't know why I was standing at backward point. It might have been square leg, but I remember we had a game here, Worcester. Tim Curtis opening the batting, and at first ball, Tim picked his bat up. Rooster hit him straight in the side of the head from a bumper.
Yeah.
Did not move. Ball went back towards Rooster, picked it up. These days you'd be in for concussion and all sorts, but no. Tim carried on. He got 100 that game. He was a very good player of pace.
Tim Curtis.
Tim Curtis, very good player of pace. Yeah. But to his credit, it was a quick wicket, and Rooster, quite frightening.
Well, Andre Van Troos we're talking about, and what I talked to people of that generation who played against him. They've never forgotten him. You talk to Graham Gooch, one of the best opening bats. I remember playing against Van Troos somewhere or other. Partly because you never quite know where the ball was going to go.
Well,
anyway.
Towards the end of his career,
They remember him because he was quick, but he was also
a little bit
wayward,
erratic. Yes,
which somehow makes it worse for the batsman.
It also made it slightly worse for the keeper. We had.
That was probably.
Perrin Holloway would be.
Oh, Perrin Holloway, was he?
Now they used to. Most keepers would wear a helmet standing up. Perrin would wear standing back to Rooster, to Andre. But no, to his credit, Andre, he got one of the biggest accolades, which we were playing at Bath, and Desmond Haynes came in to say that that's the quickest spell of bowling he has ever faced in world cricket. So he was a bit lethal. But we had second team cricket back then. We had an opening attack for second team cricket when at its pump with Caddick, Von Troost, Hungry Walsh, a little West Indian short fella. He was quick. Nobody get in the nets with him. And then you had someone like Kenneth Benjamin as an overseas trialist.
That's right. I mean, people used to have
several
overseas players. They could only play one or two. That's it.
And we had an old chap called, or not an old chap, but an all-rounder called Ken McClay.
Oh, I remember Ken. I played with him.
Yeah.
At WA.
Yep. Wonderful guy. Yeah. Good all-round cricketer. But, you know, that was an opening attack for your second team cricket. Not your first, for your second. But no, he was lethal, old Andre.
Well, I played for WA with Ken McClay. And then I visited him a long time afterwards, and he was breeding bulls down.
He was a farmer. Yeah, he was. That's unfortunate. Well stopped there. Short mid wicket.
Very dry sense of humour again. But he could swing the ball.
He was a little bit of a Terry Alderman, wasn't he?
Yeah, less pace.
Less pace, but he come in and same sort of action.
He'd bowl into the Fremantle doctor.
Yes.
At Perth.
Well, only after lunch.
Yeah, when it came in.
When it came in.
Well, you can't speak too soon, but Dixon, a feature of him last year, I felt, and was that there was a lot of movement, wasn't there, before the ball bowled, as he sort of set himself up, and he was prone very early in his innings to try and clip balls, straight balls through the leg side. Possibly as he was moving, and his rhythm probably wasn't quite right.
And 9 times out of 10, when you're moving, you end up falling across your crease.
Yeah, well, that's what that was intended. But so far in this innings, he's
standing a bit
much
stiller
and hitting it straight like that.
Another great shot, well fielded.
He's unlucky not to get 4 for that.
Yeah, I think that's, as a bowler, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for somebody to be scurrying around the crease, because if you're moving around the crease, that means you're not balanced. And batting, as we know, is a little bit about timing. And the good batters, good players, will be in a position of strength before the ball's bowled. Yeah. And I think, some of these players do too much at the crease. Yeah. Some of the old great players, Martin Crowe, Vivians, Richards,
then you've got a lot
still.
of things to get right.
Yeah, you have.
If your timing's significantly out. But at the moment, he's standing much stiller at the crease. And the ball was finding the middle of the bat. Not just for him, but Renshaw's played a couple lovely little back foot drives, a little more than defensive pushes, but he's timing the ball nicely. I remember watching Renshaw down here in his first spell with Somerset in, I think it was 2018. And I think that season, early season, we played on some greener pitches than this. And he played a really cavalier style. I think he must have sussed it out. This ball's going to be moving around. I'm blowing my shots. And he came off quite a lot. Now he's back with us this year. I think he's had one other little spell with us, hasn't he? But he's back.
Yeah, a little bit in between, hasn't he?
And he's now more measured, isn't he?
He is a little more composed. I think he's a little bit more balanced around the crease and a lot more watchful as an opening batter, which is what you want. Yeah, you want somebody who's watchful. He's had some decent balls bowled at him, and he's had some balls that we'd say that most batters would like to put away, and he's left them alone. He's just been a little bit more watchful, and I think that's what we need as far as a opening partnership is concerned. You want them to be watchful, and you want them to be developing and building a partnership. Spending time at the crease, which is, we always say, is gold dust these days with the amount of shots played, just spending time at the crease. And the other thing which you notice when you spend time at the crease, you start backing your shots more. Your proper shots, which are your back foot drives, your front foot driving, clipping off the leg. So yeah, you start being more confident very watchful. Patterson's just pulled his length back a little bit because he's been driven a couple of times. So
we are pleased to be working in partnership with our ground naming rights partner, Cooper Associates.
But there is
again in 2024. Cooper Associates are an award-winning mortgage advisor.
Once Overton in particular got his length right,
with their
he
head
beat that
office
outside
based
edge
in
time
James
and time
Street,
again.
Taunton.
I don't think he's doing so much now. Dave, a fair bit of sunshine on that surface. It must be dry. Sometimes you look at the wicket now, and we've had nearly a day's play on it, and when it's damp, you can see the footmarks, aren't
Correct,
they? They're
yeah.
usually darker
Yes.
than the rest of the soil. Well, we're looking down now, and there's just a few footmarks visible, but they're the same colour, and they're not very prominent, which suggests it's a pretty dry surface.
Fletcher's been very persistent coming around the wicket to Renshaw.
I can't imagine
No.
you bowling around the wicket
No,
to
I wouldn't-
left-handers.
I
Did you
didn't.
ever bowl a ball almost? Or hardly a ball, I should imagine.
I would do it as a
Sort of
change of
variation.
line. I wouldn't be doing it consistently because my view was I wanted to drag, especially when I developed an off cutter which went away.
You wanted to.
I wanted to
nick.
drag them across the crease so I could swing the ball back in. That's
Ooh.
very well fielded again. That's short mid wicket. Not the greatest of balls, and
So you wanted to drag him across the crease, left-hander,
yes,
with a view to an LBW. If
with
you
a view
could,
to bringing it back across an
and getting
LB,
an yeah.
and just making them play at balls they really don't want to be playing at. And I think when you come round the wicket, the only option you really have is the ball that nips away.
Well, the other thing that happens now that didn't happen so much, even though you haven't been retired that long, there were not many seam bowlers who ran up round the wicket to left-handers and bowled away swings.
Away swing.
I mean, I can't envisage you trying to do that.
I
It
couldn't.
would
I
have been
can.
an
I can.
unnatural
Well,
thing.
I couldn't bowl in a what you call an in swing to a right hander or an away swing to a left hand. No, it
Just
was
bowled a
just
straight
not.
ball.
It
You
was
might bowl
either
a
straight
one.
ball or an off cutter, which my off cutter would bounce a little bit more because it hit the seam more.
Yeah.
It just was not my action able to
Yeah.
open myself up
But
to
now
bowl in
it's
swing.
standard practice, isn't
It is now, yes. But it's easier now because the tendency is that bowlers don't tend to, even with Fletcher, looking at his feet,
Yeah,
watch
yeah.
his feet. His feet are forward down towards the wicket, towards the batter. Whereas the old generation was always back foot 45 or 90
Yeah.
degrees, side on, get round your hips. So it's difficult to bowl the ball as an in-swinger. Whereas now, because they're more open-chested, hips going a bit through a bit more, you can easily throw your shoulder into it away and push the ball away from a left-hander being an away swinger.
There's someone like Stuart Broad almost lost his away swinger because he became a terrific bowler against left-handers from
opened-
around the wicket.
Yes.
Because he was always looking for the outside edge still. But as a consequence of doing that so often, he would have found it quite difficult to bowl a conventional away swinger to a...
Correct, because what was happening was coming around the way as left-handers. Because it's funny how we go in swings and roundabouts, but there's predominantly more left-handers in world cricket or any cricket than there are right-handers now.
Yeah.
So you have to adapt, but as you adapt to bowl around the wicket to a left-hander, which they all tend to be doing these days, it's easy just to pull your left shoulder away rather than holding it and allow the ball to naturally swing away just from your body action. So
And I think someone worked out that there appears to be, and it makes some sort of sense to me, an advantage to have left-handed opening batsmen. Because you could beat the bat time and time again, and unless it was properly swinging, it's going to be pitching outside leg from over the wicket, isn't it? Anyway, we have a change of bowling.
Change of bowling from the Marcus Truskovic pavilion end. Coming on number 8, Lyndon James.
Field sort of spreading a bit. It's just the 2 slips now. There's a man on square leg boundary as well as a long leg.
which suggests he's going to go a little bit shorter. He's walking back as though he's just decided, oh, crikey. That was sore. That was painful.
Relatively young pup.
So Dixon looks as though he's looking a bit more comfortable. You can see he's more comfortable because he's coming down the wicket a lot more. He's more balanced and making a bigger stride towards the bowler. So
well, there's nothing wrong with that.
no, that's the
Very sweet cover drive.
It is. That's the fielder saying, "Excuse me, can you throw that ball back, please?" But no, very nice.
Well, this is the fourth bowling option. I think the fifth one is the leg breaks of Calvin Harrison.
Well, I think you might find that sometime tonight he will have a bowl.
Yeah. That's a very. I mean, it's quite an inviting delivery, but it's beautifully put away.
Yes, I think if you're an opening bat and you decide to let that one go, then you'd be a little bit disappointed with the result. But no, he's hit that beautifully through the covers.
Always slightly ominous when just a bog standard forward defensive hits the middle of the bat and sort of rolls quite firmly to mid-on.
Like I said, he's taking that big stride, which is nice to see as your opening batter.
Yeah.
Which means you're getting a little bit more comfortable. Good opportunity for Dixon to just establish himself for the summer here.
Yeah, because obviously he came last summer and in a red ball game, he played one or two good innings, but never really
settled
himself. And this summer, it was actually saved by his efforts in the T20, and particularly on finals day, but also in a game or two before the finals, where his experience and nous were valuable in low-scoring games very often.
But I think we'll go back to what you said. One-day players, whether it's 50 over, 40 over, 20 over, whatever limited over cricket you play, as a batter, I do think to be pigeonholed as that specialist and not actually have an opportunity to say, well, no, actually, no, I can play 4-day cricket. I can spend time at the crease. It must make you feel more control, more comfortable as a one-day player in the format if you spend time at the crease, whether it's a day, half a day, whatever it is, just batting.
Yeah.
It must be to a benefit, as you said. If you have a bad run of luck in 2020 cricket, that can be detrimental to potential.
Well, there's no way. It's like being stuck in a cul-de-sac. There's no way out.
Yes.
Unless you go for the big shots, and then suddenly you middle one, and then you might be off and running again. But I don't know if it's you. I mean, this is how an old pro feels. Probably they don't feel quite the same, the modern generation. But
maybe not.
I'm just having this thought of, I know I'm not seeing the ball right. I know I'm not timing it. But there's nothing I haven't got any time to try and rectify it. I've just got to hit and hope. And when you just hit and hope, you often find actually, even watching T20 cricket, the guys that are in really good form, they never look to be in a hurry, do they?
No.
and they don't play so many big
They feel
shots because they
comfortable.
know that the big shots will come very shortly.
Well, the thing is, they adapt a ball to look like an effortless 4, rather than being a 4 or 6 with big effort and straining to. And you see those quality players just nurdle a 4. And we go back to it. Finals day for Dickinson. He nurdled a 60-odd. Played what you call good quality cricket shots. He could have easily gone the other way and tried to smash it out the park and could have been found wanting. But when you have that control and finesse, just to think, I've got time. I think that's the key to it now. The players now play 20-20 over cricket. I think they haven't got time. They haven't got time to actually just block a ball and watch it and then nurdle the 4. Or
and in a sense, but it was an expression of confidence in the bowling attack, in the sense that, looking back, I can't remember the precise details, but Henry in particular, Overton with that new ball, the batsman knew that, hang on a minute, it's not easy here. If we can get 140 or 50, that could be enough. You know, the standard thinking is, well, if you haven't got near 200, you're done. But actually, they played the conditions well. He played the conditions well, sensing that, we know from experience now that our bowling attack, if you give them 140 and 50 and a little bit of help, that game is winnable.
And going back to the strange about way, it proved that if you just do the basics right, which Henry and Overton did, which was just hit top of off, create a bit of pressure, just keep hitting top of off, don't over-experiment.
Yeah, I agree.
Just experiment, just hit top of off.
You hit. I had a chat with Jeff Arn. Did you ever do any work with Jeff?
Yeah, Jeff was my 93. He was my he was the England coach. He was the bowling coach. He
was here early on. Did you see him?
No, I didn't. I heard he was down there. No. He came down to look at a couple of people who unfortunately were not playing. Yes, which is a bit of a.
I don't quite know where I was going with that, but yes, he got up at 5 o'clock to watch Casey Aldridge and Pennington bowl, or one of them at least. Neither are playing.
Mainly warm up.
And there wasn't really anyone else for him to watch from a bowling perspective, from an England point of view. I mean, Patterson is from South Africa, as is Pretorius. I think they know about Craig Overton. They know about.
Oh, they might do. Well, there's another good little shot. You see, just nurdled, saw the pace, angle that down. A quick little 2, and the board's just ticking over nicely. 15 overs to go for the evening. 14 after this. And a really good solid base. But again, it's just basic, keep things simple, and that's what these two are doing. And that's what I was saying about bowling, whether it's one-day cricket, 4-day cricket, or whatever form of cricket. Keep things simple. I think that's what. There's a great shot.
Just a little bit short, a little bit wide. Right. My goodness, he's timing that ball.
Yes. Very good shot. Just waited, a little bit wide, a little bit short, and he didn't over try and hit it. No. He just guided that backward point. So here we've got 6 off the first 2 balls. Potentially another 3. I think that might slow up over the outfield, which it does. Another 3. It's becoming a little bit of an expensive over, which is the old trait, isn't it? Sit in. Went for a few bad balls.
Somerset 50 coming up in the 19th over.
And a little shake of the hands for the 50 partnership. Well, I can see you've been aching to get out of there. There's just enough grass for you. Just enough.
The mind is willing, the body is not, Victor. As I'm sure you would be sitting there thinking, I wish I was 25 again.
Yeah.
We all do. I know I did. I think there's a few overs left in the bottle. Well, I wouldn't say overs, I'd say balls. A few balls left in the body this year, a few charity matches this year. But
oh, really? You still played? Oh, gosh.
Oh, yeah. Well, captain and plays a batter. I don't.
Plays a batsman.
Always get somebody else to bowl these days. It's better.
Does look to be flattened out a bit, doesn't it?
But that's a traditional old Taunton wicket, isn't it? So now's the best time to bat today and tomorrow.
Yeah, well, it's very easy to get ahead of yourselves. I was watching our brave boys, Somerset, at the Oval, and it was 190 for one. And I thought, right, it's got these brown caps under the control. And mayhem ensued. So I think we've learnt, all of us, from various generations here, not to take too much for granted.
No, definitely. And enjoy sitting here watching it rather than being down there doing it.
It's much easier doing it from here. Anyway, thank you very much.
That's right.
Lovely to see you.
Yes, Vic. I'll pop in every now and then, say hello, and
do. And,
share a coffee.
Yeah. Well, now go away.
That's about right. Thank you, Victor.
Cheers. Well, there's a few problems for... It hasn't really gone to plan for Hamid so far. On a personal level... He dragged one on in the first over, having decided to bat. And at the moment, 53 for no wicket, and not much happening. Dixon has been outstanding so far. I haven't seen him time it as well as this. Probably in his red ball career for Somerset.
Yeah, he's played very nicely. He's done the work, hasn't he? He's done that dirty work early on, got himself in. You know, we showed what a good ball striker he is in the T20 finals day, where he's absolutely immaculate. And you know, when he gets in, he is a sweet timer of the ball, no doubt about that. But it's a very difficult job opening the batting in 4-day cricket.
But we've been sort of us old timers watching him here, and he does look much stiller at the crease, doesn't he? Less movement before the ball's bowled.
Yeah, I think
and playing straighter.
Yeah, I think we had a number of clips, and we felt that, especially that early season where he had a particularly lean time, he was taking the very aggressive off-stump stance, but then looked susceptible on the inside edge, and was still following the wide balls.
Yeah, I know. So he could have been LBW at any moment, or caught seconds left.
Yeah, which is not an amazing combination.
No.
And I think when he came back into the team, he looked like he'd done a lot of work with Shane Berger and various other coaches, and just sort of clarified the game plan a little bit. Yeah, he looks, when he's in, he looks a great player. I suppose a lot of people, that once they're in, get in, but that getting in process, that first 20, 30 balls, I mean, going back to right back in the day boycott, anyone could get me out inside the first 20 balls. Once I face 20 balls, you're going to have to really bowl a good one sort of thing. So, yeah, lovely start here. 53 for no wicket, 20 overs, a nice tempo to the innings. Just feeding off of over-pitch balls or loose deliveries.
Not many from Fletcher, who's bowled. He's in his 8th over now. He's only yielded 5 runs, but
yeah, old Brian Langford would have been proud of a spell like that of 8 overs, wouldn't he?
I saw that spell.
It must have been edge of the seat stuff. That.
Well, we didn't really know what was happening. It was at Yeovil, and Robbo was playing, of course. Yeah. Peter Robinson. And all I know about it was, it was turning. And a bloke who played for Essex called Brian Ward spotted it was turning and thought, I'll just keep him ahead. and he bowled one ball to Keith Boyce, the West Indian all-rounder, who was a sort of barnstorming batsman. He had a big sort of lap sweep at him. And it went for a single, but it was given leg by. No one's quite sure whether there was a nick on it or not, but it was given as a leg by. And for the rest of the time, this Brian Ward just blocked it because it was spinning so much. And in fact, they got about 130 odd. And Somerset won by about 2 wickets, possibly with with Peter Robinson batting down the not out at the end. We'd have to look it up, but it was still a tight game. But one from another era. It was almost the first year of the John Player League. We're still working it out.
Thank the Lord for the umpire that gave leg bars. What a great story that is. And the Fletchy's over. Very nicely. 8 overs, 5 maidens, 5 runs. Very expensive in the context of our previous story.
WPA Health Insurance, Trade Nation, IGOS Insurance Services, and Virtue Motors.
Lyndon James continuing from the Trescothic stand end. Tall bowler. Not a massive swing of the ball again. Hits a back of a length. Looks for a bit of nip.
Hasn't found it so far. They're going to give him a bit more protection, are they, on the offside? Well, square third man's going out. I think you might as well put the leg spinner on. Let's have a look at him.
Yeah, he might be right there. Certainly broke a bit of momentum up with Bashir coming on.
Well, he got 1 wicket. He could have had a couple more. And actually, I mean, he didn't get the ball to spin much, but he did get it just off the straight a few times. He does spin the ball. Nothing else is happening.
Yeah, just change the momentum up, doesn't it? I think that's one thing about the Nottinghamshire bowlers. Even though there are slight differences in style, they're all of a similar pace.
Yeah.
I think once you get in against one, it won't take you long to get in against all of them. I think that'll probably be one observation.
Well, it's quite a contrast to what they've been experiencing at the Oval. I know that in the end they fought hard to get that draw, but you're up there. There was 2 bowlers of pace, and Jamie Overton and Atkinson. Atkinson skidding on, bowled quite quickly, I think. Alongside Roach, who's a swing bowler of great experience. All I'm saying is that it was a more varied attack, and probably a more potent one. After all, they have won the last 2 championships, Surrey. And they'd have people like Worrell, who's done really well for them, not playing in that game. I think he might be playing today.
Yeah, he's done well for them, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I was just up into the dressing room to say hello to the lads and pick up a couple of artefacts for us to maybe discuss at some point. I've got a relatively new Duke ball and a Kookaburra ball with me that we can maybe show the viewers.
I've got to have a look at the Kookaburra for a while because I haven't seen one of them for a bit in my hands.
Well, I think there's the first real noticeable, Vic, if you like to hold it up to the camera there.
Okay, well
put them together is the colour of them. I mean, totally different colour in terms of leather.
We always used to think, I don't know whether the darker it was, the better, the more likely it was to swing. For some, it may be totally irrational.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah. So there's the. Oh, hang on. Well, there's the twort. You can see the seam. I wonder how many overs that looks like. I think there's no more than about 15, 20 overs worth there.
Yeah, no less than that, I would say. Yeah, the lacquers, there's still a bit of lacquer around. I'd say that's probably a 4 to 5 overall ball.
Okay, there you go. I'm just trying to. I'm just trying to get it so you can see the seam.
But I think pay particular attention to relatively. I think the same number of bands of string, or rope as the bowlers call it.
Yeah.
But considerably thicker, especially the outer rope,
and sort of higher up. It's higher.
Yeah, I would say if I had to guess that it was, especially the outer seam. I would say it's at least 3 times thicker than that of the next ball that you're going to show.
Okay. Well, here's the Kookaburra. I reckon that's done more than half a dozen overs. You'd think.
Yeah, a little bit more.
But the seam is not as proud. It's almost flat here at the top. That's the biggest difference. And even for a spinner, you could grip, you can get your finger sort of banged against the seam of the twort, but there's nothing to really grab hold of there. It's not such a problem for spinners, actually. Also, it always feels smaller to me, but Anyway, that's the one that the batsmen like.
The one with the flat seam.
That's the one that the bowlers like.
Doesn't seem to be a great deal of seam movement at the moment, and I'm not sure you're going to get much movement from out there.
Well, he's wide. That's a wide. It's a rare bouncer from Fletcher, I'd say. I think he meant it, but he didn't quite get the direction right.
He might have tried a slower bouncer there. He's not adverse to bowling the occasional one of those, unless he's...
Yeah, whatever it was, it didn't quite work.
Or he might have just got it horribly wrong, old Fletcher. I'm sure he'd be open and honest and tell us for sure. But yeah, I think there is a... I'm not sure if it translates across the in-box camera, but I'm sure you can vouch for it, Vic. They are considerably different from a feel point of view, and certainly
if this one almost feels, the Duke almost feels heavier, but it can't be. But this is the one the seamers want to get their hands on, and that seam will stay higher, prouder for longer. And you're explaining how it would polish up better.
Yeah, I think you can.
Which side do you say
they've obviously got leather both from the same red cow. Yeah. But one of that red cow, I think the Duke's one has got a lot more wax and oil in it in its manufacturing, which is why it retains that sort of shiny surface for longer.
I'm going to leave those with you because we might get back to that at some point. But it's fascinating to see. I mean, they are significantly different, just to look at, and we've decided that they behave more differently, very differently. That'll do. It's a rare boundary off Fletcher.
A lovely shot from Dixon as he's grown into his innings. Any sort of stray in line and length, he's capitalising on it. He's actually scoring at a nice fluid speed as well.
Anything, but he's playing the ball on his merits, but anything that's off target, he's just hit it for four. And with absolute certainty. Lovely cover drives, little punches off the back foot. And that one he just caught up with.
Previously, when I've played against him in the past, it was always very noticeable that he was a very good puller off of top of the stumps, sort of thigh pad height, which is a sign of a good player first and foremost. But I felt like when you bowled at him, he was sweating on it and looking for the short ball, which I think made him susceptible to the fuller ball. And I think he's in time become more rounded. And like I said, he had a pretty successful time down on the southeast coast when he played for Kent. Scored a big 300, I think, the year before he signed for Somerset. But yeah, it was a feature of his batting that he was very strong on the short ball, and he's shown that at times.
Well, he's played. He hasn't had. He played one. He's played one pull shot off Patterson, which was didn't seem that short. Where is this now? See, this is one where you'd shout for that.
Yeah,
I think he's did it come down the pitch a bit, but if he's in line. He's almost gone so far over. That's how he was playing last year.
That might be one of those genius DRS decisions that you'd have if it was available.
It looks out to you and me, but it might have just pitched outside the line.
I think that's in line. I think maybe because he came down the wicket, it might have been too high. But I think if you Hawkeyed that, I think that'd be pretty close.
Yeah.
So we'll call that 4-1.
But I don't like it. He's obviously made his decision to do that, and I don't see the merit of doing that. You'd have been screaming for that, Pete.
I think that's out. That's my opinion. But I think the body language that he showed by coming down the wicket, but I think he's not actually come down the wicket. He's gone across the wicket, hasn't he? So, yeah, we had these discussions. I think even a couple of times. Had a few conversations with Dicko, I think, throughout the season, and I bowled him in the nets previously, and I'd question him on the on the off stump stance because you're batting across all three, but you have to be like if you picture Jonathan Trott, he was relentless with hitting the ball off his pads in straight balls, and you absolutely have to be. But I didn't feel like he was, and he's shown it there. He's played beautifully from an orthodox position, and the only time he's looked like getting into trouble is when he's walked across. Maybe his head falls over slightly.
So what you're saying is when you bowled at Trott, you always thought he was going to hit the ball.
You had to move your stumps over and try and nick him off still.
Whereas if you, at times when you were bowling at him, you thought the gamble, if you like, was worth taking because he's going to miss one. Or he might miss one.
I didn't play enough against him to probably have a bigger sample part of that. But yeah, I mean, the way that obviously last season went.
I suppose the other thing you could do with Trott is that you could just protect that area but then still bowl straight at him for a while. But if he keeps hitting it, it doesn't really help, does it?
He was pretty good at it.
Yeah.
But I think, again, going back to you can't have a foot in either camp. One thing that Trott forced you to bowl straight at him, which is where he wanted it. Lovely shot there from Dixon, staying in that orthodox position. The bowler's got greedy and he's clipped that away for 4. One thing that Trott was, he was relentlessly ruthless with leaving the ball, even a fraction outside off stump, so it made sense. Whereas if you don't leave and you occasionally miss the straight one, it doesn't make any sense. I think that's the point. It's like Caddy said, the game's simple. He's making the game more simple for himself, and I think the proof is in the pudding now that he's got himself.
So
he's
what
eased
we're
himself
saying
to
is
44.
we don't want him to shuffle across to the offside, as he did once there to Fletcher, who's going to have a rest now, surely. We don't want to see him do that.
No, I don't think so. He looks
he's in charge. He's got
an
the bat in his
excellent player when he's keeping it simple.
Well, here's an excellent player coming in. Sam, our globe-trotting correspondent.
Going up to Macclesfield at home, is that constitute globe-trotting?
No, he's going to Lake Como and possibly Pakistan.
Yeah. Crikey me.
I mean, obviously you can't globe-trot to your...
Well, no, that sounds pretty globe-trotty to me. Bit disappointed he hasn't invited
for
me.
For
me,
me, globe-trot, but he's going to Clevedon.
It's a trek from your neck of the woods, Vic. Probing area there from James, played very comfortably by Sean Dixon, who's looking in fine form. 44 off of 61. Renshaw playing the supporting role at the moment, which is maybe a bit out of character for Renners, the way he strikes the ball, but in terms of the partnership, exactly what the coach in the Somerset dressing room will be happy and content with. Another good piece of cricket there from both. Afternoon, Sam.
Good afternoon. Almost evening, really, isn't it?
Would you like to touch my ball?
Again and again.
I suppose. Would you have much contact time with brand new Dukes and Kookaburra balls? Would this be
much contact time? No, only pre-arranged.
Does that anything surprise you out of picking them up?
Only, as you said, looking side on, you can see how much the seam is far more pronounced with the Dukes, which is in my left here.
Yeah, I think that's a good view, though, isn't it? It's quite obvious there. You see how much more of the rope you can see.
Because someone who's only ever played amateur cricket and not for a long time, there is a tendency to go, but it's just a cricket ball. Can it really make that much difference? But clearly it does.
It certainly does. Yeah, I don't think Scotty Scheffler would have won the Masters if he was using a top flight golf ball. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I don't know. It's just a golf ball. I don't know how different can they be, but that's a lovely shot, by the way, from Sean Dixon. He's closing in on 50. I shouldn't say that. Luke Fletcher's a good bowler, isn't he?
That's a fine shot, that. Beautiful shot there from Dixon, keeping still, playing the ball on its merit. He eases his way to 48, couple shy of a half century. Calvin Harrison getting loose. I think he's going to be looking to have a little bit of a trundle very soon. Be interesting to see if he can get any purchase out of this wicket, with the wrist spinners generally generating more revolutions on the ball than the finger spinners, but we'll see in a short while the way that he's vigorously stretching their second slip.
What does one of these set one back then?
Well, I think both professional or test match level, but I think they're about £100, 100 to £120, which is a lot of money.
It is a lot of money.
I think they're about 70, 80 for club cricket as well. So all those club cricketers out there that take great pleasure in whacking the ball into the stingers, that's 80 quid for the club every time you do it. So make sure you get the stump out and have a good fish around in the stingers and retrieve those balls there. Very, very expensive.
I did see there was a riposte in the Guardian, I think it was, the owner of the Duke's company, after Rob Key's comments, did an interview and suggested that the Dukes is a far superior product.
Well, I like it in white ball cricket where you kind of want runs and sixes, and for the entertainment value I do understand it, and it works in certain parts of the world, but I don't want to keep beating the drum, but I don't think it comes to any surprise that I agree with whoever's in charge of Dukes.
It's interesting that the kookaburras are all machine made, but these are still made by hand, the Dukes.
It's brilliant, isn't it? I don't know what constitutes handmade. I'm sure there's an element of machinery involved, but
not literally,
maybe you paint the last bit of lacquer on by hand and that constitutes handmade. I'm not sure, but
be a good video. That would be a good video for you.
I wonder if the powers that be at Dukes could maybe invite us for the afternoon to watch the full process of red cow in the field to kookaburra. Duke ball
that might be a long process. That.
Yeah, well, it'd be worth a while. You can make it into a Netflix series, 8 episodes.
Hand stitched, I'm being told in my ear, but also shaped by hand by the looks of this picture.
Dave Patterson having a change of ends. Bit expensive. Like I said, he does bowl that fuller length. Why he's quite a prolific wicket taker in England. He gives the ball a chance to swing, keeps running in, hits the bat a little bit harder than you think when he's in good rhythm. Has that knack of taking clusters of wicket like Lewis Gregory does for Somerset. Beautiful evening as the sun's starting to lower. Those shadows cast across the ground from the building above the Somerset stand, the pavilion, the floodlights. Beautiful scene.
It's fair play to the members, and I think they're largely members in the macroscopic pavilion. It's the best view up here. It's just below us, but it is blowing a gale. I just went down on deck, and they're all holding onto their hats, trying to pretend it's summer. It's a brilliant view, but can't be particularly comfortable out there, so fair play to them.
Social media request, please post.
Triggs will get on to that.
So I will, anyone listening on the live stream that's just is interested on a picture of the ball side by side, I'll post a picture on my Twitter page. I'm sure the club will retweet it, so I'm sure you'll be able to find that. I think that's
end of the over, 24 gone, 74 without loss, so it's been a good day for Somerset so far. Nottinghamshire didn't have their best day out with the bat. They've got a strong bowling attack, but they haven't been able to find that breakthrough yet.
In fact, what I'll do, I'll send that over to the powers that be. Ben Warren, check out your WhatsApp. You've got a picture of 2 cricket balls. You can post that on the Somerset page or the Facebook page, the live stream. I think it's quite a good angle. You see the difference in the depth of the seam, but we won't dwell on that for too much longer.
Going to see young Calvin Harrison.
The outcome is Somerset are having a great day.
They are.
193 all out Nottinghamshire, and in reply Somerset 74 for naught, and forced, I would say, the introduction of Calvin Harrison. He used to play his cricket up the road at Taunton Dean Cricket Club.
That's the one.
Born in Australia, if I'm not mistaken. He's been in the UK for a long time. Went to university, got picked up by Nottinghamshire during, I think, the summer of 2021, and had a fantastic start to his young professional career. 5 for last week, so he'll be feeling pretty confident.
That single will bring 50 for Sean Dixon. First half century of the summer for him. 9 boundaries in that innings. 68 balls, I think that says. So pretty decent strike rate that as well, Sean Dixon. Looks like a man in decent touch. Gets a congratulatory handshake from Matt Renshaw. Holds his bat up. He'll be hoping to keep going. Nottinghamshire would quite like to see the back of him before the end of the day. They'd like any wicket, really. Over the wicket to the left-handed Renshaw. Starts with a wrong one to him, I think, on the leading edge. Just one slip in, short mid wicket. Couple of fielders out, deep square leg, just in front of the square, more like a deep mid wicket. Deep backward square leg. That is going to bring 4. For buys, no bat on it at all. Joe Clark couldn't quite get his gloves low. Might have kept a little bit low. He didn't move Clark, which suggests he didn't pick it. I think it was another wrong one from Harrison. Clark was waiting for the leg spinner.
My mistake, by the way. I've had a day of howlers. Calvin Harrison was actually born in South Africa.
Was he?
I'm sure he spent some time, part of his life, in Australia. I could be completely wrong.
Your Harrison history's not been great.
Oh, it's terrible, isn't it?
Need a podcast on that.
It's age, man. It's, you know, the winter 23 to, well, what year are we in? 23 to 24 has been a long winter, Samuel.
Well, it will be when you spend most of your time on aeroplanes.
I've got brain jet lag. But we'll be all right. We'll get over it. It was great talking to Gordon Hollins at tea time. I don't know if you heard any of that, but fantastic news for the club that they won the bid. I don't think it can be underestimated how tricky that would have been. There was a lot of pretenders to that opportunity in terms of, you know, big grounds and clubs like, you know, Glamorgan and Gloucester that had a big vested interest in taking that on, but Somerset have supported Western Storm brilliantly over the first few years, and long may that continue. It's going to be really interesting to see how Somerset incorporate and coexist with Western Storm in the future. It's going to be a fascinating watch, and I'm very fortunate to be able to do it from the inside as their batting coach at the moment, so it's going to be a very exciting journey for them. Dane Patterson into Dixon playing solidly forward. Played beautifully today so far.
Would have felt a shame if they hadn't got one. I think it would have felt wrong, actually, because Taunton has played host to, well, the England women's team for quite a long time as well. So it's always, the club here have always been one of the sides pushing the women's game from the start. I know Sophie Luff's delighted to be putting on a Somerset shirt again.
Yes, remains to be seen if there's a rebranding, a name change, or I'm assuming it will change to in some way, shape or form.
It's run away for 4, that. Look outside edge. Got a hand on it, Lyndon James. But I think it was Harrison doing the chasing. He just ran down that slope too quickly for him.
Somerset Storm. That's got
that
a
works.
nice ring to it, doesn't it?
It's got to be Somerset
That's
something,
my
hasn't it?
that's my offering at this early stage. But Western Storm as well. You know, you don't want to discount, as Gordon said. You know, it's going to be very much a journey for the whole region, encouraging all the young girls and young women to take up the game and even consider it being a career path, which it very much is nowadays.
That's the balance, isn't it? It's brilliant to win it, and it's difficult enough to do that. Then the real hard work comes in implementing it and making sure everyone is feeling involved. Glamorgan are getting, they're 2 years down the line, aren't they? They've been announced one of the sides to get from 2027. Because there's a fair few Glamorgan-based players in the Western Storm, aren't there?
Yeah. There's a couple of girls that come from over the bridge. Yeah, it's been interesting. You know, training. There's been a little bit of an apprehensive feeling. You know, where are we going to be based? You know, I think a lot of the girls that have come from different parts of the southwest have based themselves in Bristol because it's kind of equidistant to, you know, Cardiff, obviously in Bristol, and Taunton. That's probably going to have to change. So it has a big impact on the players, in fairness. So it'd be interesting to see how that pans out. Obviously, I have encouraged all the girls to come and take shelter in Weston-super-Mare. Buy yourself a spread in sunny Weston. Enjoy the donkey ride, Sticks of Rock, Winston's Fish Bar, and you're only down the road from Taunton. Perfect.
That's a journey you make regularly enough. Oh. Lovely part of the world.
Dane Patterson just probing around that off stump. Big period of play now, that. Sun going down, shadows across the ground. I'm sure every one of the batters would love to be walking out there tomorrow morning. Dane Patterson offers a bit of width and Sean Dixon slashes away. He gets enough of it to fly over backward point for 4. Definitely going to put that down into the good shot category. A little bit top edgy, but that would have taken some serious catching. Just having a look onto the live feed. Obviously, the volume of comments and questions have gone down since we've stopped talking about Pringles.
We did peak at that point, I think, certainly in terms of comments, whether content.
It's amazing what captures the imagination.
That's what, partially why we love county championship cricket, isn't it? There's those meandering periods where you just go into segues, whether it's pirates, archaeology, weather, Pringles.
We started talking about cricket teas as well. I always think, it always makes me think about Battenberg cake cricket tea with the old marzipan around the outside. I always think about those slices of cake when I think about cricket teas.
My fiance's mum makes a very good Battenberg, but only at Christmas. I've never had a homemade one before until she started making it. It's very good.
Well, fiance's mother, any chance you could fast forward and send one down? What do you think?
I reckon that's probably doable. We'll ask Lynn. Lynn's usually amenable to requests. So.
Lynn, if you're listening,
I doubt she is.
Get that oven on, Lynn.
I reckon we can get a Battenberg out of Lynn. Prize one out of it. Come back for a second, get there quite comfortably in the end. Just look for half a second like they might have to rush. Sean Dixon moves on to 61. Renshaw at the other end, happy to play the supporting role, 25 unbeaten. 83 up at Lords last week, Matt Renshaw, or 87 I think it was. He was run out. Forget it's Friday night. Doesn't really. I don't know. It doesn't really feel like a Friday. I think last year I was so used to the championship starting on Thursday. They're always moving it around.
Fish and Chip Friday. You never know. What are you having for tea tonight, Sam? You got any
I actually
plans?
don't know. Back with my parents, so who knows?
Can you tell that I was busy during the lunch interval and haven't had any food since breakfast? Is it
you missed out. It was a lovely beef tagine as well. You've not had anything since then?
Oh, no, I'm absolutely Hank Marvin.
You're making me feel hungry. And all you got is chat about food, and there's coming at you all angles. What's your fish and chip bar called?
Well, it's not exclusively. I don't think it's exclusively the best one, because there are a number of good outlets. But I find fish and chips and batter is a lot to do with timing.
Yeah.
I don't think freshly cooked is great, but like 5 or 10 minutes after, when you go in and well salted, vinegared, that's a good, nice and crispy. But then if it stays too long, the fish gets a bit dry. So it is about a timing thing. But saying that, Winston's fish bar on Weston-super-Mare Seafront is about as consistent as I've found in Weston-super-Mare.
Might that be somewhere you swing by on the way home tonight then?
No, because the council, like every other council in the country, made it impossible and incredibly expensive to park anywhere near the place. It's almost like they're discouraging people going to town centres these days. It's crazy.
Lovely shot for none there from Sean Dixon. Yes.
Go and pick up your £6 fish and chip supper, but it'll cost you £8 to park. Cheers, pal. No, thank you. Come on.
Nice little walk, isn't it?
North Somerset Council, sort yourselves out.
It's always a broad range of topics we cover, which I enjoy.
Dixon batting beautifully here, 61. He's scored freely today, played beautifully. Another cracking cover drive. That is an absolutely stunning execution of the shot. 65 not out. He's playing an absolute masterful innings today. He's been patient, he's been watchful, but as soon as there's a tiny bit of width or length, he's pounced on it. What a great start to his home season.
Yeah, previous delivery, played a similar shot straight to the fielder. That one was just a yard to the left of cover.
Tell you what, I like that on the comments page. Trigo for Mare. I've seen the Weston-super-Mare bling, and I think I could just about pull it off. But it's like tinny, do you know what I mean? I think they'd have to like at least gold plate it for me. What do you have to do to
That's
be Mare?
well. The thing is, though, to do that, though, you'd probably need to start putting more parking spaces in to raise the funds. So you'd be going against. Once you're in power, you're fine with.
I think I could be a nightmare, not an actual mare.
I don't know if is it elected or is it a nomination process. I must confess, I'm not in the ins and outs of.
I'm not sure.
I'm
not sure either of our future lies in politics. To be fair,
certainly not mine. Yours might.
Dane Patterson steaming in. He's always full of effort. You could never fault the commitment from Dane Patterson, but it's just not happening for the Nottinghamshire bowlers this evening. Best time to bat in the evening. It's had a nice bit of sun on it. It's also been quite windy, so I would suggest it's probably dried out throughout the day. We also have some entertaining stuff that we're going to keep running through this game. How accurate will it be? The Trade Nation win predictor currently sitting at Somerset with an 87% chance of winning this championship game on day one. Not 7% and a draw, 6% if the weather stays fair. What do we think about that, listeners? 87% on day one. That seems,
it's a lot of purple,
seems very high, doesn't it?
That is a lot of purple. That, by the way, is the same technology as they use on WinViz. It is not just a number that.
So it's based
myself
on
and Peter
on stats. It's
actual
not just
stats. It's not just something we've decided set up here.
That seems high. That's not just a licked finger up in the air.
That is based on spreadsheets, numbers. I don't know how it works, but that is what they think should happen based on history. I don't really know how that works, but there is some method behind it. Plenty of method behind it, in fact.
I always was thinking about what Vic said just before he went out of the, took a break with Caddy, I think, and how everything's going along serenely like it was at the Oval. 190, no wicket down, and then bowled out for early 200s. So one of the most amazing things about cricket is these guys look totally at ease, but if you throw 2 batters out there, you could lose them in a absolute heartbeat. It's not a fluke that the old one gets 2 cliche in cricket is so true. Really important these two keep batting and have an eye on getting through to the close of play. 5 overs to go. Even if you could amass 5 runs for the next 5 overs, you'd absolutely snap the hand off of the cricketing gods for that, to be able to walk out together again tomorrow.
A bit of work there from Luke Fletcher. Long way to get down to his left. Saved a boundary. There's the 100 up for Somerset. 100 without loss. That push to mid-off. Good running, actually. Good from Somerset. Notts have just pushed mid-on, mid-off back. So if they're going to give the singles, going to take them.
Oh, little slidey one there from Cal, trying to hunt out that front pad of Sean Dixon.
I mean, that 87%, so basically saying Somerset win this game 9 times out of 10 from here.
I think that's based on all games.
Ever.
Yeah, well, not ever. I don't know what the sample pool is, but then I think Lord Dusty makes the point. 100 for naught in reply to 193. This, I think you are in a very strong position. But I suppose what you could add on to that is Notts had a meltdown last week. Somerset, we know, are prone to having a little bit of a collapse, as they did last week. Somerset, am I right in saying, turned 190 into 228? Was that something like that?
And in this, it was similar to that. And in this game last year,
so that's why I think 87 is a little bit high, because there's so much more to happen in this game.
9 times out of 10 feels high. I mean, this game last year, Somerset bowled Notts out in a session, having been right behind.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of streaky bowlers out there as well. Hutton, Patterson, Fletcher. They have good records at Taunton. Actually, speaking to Fletcher this morning, he said, I don't know why bowlers have a problem playing at Somerset. I love bowling here," which is an unusual thing to hear from an away bowler, but I think Fletcher has taken his fair share of wickets.
He's bowled beautifully without getting any wickets here, hasn't he, so far?
Obviously enjoys the views, as you'll see it now on your live stream. The Quantocks there in the distance. Beautiful clear day here in the southwest.
Brett Hutton coming back into the attack at the river end. Warwickshire still going well, 332 for 3 against Hampshire. Alex Davies, 149 to back up his double 100 last week, so he's in good touch. Will Rhodes made 81. 2 slips in, Dixon on strike. Lancashire bowled out for 146 at Chelmsford. Inside 40 overs, 4 wickets for Shane Snater, 3 for that man Sam Cooks. 14 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 18. Must get a test call this summer, you'd have thought. Shot for 1, there is a fielder down at third. Lyndon James gets around. Yorkshire bowled out for 159 at Lords with Harry Brook and Joe Root in net. Ryan Higgins 4 for 31.
Oh, one of those devilish medium pacers with a juke ball.
Rob Key will be hating it.
Up. Yeah, Keysy will be savage with that.
That is not what he wants to see. Ethan Bamber and
I wonder what will happen if in two games' time you have 18 games played, 14 positive results, and fantastically exciting cricket. Is Rob Key going to make the statement that it was terrible cricket? Or, I don't know. Be interesting to see if he has a comment.
I think
there was some.
In fairness to them, they have their view, and they won't be swayed.
There were two. It's almost. I don't think how you could argue against that. We have had some games in the last 2 weeks. So yes, I know there was weather around. Some of those games didn't even touch the third innings. They were abysmal games of cricket. Is it a coincidence that it was a quicker ball? I don't think so.
In that game, the Durham Warwickshire one, the game at Northamptonshire, where luckily I think everyone was probably relieved day 4 got rained off because they were only in the second innings. Middlesex were 2 down. Max Holden was 200 not out. Let us deploy 196. And you're thinking, why are we turning up? What's the point in this 4th day? It's an entertainment sport.
Yeah.
Even over 4 days.
I think if every county had, 2 or 3 90-mile-an-hour bowlers and leg spinners who turn the ball 3 foot, I think it probably would be entertaining. But you got to be sensible about this. Even the best team in the world, the Aussies have plenty of medium-pace bowlers in their domestic structure. It's unrealistic to think that you could have 18 teams with
a couple of
elite unicorns
19,
kicking around. I just don't see it personally. Would you say every county has on average 2 bowlers that you would say were fast, 85 miles an hour and above? Is that fair? Would that be fair, do you think?
I think that might be pushing it.
Yeah, I think
that's probably pushing it.
Yeah.
I think maybe. Does Surrey even have that with Jamie and Roach at that?
Well, you've got Jamie and
Gus Atkinson.
Gus
Surrey
Atkinson,
got that.
who would definitely fall into the quick. I'm not sure Jamie Overton fits into the express pace category anymore.
Durham have got that. You'd imagine
he's sort of a mid-early 80s bowler, similar to his brother. But that's in fairness to Jamie's, because he's had some injuries. Maybe he'll get that pace back. I'm sure he will. He's a strong old unit.
Durham have got Wood and Cass.
Yeah, Durham seem to have a conveyor belt of
it's always been the way.
Strong lads, isn't it? Maybe it's the northern air.
Must be the water up there, because they quick bowlers coming out their ears, but no one else does.
Anyway, we're having a great time down here at Southwest. Renshaw 28, Dixon 70, both playing beautifully. They have almost perfectly shared the deliveries. There is a big difference in the scoring range, though. Renshaw, as I said from the outset, looks very, very much more watchful as a batter. He's left what I would probably consider as almost half volleys just to play the long game. right on cue, he's just swung straight down the line and hit Calvin Harrison back over his head for 6. So maybe the watchful Renshaw has just had a little bit of a blast from the past, but a great shot there.
It was
from Matty Renshaw. What a great shot that is.
Perfectly timed in so many ways.
So watchful, so cautious.
That's 3 overs of the day. I didn't expect it, I have to say, after what there's nothing wrong at all with what he's been doing. I did not expect that, only his 3rd boundary from 90 balls.
I know there'll be 50% of the home dressing room going, Renners, don't do that, mate, not now, especially the number 3, and he's just nicked one. Oh, Renners! Great, nice piece of bowling there from Calvin Harrison. A little slider across him. Lazy feet from Renners, and he's nicked it to first slip, and he's gone. Almost maybe even a flipper. It looked like it swung away a little bit. That looked like a really good delivery from Calvin Harrison, in fairness to him. But Renshaw's gone for 34. Nelson has struck. Somerset 1-1-1 for 1.
Yeah, just a bit tentative. They're not picking Calvin Harrison. Joe Clark didn't pick him a couple of overs ago from behind the stumps and conceded 4 byes. That wrong un is obviously well disguised.
The way that it swung through the air makes me think it might have been a little like a flipper front of the handball with the seam up. It's very unusual to see a googly swing. That definitely looked like it drifted back in and skidded on. Oh, Renners. 2.3 overs to go, 6 wicket. Oh, unlucky.
Nottinghamshire needed that. They've had a difficult day so far. 111 before they've picked up their first wicket. They really needed that. Calvin Harrison, a man who knows Taunton well, is the person to
do you know what I'd like to see now, Sam?
What would you like to see now?
Trade Nation win predictor.
See how much it affects it.
We were 87. Just to get some sort of barometer of where things are and what a wicket could potentially do to our score predictor. 0 down, 87%. 1 down, it's going to be... Don't let me down, team.
Josh Davey out, presumably not as a Nighthawk as they've been rechristened, but as a man who is tasked with being there in 2.5 overs time still.
Yeah, good batter. I think knowing Josh Davey, he will take this as an opportunity to bat 3 as opposed to him going in as night watchman. Almost the perfect scenario, really, for a night watchman. I can hear the cogs turning, the rustling of paper. Numerous Trade Nation staff members crunching the calculators, trying to work out this score prediction.
There's a whole team of them downstairs.
We only give them an hour of sunlight a day. They're rattling through the stats right now. Hopefully they'll get back to us in 3 balls time.
Gone up. Interesting in our ears. More likely to win.
Lose a wicket, go up. No, that leads me to believe that is even... Oh, God, that's close. Let's have a look at this replay here. Calvin Harrison bowling predominantly sliders. It's just creeping down the leg side. That is a good reason to keep the old hand in the pocket, I think, that time. He's definitely attacking stumps and pads at the moment. Very fine over there from Calvin Harrison. Needs to straighten. Oh, that's close as well. He's trapped it into that front pad. Got away with a couple there. I think that first one was just sliding down the leg side. Russell Warren making the correct decision that time. He's staying on the not outside of things, which is absolutely fair and fine.
Yes, 89% we were told is the
so you lose a wicket
Somerset win.
and your odds of winning go up. They obviously don't rate Matt Renshaw very much.
Because in a low-scoring game,
there were 20 runs scored as well, I suppose, weren't there?
Which is 10% of the opposed total.
89. God, if only the game were that straightforward, eh? I'd be thinking, when it's Nottinghamshire, you've got Hamid, Slater, Clark, who's batting 3? Montgomery. Some big run scorers in there for the second innings when this game flattens out. A lot of work for those bowlers to do to take 20 wickets. More than capable, though. We have a look at the scorecard there. What have we got to come? Lammonby, Goldsworthy, Banton, Rue, Gregory, who played magnificently. Supported well by Overton at the Oval last week. Pretorius and Bashir. Standout performer so far today. Sean Dixon, 70 not out of 94 balls. Beautifully tempoed innings. As Brett Hutton comes in looking for that bit of nibble back, swing away, something, anything. Shadows are getting a bit longer. Russell Warren is taking a trot across the pitch. He's going to try. He's going to try his luck with the sun in his eyes from point.
96 balls so far for Sean Dixon, 70, batted beautifully. His sole job now is to make sure he is wandering back out into the middle at about 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Nottinghamshire will want the opposite. They've got a leg slip in for him and a man at shore mid-wicket. Lovely to have you all with us today. 2,500 still on the live stream, which is magnificent for a Friday night, 6:30 with the sun shining. Vic Marks is back tomorrow. Stephen Lamb and Charlie Taylor are in with him, I believe. And when are you back? Sunday?
Yeah, I'm back in Sunday. I'm with the Western Storm tomorrow as they take on the Sunrisers, so looking forward to that. First game of the Western Storm season. We've had a couple of good outings in pre-season in the UAE. It was played beautifully, beat the UAE national team quite convincingly as well.
Any new names, people to keep an eye on, ready for breakout season for the Storm this year?
I think, unfortunately, I'm not going to follow Max Waller with the word unfortunately. Max Waller is the fielding coach, and he's done a brilliant job with the way the girls field. Hopefully those of you that follow the team will notice that. Another slider goes down the leg side. That's going to go away for 4 byes. 4 to the total for Somerset. And unfortunately, this particular young woman has picked up a shoulder injury because they've been fielding with such commitment. She dived when we were away and she's damaged her shoulder. She's a few weeks away, but Emma Corney was batting beautifully. Alex Griffiths, Nat Wraith. Nat Wraith in particular is a real exciting talent. Wicketkeeper batsman, and she gives it a fair whack, that's for sure. And the obvious two, Sophie Luff and Fran Wilson, are a classy pair. So I think they've got an exciting side, and I hope they do themselves justice. I felt while coaching them that if they play like they practice, they'll be very exciting to watch this year. That's my prediction. Hopefully they can just have that confidence to go and express themselves and enjoy the season. They've done all the hard work. That's the same message that I'd be giving to the Somerset lads out there. You've done the hard work, now go and enjoy playing and competing.
Just a couple of balls left on what's been a glorious opening day of the season here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Still a decent number of people still in, and a big crowd in, as there always is here today. They've been treated to an entertaining day as well. Not a brilliant day from a Nottinghamshire perspective. They'll have to sit down, have a chat, and try and regroup tomorrow. Somerset will be delighted with their day.
Yeah, Nottinghamshire have been slow at the blocks, but they are a very dangerous team. Even though I get the 89%, I don't think it's as high as that with a team with the quality of Nottinghamshire. But what a great day for Somerset. 116 for 1 off of their 33 overs. Sean Dixon not out 70. Josh Davey, the perceived night watchman, but he's a better batter than that, as we all know. Josh Davey not out 1. They will start their innings tomorrow morning. Nottinghamshire won the toss this morning, elected to bat first. Hasim Hamid wanted first use of this surface. And I think it's fair to say it hasn't gone to plan. 193 all out, a very good team bowling performance. A combination of high quality seam bowling and some brilliant catching in the slips. No mistakes really of note. And I think again a pretty good day. It's been a pleasure sharing day one with yourself and Vic, Sam. I look forward to seeing you on day 3, and I'm even more interested to see what the Trade Nation win predictor is going to spit out for me after another day's play. To all our listeners, thanks for tuning in. Hope you've had a great time and we've entertained you enough. Have a great tea time, Fish and Chip Friday, tube of Pringles. Live the dream, everyone.